Klausi und Gildates. Klausi, Davos wave, and a little bit of corn pop. Now we gotta go back to the beat. Davos wave. Davos wave. Davos wave. We will be inside your body. We will be inside your body. We will be inside your mind. We will be inside your soul. But also you don't have a soul. We will be inside your body. We will be inside your mind. It's like, this is like sprockets. Remember sprockets? Be inside your mind. We will be inside your body. We will put you in the grave. We will put you in the grave.
Excuse me, you're just making an assumption that all the saints agree.
They do. I can go read them. You have no saints. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tart. A demon, a boomer.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tart.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tart. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tart. Have no saints. A demon, a boomer tart.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tart. A demon, a boomer.
You're just making an assumption. Are all the councils inspired and inerrant?
The ecumenical synods, yes.
So the ecumenical synods are inspired and inerrant.
Correct.
How do you know?
Because the Holy Spirit leads us to know the truth.
How do you know the Holy Spirit leads you to know the truth?
Because they're in accord with all the other ecumenical doctrines, all the other testimonies of the saints and the scriptures.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tart. A demon, a boomer tart.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tart.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tart. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tart. Have no saints. A demon, a boomer tart.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tart. A demon, a boomer tart.
You're just making an assumption.
You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tart. A demon, a boomer tart.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tart. A demon, a boomer tart. Have no saints. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tart.
Excuse me.
A demon, a boomer tart. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer
You're just making an assumption.
A demon, a boomer tart. All right. There we go. Look at that. I gotta get in JBP mode.
Depression. The soul of my father. Don't bother.
No, I'm not fit. I gotta. Let's see. There we go.
Jordan Peterson. Full of depression. It's a digression to the repression. And it's your obsession with my congestion. It's just an impression.
Cue tracks.
My name is JBP. I'm not looking for OPP. I'm just looking for that DMT. G. Well, I think we all want to be free. You and me. Let's throw a frisbee to our souls. from the tip of our head to our shoe soles. When I like to read, it's only from old scrolls. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson. JBP. OPP. TPP. TP. MPP ratings. That's rated R. In case you didn't know. No. In case you didn't know. No. In case you didn't know. No. There we go. No. That's dope. Frisbee with your soul. And your father's soul. From your head to your shoe sole. Frisbee with your soul. Archetype. Playing light bright. Convalescent home in Russia. King of Prussia. JBP, not OPP. JPP. OPP, not me.
There we go. That was alright. I was starting to flow just a little. Young MC.
Carl Young MC. JBP, not OPP.
Yeah, I was starting to feel it, and then I got distracted. That's the hard part, because you get in a zone, dude. You can,
clean your room. Grab a broom.
All right, yeah, I'm looking at it. All right.
Clean your room. Grab a broom. Make that go. Vroom. Get that vacuum. Make that go vroom in your room with the broom. It might be a tomb. JBP, OPP, not me.
Alright, that's enough. That was alright. Come on now.
The fact that I
the fact
that I say should.
The fact
that I say should.
Yeah.
So that's all I have to say, and I'll let you guys debate.
Beautiful.
I'll still
Beautiful. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, it was great watching you
wait.
squirm. Good job, man. Enjoy your day.
Okay, the fact.
Me not like the way the world going, man. Me not like the way the world go. Me not like this one little bit. We gonna change the world, man. Change the world for the better. Me not like it one bit. Gonna change the world, man. Kill the white people, send them into space. Kill the white people, make the world a better place. Kill the white people. Kill the white people and send them into space. Gonna make the world a better place, man. Kill the white people. Put them into the space. Put them into the outer space. Kill the white people. Kill the white people, put them into space. Make this place a better place, man. Me hiding from you. Can you come and find me? Me no play hide and seek when you in the space. Crazy white people like Nikola Tesla. He gonna shock you, tingle and put you into space. Crazy white people like Nikola Tesla gonna put the white people up into space. Crazy white people like Nikola Electricity gonna put the white people up into space. Put the white people on the space yacht. Make them fly up into space. Put the white people on the space boat. Make them float away. One day the earth will cover. Yeah, we're gonna put the white people up in this. Yeah, this is a rasty. How you doing, man? All right. Of course, none of that makes any sense with doing a. Yeah, you can hear. Sometimes it's hard to tell on this microphone if it's muted or not. Don't talk about this sound is racist. Talking about my sound is racist. You ought to be thankful that I gave you these beautiful hits in the last year. We dropped, like 10 bangers in the last year? 10 bangers and a little bit of mash. This chat right here is racist. If you would hit like and share. It is, of course, your all's favorites is open forum. I know I'm good now. I was good always. Maybe I was just talking in a frequency that your ears can't hear. Maybe my voice operates like a dog whistle. And you couldn't even hear it. You ever think about that? Your ears is racist. This ear right here is racist, man. This man right here, this ear is racist. This man is racist. That man is racist. She also is a racist. Everything is racist. All things are racist. Look at that. All off the top of my head. You see, I'm a hit factory, bro. I'm a living, breathing hit factory. I'm just a hit algorithm. And then it just spills out. I can't even help myself. I can't help myself. I want you and nobody else. Sugar pie, honey buns. Eddie Vedders. Sugar pie, honey buns. And I help myself. Now that's more like Hootie. Only want to be with you. You and me. We got a lot of things. You talk to dolphins as I cry when you sing, 'cause there's nothing I can do. Dolphins want to be with you. What's up, y'all? It's open forum, but now I just started throwing out hits. I don't even know. Some days the hits just, the spirit of the hits just comes into you, and it just flow out of you. And some people might say that's a possession. A Hispanic man texted me yesterday on Twitter and said, "Your songs demonstrate demonic possession." Okay, dude. Whatever. And my response to him was, "Only want to be with you. You and me. We talk about a lot of things. You talk to dolphins and I cry when you sing. Only want to be with you. We already tested out open rap battle, and I don't think that went well for anybody who wasn't over here in my corner. Welcome, everybody. I don't know. The Twitter space is not working anymore. It's like there's like 5 people in there. It's live, bro. We used to get 100 people in there. 5 people listening. Guys, if you want to join in, I have the Twitter Spaces. I think this has to do with all this Elon stuff. If I used to get like 500 in here, no, not 500. We get like 200. There's a link to the Twitter Spaces if you want to come on and discuss or chat. I find it odd that suddenly there's no one in the Twitter space. Maybe it's because I'm late. Here we go. Some people coming in here now. As you know, the way Open Forum works is that you can come on, and if this doesn't happen, I'll just switch over to Discord because we do have almost 10,000 in there. It's not my Discord anymore, but I still pop up in there every now and then. Pop. And we have a lively almost 10,000 in there, but about 9,000, I think. So if we don't get a bunch of Twitter people, I will just pop on over to Discord and see what's going on. Here we go. Now here comes some people rolling on in. Guys, remember the way that it works is it's open forum. So that means that you come on here and you list all of my sins publicly. You find the best evidence to expose me as a KGB-CIA sorcerer, and then I will send you Bitcoin because you win. I will acquiesce to you. Right, that's the way it works. No, the way it works is you can make any arguments that you want. You can ask questions. It doesn't have to be a debate. But I always like to give people the floor to come on and make their arguments. Present your best case. Tell us why atheism is true. Tell us why the transcendental argument doesn't work and it's a bad argument and it's affirming the consequent and it's circular or why we need to be a reductionist materialist, why we need to, what else? Be a Muslim bro, why we need to, why the Trinity is illogical, why Jesus is a man, just a prophet, a mere man. If you think those things are the case, then you can have the floor. But remember, we have pretty simple criteria here, and that is that you have to be able to sing all of the Hootie and the Blowfish lyrics from memory. And if you can't do that, you immediately get booted. Because I only want to be with you. And because the dolphins make you cry. How 1, 1, 1 equal 1? Yeah, exactly. All right, so we have some people rolling in here. We do have a questioner already. I can't see the full name, but remember, guys, the way it works is that when you come on, it automatically will mute you. So you'll be muted, and it would help me a lot if people would just unmute when they come on, so I don't have to repeat the phrase "unmute, dude" 5,000 times in this live stream. How do you join? Twitter Spaces does not work on a PC, so you have to have the Twitter app. And it functions similar to Discord. So you hop on the space and you're in a room with a bunch of people that allows for chat. Audio chat. Okay, so this is an audio chat space. Twitter Spaces. Pretty simple. Again, when you come on, it automatically mutes you. So you have the duty to unmute yourself. You like my pineapple themed Hawaii, Florida, not Hawaii, my Miami themed t-shirt? I thought that this was cool because it has a pineapple on it. And that's not a reference to being a swinger or whatever pineapples are supposed to mean. It's just a freaking pineapple. And that pineapple up there is just a pineapple that Jamie found. So people come on here and they try to decode the symbolism like pineapples are satanic secret symbols or some shit. Total nonsense. Just low IQ nonsense. But hey, you know what? The biggest battle, it seems like nowadays, is low IQ nonsense. And that is partially a combination of people just can't fathom how crazy the world is getting, and so they're kind of just buckling down in their trusting in the establishment at all costs, no matter what. Even though the establishment constantly lies and is caught lying, people will just double down. So part of it is that fear of what's really going on, fear that, what if Jay's been right all these years? The education system is a joke and is actually there to socialize and not to educate, right? So education ideally should be to equip you to learn on your own, teaching you how to learn. That's what education is supposed to be. But instead, due to the doctrines of the guys that created the public school system in the United States, who are all to a man socialists, Horace Mann, John Dewey, they were Unitarian Universalists / atheists / agnostic / New Age or socialists, admittedly. And they literally believed through their Fabian ideology that socialism would usher in the kingdom of God, they called it. I'm not kidding. Did you know the creator of kindergarten was a weirdo socialist woman who thought that kindergarten in the public schools would bring in the, quote, kingdom of God, an eschatological kingdom. These people are nuts, but they are literally the creators of the American education system, which explicitly, according to Horace Mann and John Dewey, exists to socialize and not to educate. And what they mean by socialize is equip you with the skills to fit in as a cog in the system. And if you don't believe me, there's a whole book on it called The Messianic Character of American Education, which is an excellent book. I don't recommend everything from that author, but that is a great book. And it will teach you how, in concert with a lot of the people who, pop up in our sphere a lot, John Taylor Gatto, from the work of Richard Grove, our good buddy over at Tragedy and Hope and autonomy.com, Autonomy University, I should say. Charlotte Iserbit, who has the dumbing down of American education. All of those things contributed as well to why people are so stupid. Beyond that, there was plans to tweak the education system to be like the Prussian model of teaching people to be cogs. So the Western pedagogy, after basically from these socialists in the turn of the century, last century, they adopted the Prussian model, and that was explicitly to get people to fit into a socialized model. Now, I'm not saying this as part of some free market libertarian versus socialist dialectic. I have critiques of both of those systems as revolutionary in their ethos. So don't make all these assumptions as to what you think I'm saying. If you're new to this channel or if you're new to my material and content, I think that we display a tremendous amount of nuance and depth when it comes to all these issues. So if you are getting upset and agitated right now, that's due to your own ignorance, and it's not my fault. Also, people don't know what words mean anymore. Like common terms that anybody who had like a philosophy 101 class, and there's really no excuse for this nowadays because everybody could get on YouTube or a million other video hosting platforms, and they could do their own basic course in any of these disciplines. Now, it wouldn't be ideal. I'm not saying that classical models of education don't matter anymore. They don't matter anymore in the sense of like, what's a degree going to do for you? But there are advantages to, having a teacher and having people that you can bounce stuff off of and writing papers, right? Because if let's say you did an undergrad in philosophy, just an undergrad, not grad school, you would have been writing hundreds of pages of papers. And that's actually going to train you to think and reason in a way that you can't replace by watching a bunch of videos. I'm sorry, you just can't. So you're not going to be top notch in philosophy. It'd be like, I'm going to be a guitar, I'm going to be Yngwie Malmsteen by watching Yngwie Malmsteen videos all the time. Right? I mean, maybe you can do some sick hair metal shredding in your head, but if you don't play the guitar, you're not going to be able to do it. Likewise, if you've never written papers, if you've never written a college paper, first of all, don't try to debate me. Not because magically writing a paper makes you somehow invincible. But it's a failure to recognize like where you're at. That's the point here. It would be like, and let's say I'm not comparing myself to Yngwie Malmsteen, first of all, because I don't have hair like that. I don't have a name like that. I can't shred like that. But let's just say in terms of philosophy or whatever, that I do have a degree of knowledge of the topics, okay? And 99% of the people that we interact with had no knowledge of those topics, right? So the proper attitude would be, you're welcome to come debate, but present arguments. Arguments are not you telling me a story about how you think I'm dumb or you repeating your position. Okay, that's not what an argument is. That's not what a debate is. And this really makes it difficult to have debates, is because people have no concept of actually what this is. Okay, it's part of an art form in classical education that includes logic, it includes rhetoric, communication skills, okay, all these things, and premises and conclusions and evidences. Okay, all of those go into a debate. So when you want to be a debater boy and you think that a debate is, let me just yell and tell you that you're an idiot and you're stupid all day, that's not what a debate is. There might be a place in the debate to tell somebody that they're an idiot. But if that's all you have, that's not a debate. That's just noise, basically. Okay? And a lot of people who have no knowledge of any of these topics just think that they're competent, again, from watching YouTube videos. You can't be competent from watching YouTube videos. If you've not read the literature, if you've not had courses on the topics, you're deluding and cheating yourself, and you're just going to look like an idiot. Of course, because of the mass amounts of idiots out there, you will actually probably gain an audience, because people don't even know how to gauge what an idiot is versus someone who isn't an idiot. So that's the unfortunate situation we're in now, is that I guess there's pros and cons to the destruction of the legacy education system, right? The pros are people like myself can come on the internet and basically do a better job than what the goober university professors do from Butt University. And I can do it for dirt cheap. And there's no, woke propaganda, SJW propaganda, atheist propaganda in the discourse. The downside is that a lot of people are going to miss out on things that they would have done well to learn. So but I mean, it is what it is. There's no way to really change that or avoid that. The legacy education system is going away. So you're stuck with me, bro. Anyway, so welcome everybody. If you would hit like and share, we are going to open it up. We already have 4 people in the queue. In the queue. We've got 4 people in the queue. Brits, what does that mean? What are you talking about? The queue. Let's see who's first up. Will Ackle. What's up, Will Ackle?
Hey,
you there, Will?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. What's on your mind?
So I'm a Orthodox inquirer, and have been for just a little while now. We just relocated, so I'm kind of getting settled into, looking to start catechesis, sometime soon. But there was a question about tag that I was kind of wrangling with that I couldn't figure out a way to rationalize it. So I was wondering, I would just pose it to you. So
okay, sure.
It's a question about essentially, the idea that God can deceive us. And where I hear it most come up most often is in relation to dinosaurs or dinosaur bones or something. Like I've heard people say, I don't know if you've said this, but I've heard people say, if you want to rationalize, let's say, the existence of dinosaur bones with young Earth or something, that maybe they were just there as a test or something, something along those lines. So, but where I see it,
no, I've never said that. But
okay, but something like that, the idea that God could be there could be tests or like deception or something like that kind of seems to make the idea of like knowledge difficult. So I was just wondering, like, how do you rationalize that kind of thing?
Okay, well, so if you read the text in where Paul talks in 2 Thessalonians about the great delusion that God will send, the delusion is not sent to people seeking the truth. In fact, it says in the text that the delusion comes as a punishment for the people who don't love the truth. So as long as a person is sincerely seeking the truth, they have nothing to worry about. The only places that we have statements in Scripture about explicit delusion being sent is as a punishment. So, and that's really, it's not unfair because that's God giving them what they want. They want the lie, Paul says, and so God sends them a strong delusion. I never said dinosaurs are the strong delusion. I don't know where you got that, but I did do a talk about the notion of delusion in 2 Thessalonians, and so maybe that's what you're talking about. But it wouldn't be a defeater for the possibility of coming to truth or knowing truth, because it's a punishment for people who already don't want the truth and suppress the truth.
Okay, gotcha.
But good question. What else is on your mind? Anything else?
I just had one more quick question.
Sure.
So recently I heard you were talking a little bit about the EC and
the what?
Church.
The what?
The EC, the ecumenical patriarch.
Mm-hmm.
I recently visited a Greek church, and I noticed that it felt, some aspects of it felt maybe a little bit more informal than some of the things that I was used to. And then I saw what you said about it, and I was like, okay, it kind of makes a little bit of sense. But I was just wondering, if there was like any kind of risk of like a coming split or something. Do you think that Antiochian would be like a safe bet, or would that be as far as like a place to begin catechesis?
I would definitely go in that direction over the Greek jurisdiction. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't know that anything is necessarily, quote, safe, because all the churches are, being co-opted and subverted by powerful, wealthy people. So there's not like some silver bullet necessarily. Really, it's not so much a issue of jurisdictions as it is the bishop and the priest. So there's good and bad bishops in every jurisdiction.
Gotcha. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Good questions. Thank you for that. By the way, I do have, so if people want more details on that matter, I did a podcast years ago. Let's see. Actually, I did two, where I went into a good bit of depth. Man, my allergies are going nuts today. Let's see. Spooky subversion of Orthodoxy, I think, and then Bartholomew, Patriarch Bartholomew, and I don't know, I forget here it is. So I'll put it in the chat if people want to go into more detail about the specifics of my analysis of that whole kerfluffle. So there's actually two of them. That's one of them. Where's the other one? I should reply to this video with Matt Fradd and Trent Horn. Maybe I'll pull that up later for today. But let's see. Anyway, just look up spooky subversion. Okay, I found it. 20,000 views. That's pretty good for an old ass podcast. I don't know if if I play this video, you think Matt Fradd will try to take it down? Would he do that? I don't. These you can't really trust these Catholic guys. They're not the most honest when it comes to this stuff. Humble Piglet. There we go. What's up, Humble Piglet? And by the way, if you're the dude who comes on every time, you're immediately going to get banned, because I know your voice. So just don't even waste our time repeating for the 10th time your same dumb argument. Piglet, unmute, dude.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Hey, so I'm actually a math student, but I took some theology classes this summer, and your videos online really helped me understand a lot of that stuff. We read Summa Contra Gentiles, book 1, and one of the arguments presented was the unmoved mover argument. I know you've discussed this before, but yeah, so briefly the argument is like, observe that everything in the universe that is moving is moved by something else, and there cannot be an infinite regress in external movers, therefore there must be some being outside the universe that's the original unmoved mover, right?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if, like it seems like a good argument to me, but I was wondering what you thought about it.
Right. So we've done a lot of podcasts covering this. And there's different ways why it's not a good argument. So let me pull up one of the ways, let's see, where we critique this. We did... I think probably the best one would be the theistic fallacies talk that we did. So I'm going to put that in the chat for you guys right there. And then if you want the specifics, the chat, the video is called Theistic Fallacies, Why Natural Theology is a Failed Project. So again, there's a lot of different ways to go about critiquing and explaining why the unmoved mover argument really isn't a very good argument. And just to list a few of the reasons that I think it's not a very good argument is that it operates on an older view of the ancient and medieval thinkers that there's self-evident truths. So, number one, if there are not self-evident truths, then the argument's not going to work. If there are self-evident truths, we need to know why they are self-evident and on what grounds you argue that. And as soon as you start to argue why it's self-evident and on what grounds, as soon as you start giving grounds, it's no longer self-evident. And most of the time, the people who argue for self-evident truths, if you watch the debate with Trent that I did, really the debate hinges on that, right? So we end up debating epistemology issues. And so the first point is that the ancient and medieval world didn't do their philosophy first in terms of epistemology. They started with metaphysics. And so if you know the course of philosophy, the way it went, by the modern period, people start asking questions about metaphysical assumptions, and thus the shift goes to epistemology. So if you want to have an adequate answer to the atheists of the last 500 years, we're going to have to answer their challenges to our epistemic assumptions. Because the whole of the argument of the first mover just hinges on the metaphysical assumptions of Aristotle's system. Okay, but what happens when somebody comes along and questions whether on Aristotle's system itself you can have a self-evident kind of self-referential, basic doxicality when it comes to the starting points of the system, right? So, for example, one of the things in Aristotle's epistemology is that we can have a distinction between that which is known to us and that which is known to itself, better in itself. But that distinction is not something that is necessarily self-evident. So how are we supposed to know? And by the way, Aristotle's whole epistemology is built on the idea that there's nothing in the intellect that's not first in the senses. But that proposition itself, that there's nothing in the intellect that's not first in the senses, is not something that you can see in sense data. So the proposition is self-refuting on Aristotle's grounds. Now, none of this means that I'm rejecting metaphysics or causality, or that there is a, quote, first cause. It means that they don't have an argument when it comes to explaining why we should accept those first principles. And this is why you have to know epistemology and deal with the epistemic questions if we want to have adequate answers to today's atheists. It doesn't work to just repeat medieval arguments, ignoring the questions and the challenges of atheism in the last 500 years. And that's precisely what probably 95% of Thomists and Roman Catholic apologists do, is they just ignore all these challenges and questions of the last 500 years and assume a very naive kind of foundationalist epistemology. So in other words, everything that is contained in the assumptions of the unmoved mover argument hinges on a certain metaphysics, a certain kind of foundationalist epistemology, and it hinges on a kind of
natural theology, which if you're a biblical divine revelation based theist, isn't the case. Furthermore, there's logical problems as well in the unmoved mover argument. For one, this is a logical and a metaphysical problem. Aristotle's argument is based on Aristotle's conception of God. Aristotle's conception of God is as an eternal first actualizer. So that means that for him to be who he is, or to be what it is, to be more properly, it means that there's always matter that it has to move or actualized. There's never a time when there was never a movement by the unmoved mover. So that means that it's incompatible with the doctrine of creation ex nihilo. And that's why modern Thomists like Ed Feser explicitly say we're going to have to give up the doctrine of creation ex nihilo and just argue for an eternally moved matter. Okay, well, that's not the Christian worldview. That's a dualistic pagan worldview, because as St. Basil says in Hexameron 2, if God is an unmoved mover or an eternal actualizer, then he must always actualize something other than himself. So that requires an eternal moving of something else, prima materia, the heavens, whatever it is, and Aristotle contradicts himself on that, right? These are all just retarded arguments, dude. Does that make sense or not?
Yeah, that helps a lot. I'm gonna have to listen to that again.
Well, more appropriate than that would be the talk that we did, Theistic Fallacies, Why Natural Theology is a Failed Project. And if you go and read the paper by Dr. Garraby, I mean, he lays out strict logical argumentation as to why, God is not, our God is not Aristotle's God. So it doesn't make sense to copy and paste an Aristotelian argument that presupposes an Aristotelian kind of deity into our system. Doesn't mean that we don't believe in a first mover. But if you read, for example, the 200 chapters of St. Maximus, in the first 5 pages, he says that there's a sense in which God is an unmoved mover and a sense in which he's not. And he says that we can't take God to be an unmoved mover in terms of the essence of God itself. Well, that's precisely how the Roman Catholics define, especially the Thomists, in terms of their absolute divine simplicity doctrine. That's how they define God, as in his essence, first cause or unmoved mover. Well, that would mean eternal creation. Maximus says that God is first cause only in relation to the created order and not in himself. Okay, so in that sense, yeah, God's the creator of the universe, and that's how he's the first cause. But Basil just mocks this and says that this is dualism. Okay, well, dualism is not a Christian view. Okay, that's Manichaeanism, that's Gnosticism, to teach dualism. So why people want to combine this dumb argument with Christian apologetics is beyond me, because even Scripture itself says in Hebrews that by faith we know that the worlds were created out of nothing, right? It also says in Maccabees that the world was created out of nothing. So that's creation ex nihilo, is the doctrine of divine revelation says it's created out of nothing. Right? So how are we going to look at the created order and come to the conclusion that by reasoning back there would be some first cause? Furthermore, why do I have to accept that there's a single first cause? Maybe there's multiple first causes. I mean, if you read Aristotle, he contradicts himself, because he actually at times says that there's multiple first causes, but at other times he says there's a first cause. So which one is it? And on what basis are we supposed to know that, oh, well, it's only one single divine first cause? Okay, what if I think that, like David Hume says, it's just the great pumpkin at the beginning of the causal chain? In other words, why should I leap to a supernatural conclusion from a chain of natural causation? In other words, that's a non sequitur. Okay, so there's a series of causes going back, but you want me to accept that it's logical on what basis to just jump to a supernatural first cause? Maybe it's a purely natural first cause. Why should I accept a supernatural first cause? In other words, the cosmological argument assumes the thing that it's trying to prove, a supernatural first cause. In other words, it's like saying, if you grant me my Christian presuppositions about causation, I can prove to you that there's a first cause. But the atheist is questioning the Christian presuppositions and interpretation of causation. In other words, it's contained, as Hume says, within the argument itself that there's a supernatural first cause. And hence, if I recall, Hume makes the great pumpkin argument. If I see a bunch of pumpkins and I know that they came from another pumpkin, do I reason back to at some point there was the great pumpkin? If that's not the case, then on what basis should I conclude from a series of purely natural causes that there's a supernatural cause? And yet every person using this argument is trying to appropriate it to prove a supernatural first cause. So it's a non sequitur, and it's assuming the thing that it's trying to prove. Furthermore, you can't reason from the fact that because there is, Garraby talks about this fallacy in his paper, because there are a bunch of causes, therefore there is one super great cause, right? So on what basis can you reason to the fact that a bunch of causes lead you to a single cause? Oh, well, because you have to, because it's self-evident, right? I mean, they're going to go through a whole bunch of like just dumb arguments and non sequiturs as to why we're supposed to accept that. But just remember that all of these arguments are based on ancient and medieval foundationalist views, which nobody in those days really questioned. And it doesn't begin to be in question until the modern era. And even Aristotle himself says that, well, when it comes to first principles, you just kind of have to assume that they are the case. Okay, but the modern world doesn't do that. So it's not going to be useful in terms of answering their challenges to just say, well, but we should. Okay, but why? Right? And this is why epistemology matters. This is why, if you listen to the Trent debate, he contradicted himself precisely on this point. He says, there are self-evident truths, and they just are the case. And then he appeals to other things to ground them. And if you appeal to something else to ground something, then it's no longer self-evident. Now you have what's called the criteria problem. What is your criteria for your epistemic criteria? Yeah, you see, and this becomes just a big circle jerk.
All right, yeah, that's great. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Non sequitur. Like, how do we know that things are just self-evident? I mean, like, yeah, in math, they sometimes say, like, clearly this, clearly that, but I guess that's somewhat different.
Well, but that's different because that's in a localized situation, a localized setting contained within a specific discipline. But what we're talking about here is all possible knowledge and worldviews as a whole. So that's why the argument shifts, and it's no longer about particular cases. It's about the possibility of knowledge at all. And that's what Tag is always dealing with, and this is why so many people have a hard time not you, but like atheists, people grappling with the transcendental argument, is that the argument is necessarily going to shift because of the type of thing that we're arguing for. If we're arguing for a paradigm as a whole, you can't just appeal to everyday mundane instances and objects and things, or even mathematical objects, or a colloquial sense of self-evident, right, to explain the principles of knowledge themselves. And if you just say, I mean, let's talk about, I think it's Chisholm, right, who has the criteria problem. He says, look, let's say you believe in self-evident truths in this fundamental paradigm sense, okay, not in the sense of mathematics. Like if we say 1 + 1 = 2, and we say that's self-evident, right, we're just saying that there's an intuitive appearing of the truthfulness of that, right, and that's true. But when we're talking about paradigms as a whole and the possibility of knowledge at all, or the presuppositions of epistemology at all, that's a different case, because this is prior to the doing of any knowledge, right? This is prior to the doing of math problems. This is prior to the doing of empirical investigation. So it's going to be argued in a different way, right? And this is why it's a transcendental argument. If we ask a question like, how do we know logic is logical? How do we know logic works, right? How do we know it works in the world? Maybe it's just something that it works in our minds, but doesn't actually match up to the world. How do we know that? And so that's why the argument shifts to be a different kind of argument. And this is why we always talk about the crackers in the pantry fallacy, because a lot of people just assume that things are, in a naive kind of simplistic way, that everything's proven in the same way. Oh, you just look at the evidence and it proves it. Okay, but this is prior to evidential concerns. This is, how do we know that there's knowledge at all? How do we know that there's epistemology at all? How do we know that logic is logical at all? Okay, so these are more fundamental questions than empirical evidence kinds of questions. They are prior to empirical investigation. Does that mean they can't be investigated? No, it means that they aren't investigated and proven the same way as empirical things. That's all it means. So people get really confused with this. They get really lost in the weeds. Not talking about you, but the people who grapple with this. But you're asking the right kinds of questions, so you're grappling with it, I think, in the correct way. So self-evidence, quote unquote, can be used in kind of a non-specific, non-technical sense to talk about, math problems within the discipline of mathematics. But if we're talking about epistemology itself, which is prior to the doing of math, the possibility of knowledge at all, it's not going to work to just say, well, these things are self-evident and these aren't. And there's different ways to prove this, but one way to prove this is the Chisholm problem of criterion. So let's say that this is the case. Let's say that there are self-evident truths. What is the principle that you're going to use to identify the self-evident truths, list them out, and contrast them to the non-self-evident truths? Well, wouldn't the criteria itself be prior to the self-evident truths? So you see, that's now a contradiction.
Right, that's a good point. This
is the Chisholm problem.
I will look that up.
Yeah, it's a famous thing in epistemology where it's just talking about how you can't do epistemology without a prior idea of the criterion of justification for justified epistemology. But as soon as you have a criteria of justified epistemology, you're now in the box of the criterion problem, which is insoluble in any of these claimants to self-evident truths. That's it. That's all it's saying. So, in other words, all of those things, and by the way, there's more. There's more criticisms that you can make. Let's take, for example, the name of this fallacy is escaping me, but it's the fallacy of where you say, for example, we all come from a mother, right?
Yeah, I've heard this one.
Right. So therefore, we all come from the same mother. Every cause has an antecedent cause or preceding cause, right? Therefore, there's one cause.
Per se and per accidens or something.
Maybe
different kinds of chains of causality, per se, and I might have it wrong. But...
No, I'm trying. He lists the name of it. It has. I think I've got it in my notes. Let me see my phone notes from a few months ago. I haven't thought about causal chains and this kind of stuff in a few, 5 or 6 months. So the name of this fallacy escaped. If anybody's in the chat and remembers this fallacy, it's not genetics, not attribution. It's like it might be a parts whole, like a version of parts whole, because you're saying that because there's a bunch of causes, because specific instances have a single cause, then everything has a single cause. And while that may be the case, you can't just assert that without demonstrating why that is the case.
Right, it's sort of just like inductive argument, but
yeah,
even know induction is right in the first place.
That's true. Yeah, you could go with that human critique. I can't find my note on this, but I haven't. Let's see. Was it back in 2021? Here it is. I found it. I didn't list the name of it. That every effect has a cause, therefore all effects have a single cause. Now that may be the case, but you can't just assert that to be the case. Quantifier shift. Thank you very much, Light Tulpa. That's it. This is the quantifier shift fallacy. Everybody has a mother, therefore everyone has one and the same mother. Yes, quantifier shift fallacy. Thank you so much. But so, and I think you could apply that to the cosmological argument as well. So, does that make sense?
That was great. Yeah, that was great, Jay. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, great questions. Always love the tag questions because people, really kind of struggle a lot with tag. And I mean, tag is a difficult argument. I remember when I first read the whole 700, 800 pages of Van Til's Apologetic back when I was 19. I remember getting about a third of the way into the book, and it was really difficult because I was new to philosophy. I was really struggling with it. But I forced myself to power through. and I was forever the better for it. So it is worth it if you can stick it out. It does require some philosophical knowledge. I think the main downsides of tag are that it requires not just philosophical baggage, but I think to really make it effective, you also have to know the theology really well. Because, for example, the way I try to construct the argument, if I'm going to argue that the Christian metaphysic is what solves a lot of classical Western philosophical and metaphysical problems, to be specific, it's going to require knowing the Orthodox metaphysic. And this is precisely why the Bonson-Van Til version of the argument just don't work that well, because they had severely deficient theology. So they were on the right track in terms of logically arguing it, but I think they kind of hit a roadblock because, if you don't have the essence synergy distinction, if you don't have a lot of the logoi doctrine, you're not going to be able to execute a consistent, in my view, version of divine conceptualism. And that's kind of really what we're arguing for. I mean, you can go in the direction of tag and just in terms of ethics in a real simple way. That's the easiest way to do tag, is to just say, if we don't have a Christian paradigm, how are we going to have a consistent, ethical framework for society to function? I think that's probably the most accessible, easy way to make the argument to kind of the average sort of normie atheist person, and they can begin to see how, Dostoevsky spoke this way, right? He talked about how if there's no God, anything goes, right? But if God exists, then we do have a basis for why we have a grounding for morals. But then again, I mean, even that is hard because people don't know they don't know what you mean by grounding, right? We talk about justification, they don't know what you're talking about, because these are philosophical terms. Ground is so. One thing I realized is that in the past few debates that I've heard, the recent ones that have occurred, when you say what's your justification, people think you mean like their own personal tastes, I believe this because these are the things that make me feel good. Nothing to do with what justification is. A precise, specific term that relates to good reasons for believing something. Okay, not how did you come to believe this, not what is the story of your belief. Right? A lot of people want to do psychological reporting. They want to do the fallacy of incredulity. I just find it hard to believe that a God would create the world. So, okay, that's a fallacy, right? So we need to be aware of the fallacies. We need to know the basic, mainly the informal fallacies, because that's usually what people are going to bring up, right? And you don't have to be a logic expert, because 95% of people's bad arguments are the same 5 or 6 fallacies. Every now and then you get somebody a little more sophisticated where you're going to have to go to a quantifier shift fallacy. But most of the time it's just dumbass, just super low IQ. People they're totally out the limits. They have no idea how to construct an argument or just what a basic premise conclusion is. That's it. Right. So just know that if you just know the basic fallacies, that's 80% of the legwork right there. That's it. The only time you're going to encounter these more sophisticated things is if you're, arguing with some professor or something like that. That's it. Or a philosophy student, who are the most annoying people out there, myself included. Thompson Luss. What's up, Thompson? Just unmute.
Hello.
What's up, Thompson? How you doing?
So, I can ask a question here. This isn't strictly debate.
Yeah, you do whatever. That's fine.
So I picked up one of your books and you recommended reading The One and the Many by Rushdoony.
Mm-hmm.
And, very early on, he gives his description of the Trinity. He talks about the Trinitarian answer and all these things. And I understand that he's a Calvinist. So my question is there a difference in the notion of the Trinity between the Orthodox perspective and the Calvinist perspective? And if so, what is that important distinction? And how should I go about reading the rest of this book without maybe falling into some fallacious Calvinist ideas, if that makes sense?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it relates to kind of what I was just saying a few minutes ago, right? So the Bonson, Rushdoony-Van Til approach to presuppositional argumentation really doesn't go very far into the metaphysics. And Orthodox Christian metaphysics is the key to really making this argument work, in my view. So basically, let's say the easiest way to go about doing tag for most people is, as we said a few minutes ago, ethics, right? If God doesn't exist, then there's not really any reason or basis to say anything is good or bad, right? Because there's not a basis for value judgments. Because as Hume says, you can't get an ought from an is. And the atheist worldview is typically just a worldview of what is, right? It's just matter. We're just matter. Okay, well, matter being in this state versus that state is not quantitatively or qualitatively different than the other. So there's not the molecules ought to be this way versus this way, right? And that's what in the reductionist move, that's what they reduce ethics to. They have to. And, again, look at when I analyzed Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris, the last discussion they had, Dr. Peterson brought up this question to Sam Harris where he said, yeah, but you're still kind of not understanding that you can't get an ought from an is. So that's level 1. Level 2, I would say, of tag is where you typically see Bahnsen and Rushdoony and Van Til taking the question, which is into the question of the one and the many. And the one and the many could be in the domain of epistemology, or it could be in the domain of metaphysics. We could be talking about our knowledge of the particular and the universal, or we could be talking about the metaphysical ontological status of a one, of a particular, and a universal. So that can go in either direction. So typically they focus on the epistemic side of it, and nothing wrong with that. That's kind of like level 2 of tag, I guess you could say, in terms of difficulty. And, you're just kind of pointing out that, the atheist or the materialist or whoever is trying to make universal claims. For example, if they're an empiricist, and that's not really possible. You can't get from particular instance to universal claim, right? It's an invalid move, right? So you don't have a basis for the principle of induction, and likewise you don't have a basis for the principle of deduction. So you're utilizing principles that you can't justify, that you're just assuming. And so typically you'll get, a Bahnsen and Van Til approach where they focus on that, and they'll say, therefore you see the Christian epistemology deals with this issue. But even their systems are kind of insufficient to deal with this problem for many reasons. For one, because, for example, they have a doctrine of total depravity where the effects of sin are always affecting and damaging your knowledge of the world. If the effects of sin are always diluting, damaging, and destroying my potential for knowledge, then I'm also going to not be able to do tag. So, and I made this argument in an email like 15 years ago to John Frame himself. I said, how are you going to try to have total depravity, which the Westminster Confession says continues even after regeneration into the life of the Christian, if the effects of sin are always, right, such that your the noetic effects of sin are such that you're always filthy rags, menstrual rags in your epistemology, then that would mean even as a Calvinist, you still can't claim to have indubitable certitude, the kind of certitude that Bahnsen and Van Til claim for tag, just on the basis of the anthropology itself. So Calvinism has a dumb Pelagian anthropology. And if you want to see how it's Pelagian, I've done many talks and articles. Go read my articles on this. Calvinism actually has the exact same anthropology as Pelagius in terms of pre-fall man. Anyway, so there's a little bit of Van Til kind of going in the direction of metaphysics, a little bit, because he will talk about the distinction between the creator and the created and the uncreated. But the problem is that in the Calvinist system, because it adheres to absolute divine simplicity and the filioque, which is an outworking of absolute divine simplicity, they don't actually have a way to bridge the uncreated and the created. That's why they're severely deficient in terms of also adhering to created grace, just like the Thomists and the Roman Catholics. So they're actually on the same page because the whole Western system from Augustine on adheres to created grace and absolute divine simplicity. If there's no point at which you as an individual actually touches the uncreated energies, then all you are is stuck in a created referring to the created referring to the created. You never get to the uncreated. That's why you absolutely have to have the essence energy distinction to have a direct interaction with the uncreated. And this alone is enough to destroy the entire Calvinist system because it's exactly identical to the Thomist system in regard to created grace. It's no better. So absolutely it's severely deficient in terms of not having the essence synergy distinction, not having the monarchia of the Father, not having uncreated grace, not having a direct perception of the divine in this life. So I don't know what they want to bitch about Thomas all the time. And yes, Van Til has some good critiques of Thomism, but he doesn't fundamentally disagree when it comes to the created status of grace. So he's stuck in the same box as Aquinas is and the rest of the Roman Catholic Church after Trent and later statements in Denzinger dogmatized the status of grace itself as a supernatural creation, which I've pointed out to the Roman Catholics ad nauseum, and they just ignore this. They just blow past it and ignore it because it's devastating to their system. So that's why what I typically do is focus on the metaphysics of Orthodoxy as the next third most advanced, most devastating nuclear attack stage of TAG. If you get the metaphysics of the essence synergy distinction, the Trinity, and St. Maximus down, and I don't mean this in like an arrogant sense, like you get it down, like oh, I know everything about the Trinity. No one can know everything about it. That's crazy. I'm saying that in terms of understanding the theology and the metaphysics that Maximus and the Cappadocians and Palamos lay down. Then that's the way to really destroy all of the heterodox systems, whether it be Calvinism or Roman Catholicism. Now, in regard to specifically the book of Rushdoony, you'll notice that in Rushdoony's book, he mainly applies the problem of the one and the many to social order. So there's not really much danger in that book, in my view, because the majority of the argument is applied to how societies fall into dialectical dilemmas by focusing on unity or focusing on multiplicity. So you have like tyranny versus anarchy and chaos. And Rushdoony is just basically saying that even society itself exemplifies the one and the many problem in its social order, because they don't have the basis of society being the balance of the one and the many in the Trinity. Now, Rushdoony's theology is terrible when it comes to the Trinity itself. But if you just throw that out and point out, well, that's actually what the Cappadocians were arguing the whole time, right? The Cappadocians and Maximus are the one who talk about equal ultimacy between the one and the many, right? It wasn't Rushdoony that came up with that, or Van Til. That comes from the Cappadocians. So if you just substitute Cappadocian, Maximus, Palamos metaphysics, then no, there's no danger of falling into some sort of Calvinist trap, because most of that book is dealing with social theory, not metaphysics.
Right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll look into those articles on your analysis of Calvinism and the other sources that you cited. I appreciate it.
Yeah, great questions. Yeah, really good questions. A lot of tag questions today. We welcome that. You don't have to debate, by the way. You're free to debate if you want to, but when we do open forum, you can also just ask questions. But so other people get confused about this too, because they don't realize that one of the many is an ancient problem in philosophy. It goes back. Well, you could go all the way back to like the Indo-European Vedas and all that stuff, right? So they were even debating what's the more fundamental principle in the universe, unity or multiplicity, particularity, right? They were debating that a long time ago, and as you can imagine, most of the world religions have tended on, everything is just more fundamental unity. And for most of the world religions, they also have another false assumption along with that of the chain of being. And so if God is the one, and he's on the same chain of being as everything else, and everything else is like a lesser status of being, then the goal should be then to get back to and dissolve into the one. And this is like the basic bitch assumption of almost all the Far Eastern religions. We're somehow needing to get back to some sort of primal generic unity. That's not the Christian position, right? There's no priority to God's essence over the three persons. There's no priority to persons over the essence. If you read the Cappadocians, you know that God is just as much three as he is one. And they say this many times. It shouldn't even be controversial. So that's why there's a unique answer, metaphysically speaking, to the problem of the one and the many in the Trinity. There's a unique answer to the problem of the one and many in epistemology as well, through the doctrine of the logoi. So you can see, and yes, the logoi also relates to metaphysics too. So anyway, hopefully that's helpful. The Posh Redneck. What's up, dude? And thank you for the super chats. We'll get to the super chats here in a moment. Appreciating those generous super chatters there. You got to hit unmute, man.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Boomer joke.
Are you the dude that goes on with Jim Bob?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I recognize your voice. How you doing, man?
Thank you. I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah, glad you called in. It's good to talk to you.
Likewise. So I'm Cradle, but I have a question that is sort of pertaining to the Sacramentology, the differences between Catholic and Orthodox understandings, at least. So, as far as I understand it, Catholics believe that there is something the priest receives that is called a charism, and that this remains even after the priest being defrocked.
Right.
Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, you could become a Satanist 1 minute after your ordination, and you will forever be able to confect the Eucharist in the Roman Catholic view.
Yes. That is one thing. So, I mean, my question is about your opinion or pointing to certain sources on this. But the other is, there was a scandal with a certain Catholic priest after the video of his baptism showed that the priest who was baptizing him didn't say, "I baptize you," but he said, "We baptize you."
Yeah.
And that would, in their understanding, meant that the baptism was invalid.
Correct.
And consequently, all of the sacraments performed by that priest later on were also invalid.
Right.
So, as far as I know, the Orthodox understanding is that if you're defrocked, that's it. And we also, I've never heard of such a thing where, as you mentioned, the set of occultists who believe that if you cough during Mass or something, that renders it invalid and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So could you explain it to me a bit more? Because to
Sure.
me it's just completely ridiculous.
Right. So the reason that the Roman Catholic Church adopted this position was through a series of debates that Augustine had with the Donatists. So first we need to understand that debate. And that debate is conditioned on a question about sacramentology that precedes Augustine through the Novatianists. So the Novatianists and other people kind of early on, like in the time of Cyprian and Tertullian, and other groups, they had this idea that if you, for example, sinned after baptism, you're done, right? You're out of here. They had this really wild, rigorous view. They also referred to people who were what they called traditors, who were the people who, for example, if the Roman authorities came in and said, "Do you have the Bible? We're here to confiscate the Bible and arrest you." If they gave up the texts that were hidden, they were called traditors. And so a lot of these people had a purist view that if you committed, and it was kind of different groups had different lists of the sins that were unforgivable, right? So this sparked an early debate in the 2nd and 3rd centuries of the church about what happens to people that sin after baptism. Can they be restored? So you get these really rigorous types of positions that said, no, they're done, they have to be excommunicated. Well, beyond that, there came a question, well, what about heresy in the church? What if a minister believes a heresy? And this sparks a debate between St. Cyprian and Pope St. Stephen. Pope St. Stephen said, well, by tradition, we believe that you can be forgiven and be returned to the participation of the sacraments, and also that there can be, in some instances, the performance of a sacrament in terms of validity outside the church. So St. Cyprian had a very rigorous view, and in the history of the church, even though he's still a saint, he didn't split the unity of the church. The church did not, in the succeeding ecumenical councils, come to completely agree with St. Cyprian. In fact, the church sided with, especially by the 5th council in the condemnation of the Donatists, they sided with Pope St. Stephen. So that's step one. I'm not saying you don't get this, but people get really lost in this. So let's understand that context first. Next, let's move to the dispute between Augustine and the Donatists, because this is where the dispute becomes confusing, because we, as Orthodox, accept some of Augustine, but not everything in Augustine. The Roman Catholic Church eventually ends up accepting basically all of Augustine's position and adding on other of their own logical conclusions out of Augustine's Sacramentology. So let's see where we do agree with Augustine in this dispute. And if you read the anti-Donatist works, I've read all of those. So I'm just saying, I'm not tooting my horn, but I'm saying I do know this debate, because when I was a Calvinist, this debate became very crucial to me, because I was worried, hey, wait a minute, what if as a Calvinist I'm basically a form of a Donatist position? So I went and I read all of the anti-Donatist works, and I was like, okay, man, it's looking like Augustine definitely has a much better argument. And as Orthodox, we would agree that overall in this dispute, a la the Fifth Council, most of in the majority of the argumentation here, we side with Augustine on this issue. However, we don't accept everything that Augustine believes. And this dispute between the Donatists was basically this: if you believe or hold to a heresy, then you also lose the grace of performing the sacrament. And Augustine argues with the Donatists in vast swaths of argumentation that, well, let's work this out here. So if that's the case, then doesn't it also follow that, it's not like heresy is the only sin that excludes grace, right? What if you have dirty thoughts? Doesn't that also remove grace? Well, yeah, okay. And so basically what Augustine keeps doing is boxing the Donatists further and further into more and more radical positions to show the absurdity of the position. And so he keeps reasoning them through all these conclusions to say, well, if sin is what removes grace, not just heresy, then every sin can also be something internal in the minister, and now nobody would ever know if they were baptized. Because isn't it possible that, let's say you had the holiest priest of all time, let's say that at the point of your baptism, suddenly he's flooded with dirty thoughts because there's, a good looking little mamacita over there at the baptism. Oh, well, guess what? You didn't actually get baptized because all that grace was gone. That's the logical conclusion of the Donatist position that Augustine refutes. Now, Augustine proposed several other things in this dispute that would become normative in Roman Catholic theology, such as ex opere operato, right? He argues that the sacraments work by the working of the work itself, not by the righteousness of the minister. So because the minister operates in persona Christi, in the person of Christ, in the Roman Catholic view, it's never dependent upon the individual faith of the minister. The minister operates, it's Christ is there working through the minister, even if he's a sinful minister. And this was seen to be the sufficient answer to the Donatists on the part of St. Augustine. Now, as we come up into the councils, we have to understand, the later councils after Augustine, we have to understand that in the East, there wasn't any de facto acceptance of everything that Augustine argued. Most of the people in the East didn't even read Augustine's works until much later, right? So if we look at, for example, the festal letters of St. Athanasius, we don't see an ex opere operato identical move that we see in Augustine. And I'm just using St. Athanasius as an example to say, because a lot of Roman Catholics, if they hear what we would describe as our position, they're, oh, you're a Donatist. Oh, really? You think St. Athanasius was a Donatist? I mean, that's kind of silly, right? St. Athanasius says, for example, that there might be the performance of a ritual, and it might be considered valid in a sense, but that doesn't mean that there's grace outside the church necessarily, or that you can perform the sacraments without the faith. So the key point of departure here with Augustine and the Augustinian Sacramentology is that Augustine maintains that the sacraments can be performed with both grace and validity in terms of the ritual outside of the confines of the visible, quote, Catholic Church. And the Orthodox view never admitted to that degree of the Sacramentology of Augustine. So we don't believe that if you lose the faith, you're still granting the grace. There might be a valid form, but the heresies of schism and the sin of heresy and schism are such that they remove one from the body. So you're not part of the church anymore. So even if the church, in terms of economia, recognizes that you perform the ritual right, and the church receives you on the basis of your, say, rejecting of the heresy, it doesn't mean that there was grace outside the church in terms of sacramental grace. There was an impediment to the grace, which was there to, even though the ritual was performed correctly, there was an impediment to the grace. But when you join the church, the impediment is removed, and now you're experiencing the grace that was there all along. So that's my understanding of what later councils say. And this particularly would be at Trullo. There's different canons in Trullo which say that it depends on the situation. So in other words, could the church, for example, let's say there was a Coptic baptism that was identical to the ritual and the rite of an Orthodox baptism. Could the church accept somebody and receive them by chrismation, and would the grace be present there because it was basically all done the right way? Yes, as long as they have the right faith and the ritual was performed in an acceptable way according to what the canons dictate are acceptable and non-acceptable forms. For example, there's one canon which says that if there was a single immersion, there should be a baptism performed, because single immersion is usually associated with eunomianism. The eunomians baptized in a single immersion. And so because it carried with it the idea of eunomian anti-Trinitarian theology, the church thought it better to, in that case, make it normative to do the baptism in terms of a full-on Trinitarian immersion, because that's the way that the Orthodox Church does baptism, right? So that's part of the story when we're getting up into the 5th and 6th councils, and then of course Trullo is accepted at the 7th council, which makes those also ecumenical. So where we start to get weird in the Latin view is that after I don't remember the exact date, but it's in Denzinger. There's a specific statement in Denzinger where in the West, by the early Middle Ages, they were already accepting the full-on Augustinian thesis, and even going to the further conclusions by saying what's necessary for the performance of a sacrament is matter, form, and intention. And so you can do that whether you're a visible participant in the Roman Catholic Church or not. And they go so far as to say that an atheist and a Muslim can baptize somebody. That's in Denzinger. Okay, that's Roman Catholic dogma. So they go so far with the absurdity of what on the face sounds like a liberal position, because when people first get into this debate, they think, oh, Augustine's position is the liberal position on sacraments, and Orthodox are rigorous. That's actually not the case. In fact, the logical conclusions of the Augustinian ex opere operato position lead to a scholastic definition that the sacraments are matter, form, and intention. The form being the words that are said, and they have to be like magic words said precisely and exactly. So what you're referring to in these, and there's been many of these cases, by the way. There was a case in Arizona where for decades, a Novus Ordo priest had been baptizing people, and they're all considered invalid because he didn't say the magic words right. Right? I mean, in Orthodox view, it would be kind of absurd, right? I mean, there's some strictures as to, like, I can't say I baptize you in the name of the sea, the land, and the air, which some Novus Ordo churches have done, by the way. I mean, obviously that wouldn't be proper words, but to accidentally say, we instead of I mean, that's just kind of ridiculous, right? It's treating all of this like a magic formula, and that's how trads, especially if you look at what is it, De Defectibus, I think it is, where you go back to the Tridentine Mass, and there's all these lists of things that destroy the validity. It gets insane, right? It's like super spurg mode, right? It's crazy. And it's just totally foreign to the attitude of the church when it comes to economia and not being overly rigorous. And the irony is that the Orthodox position is the one that's not actually crazy rigorous. It's the one that says you don't just have minister and church. You also have to, you don't just have matter, form, and intention. There's also got to be the faith. And that's what Athanasius says in his letter, is that there's no grace or sacraments outside the church because there's no faith outside the church. And does this make sense as to why things are so different between us? So what we would say is that the Orthodox Church position is that the reason that economia comes into this is that different people's situations and different people's backgrounds are different. And so there's not going to be a one size fits all for everybody. You could argue that there should be. I think Rocor has that attitude that it would just be easier overall, especially given the profusion of the numbers of cults and crazy sects nowadays. It makes more sense to just have one way to receive people, rather than an unwise practice of everybody doing whatever they want, which lends to the ecumenist bent. So ecumenist sees upon this, and they try to twist it to, oh, we see everybody has baptism because we can receive people by chrismation. That's not what's being said. Just because somebody's received by chrismation does not mean that they had grace per se in the sacramental celebration in those heterodox groups. Maybe God's granting them grace. We don't know that. But from the vantage point of public recognition, and canon law is often dealing with public recognition, public profession. For example, a cleric who publicly attends the ceremonies of heterodox groups is supposed to be under clerical suspension. You're not supposed to publicly participate in other groups' liturgies and worship services. That's against the canons. But it doesn't mean that we sit here and try to judge people's inner motives and inner intentions. We can't do that. That's impossible. You can't know that. So we go by the public stance, the public profession. And if the church receives people by chrismation, even if they did it wrongly, let's say there was a bishop who was an ecumenist. Let's say he was a secret ecumenist, and he received somebody who should have been baptized. Let's say they were baptized as a crazy sect, and it was totally mangled and foreign to the Orthodox idea of what baptism is. Well, I don't think that we're such sticklers that the grace of baptism is withheld from them, because we know, for example, just on the basis of baptism of desire and baptism of blood, those people have baptism of desire, right? They're getting the grace, just like a catechumen who dies before being baptized is considered saved and considered part of the church. So it's no different than people who, bishops failed to receive them in a wise and proper way. It's not their fault that the bishop made that mistake or didn't do it right. That's just ridiculous to get into this extreme attitude of rigorism. But I do agree that the economia is abused by people who are ecumenists. So both of those things can be true. And again, I'm just stressing that the irony is that when you come to this dispute, level one is to think that the Augustinian position is the liberal position and the Orthodox position is rigorous. But in actual fact, the opposite is the case. The Orthodox position is actually the sensible and liberal, quote unquote, in a good sense. I don't mean liberal in a moral sense, but liberal in the sense of understanding and accepting God's grace as proven through baptism of desire, baptism of blood. And yet the Augustinian position, and by extension, the ex opere operato position that Rome eventually accepts, where you can be an atheist or a Muslim and baptize people, which is just preposterous, or you can be ordained a priest, the next day become a Satanist, but for the rest of your life, you can confect the Eucharist as a Satanist. That's literally the Roman Catholic position, okay? Do people not understand that this is silly? Okay? That's their position. This is dumb. And no, obviously that's not the position of any of the Eastern Fathers. And that does not make the Eastern Fathers Donatists. So I don't know why we can't move past. Now, I'm not saying you, Posh, but I'm saying that, people get caught up in this debate, and it is kind of nuanced. But really, if we understand the spirit of the church, the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law, the spirit of the law, I think we would have a lot more understanding on this issue.
Right. Thank you, first of all. I'm working on a sort of critique of the idea of sacred languages. This is why I'm asking this, because I've heard someone like Dr. Taylor Marshall say that older prayers didn't say, God bless this bread, but said, bread be blessed, and somehow that makes it more blessed or something. And it is this strange notion to me, but do you think this is why the Protestants tend to equate the idea of how they see the Catholics, how they see prayer and sacraments, they equate it with magic and paganism because it's this sort of techne, this sort of spiritual technology.
In part, yes.
Opposed to prayer.
Yeah, I think the medieval scholastic Latin attitude of the attempt to have a scientific definition of all these things, and that's literally what it is. So you have to understand that in the medieval Latin attitude, they think that it's a scientific definition of the sacraments and how they're performed and what's necessary. I mean, this is just silly, right? I mean, it's just absurd. And although the Protestants go crazy with it, they're overreacting to that extreme. Absolutely.
Right. All right, that's what I had to ask.
Yeah, and I think let me make sure. I think it's either quo primus or de defect. I think it's de defectibus because that would be defects, right? De defectibus would be Pius V's papal bull. The trads love this. If you looked up de defectibus, it goes through all of the defects, and this is just a classic for trads in terms of their spurgitude. To go nuts with it, right? Because, I mean, this is the document by which we would literally be, if you cough during the consecration, that you're basically, that's a mortal sin and it's not the Eucharist. And this is why in a lot of trad circles, I'm not joking, by the way, I've met tons of not tons, but I've met many SSPX priests. A lot of them have extreme forms of obsessive compulsive disorder because they're under the impression that the slightest little thing, coughing would during the consecration would constitute a horrendous mortal sin.
Okay, I understand. I've written things down to look up afterwards, like the defectibus, etc.
Yeah, I put that in the chat too for people listening. So if you go to the YouTube chat, I linked de defectibus right there. And that is the bull of Pius the Fifth, yeah.
All right. That's all I had.
Okay, yeah, those are great questions, Posh, and keep up the good work, man.
Thank you, you as well, and God bless.
You too. Yeah, that's it's not easy to boil down all of the sacramental nuance, and a lot of people who get into this, they immediately sort of adopt extreme positions, which we don't have to adopt these extreme positions if we just understand, in my view, that look, God's a gracious God. That doesn't mean that we should fall over into some kind of crazy ecumenism but there's the extreme rigor in Rome, and there's extreme rigor in some of the fringe Orthodox circles, right? I'm speaking of the TO people here, and that is just another version of Donatism, right? Let's see. So welcome, Father Deacon. I see you're in the chat. We got a bunch of people now wanting to talk. So let's see who is next up. Robert Sneed. What's up? I think that's not David Sneed. Robert Sneed, what's up?
Hey Jay, it's Paisios.
I figured it was
the joke I'm running with right now.
Yeah, I got it. What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good. I wanted to talk to you about, I think I said showing you this thread because, I mean, you've probably seen a lot of the sophists who pretend to call themselves apologists have been attacking Ubi again over that video he did on the Orthodox view of marriage. And I thought about it really intensely, and when you think about it, how they will literally deny scripture where Christ says that immorality is a grounds for breaking the vows of marriage and stuff, that they have the same institutional view of indefectibility
right.
of marriage like they do with the papacy. That
it's a great point.
Material sins.
Remember that all of the stuff that we just said about the sacramental extreme legalism in Rome, those same problems are applied to marriage in the Roman Catholic system, and that's why they have this huge annulment factory, which is just Catholic divorce. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. It's like saying it without saying it. But yeah, I did that whole thread on how they don't believe, they have this, they're supposed to just blindly believe that either institution is so perfect that any material sin, no matter how far it goes, cannot corrupt either. It's in a way, I kind of argue that for as much as they accuse us for accepting divorce, their whole theology has one of the most sinister forms of divorce there is, where they've divorced authority with responsibility,
right,
and acted with consequences.
Yeah, that's a good argument. And by the way, just remind all those people, I know you know this, but their own church accepted divorce by accepting the canons of St. Basil. So what do you say to that, Roman Catholics? I mean, does that mean you change your position? I mean, if you change your position, then you don't have this moral high ground there. They love to go to these moral high ground arguments as gotchas because they think that, oh, well, maybe I can't get these guys on, the nuances of the theology. Let me just throw out this moral one up. haha, I got you, and this is why you're all bad. I mean, this is just the lazy kind of like low tier thing that they go to. But that's a great point, Paisios.
Yeah, that's all. I just want to talk about that briefly because it kind of reminded me when you talked about like the extreme legalism, like you said, and how it relates to how kind of if a priest falls literally into apostasy, he can still perform the sacraments. It's just they just. I think it comes some from their view of classical foundationalism. This just that the institution just can never be corrupted, no matter how evil it gets. And that's how they divorce authority from responsibility and actions from consequences.
Yeah, I mean, think about the fact that, I mean, in the Roman Catholic system, the Pope can be the wickedest man on the earth, but that has nothing to do with his authority. Now, I think to a degree, we could agree that if the argument is the Donatist argument that you lose all authority for sin, that would be an extreme absurdity. However, the idea that you can lose the faith but still retain jurisdiction, grace, authority, etc. I mean, to be fair, I think in the Roman Catholic system they would agree that a heretic would lose jurisdiction, but he still has the power to confect the sacraments and all this kind of stuff. It gets into these absurd situations where they try to have to do all the mental gymnastics to make that work, right? How is it that I can have no faith, but I still operate in persona Christi? I mean, this is ridiculous. And by faith, I mean having and believing the Orthodox faith, right? I don't mean a mental notion that God exists. I mean, like, if in the Orthodox conception, for example, think about the way that everybody's discussed the recent issue between Moscow and the EP. If the EP excommunicates, if Moscow excommunicates the EP, then everybody knows that people would not be received in the same way coming from EP churches to ROCOR churches after that occurred. And that signifies, that shows that we don't have the same ecclesiology as the Roman Catholics, clearly. If we did, then it wouldn't matter. Everything would be considered valid because the EP, even if he's a heretic, if he has matter, form, and intention, right? Or even if he's, let's say that Bartholomew decided tomorrow to be an open Satanist, but he just, he put up upside down pentagrams in the, patriarchal church or whatever, and he openly said, I'm going to do the whole liturgy and everything to Satan now, I'm just going to change out some names, but I still have matter, form, and intention when it comes to the Eucharist itself and to performing baptisms. In the Roman Catholic view, he's still performing the Eucharist and baptism in the sense of it being grace there. That's how silly their view is. That's their view. I'm not joking. This is not controversial.
Yeah, that's why I also argued in that thread I did too, that in a way they have a much more delusional belief of like sola fide and eternal security than even the evangelical Protestants.
In that way, you're right. They do. And think about it too, that really this is a worship of authority, right? You were talking about that divorcing responsibility from authority. I mean, the whole Roman Catholic system is just erected on worship of authority. This is typically why they have fallen into, the trads all fall into this sort of fascist view, in the sense of they worship the authority as God itself. Even when their system admits that, oh, the Pope's corrupt, oh, he has material heresies, oh, he's this, he's that, I don't have to follow him, I can reject everything for the last 60, 70 years, but I still worship this throne of authority in Rome. I mean, it's doublethink. It's Orwell doublethink. Orwell had nothing when it came to Ingsoc. But by the way, did you guys know that the founding people of Ingsoc, the Fabians, guess who? George Bernard Shaw, one of the key central Fabians. Guess who he said he was going to model his whole system on? Jesuits. I'm not joking. And he literally meant employing the tactics of doublethink and denying what is right in front of your face. Oh, you think that the Pope is a corrupt, wicked globalist leader? and all the evidence in front of your face says and screams to you that, it doesn't matter. He is still Jesus on earth. That is the Jesuit logic that the Fabian socialists said, we will adopt that doublethink. I'm not kidding. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's in the book we just covered. The Milner History with Fabianism. And it relates to what we're talking about because everybody knows that the Jesuit attitude is one of worship of authority, not worship of God. I mean, I know that these people profess to believe in God, and I know that there's a lot of people who are good in that system that are conflicted. But the problem that I'm pointing out is that there is a fundamental disconnect, which Paisios is highlighting, in that system where authority itself and the worship of man, as St. Justin Popovich says, replaces the worship of God. And if you've read The Grand Inquisitor, that's the whole point of that chapter of Dostoevsky, where the Grand Inquisitor says to Jesus, we don't even need you anymore because we will be God on earth. The institution will be God on earth. And this is not the same thing as the Orthodox conception of the theandric idea of the church. The church is the theanthropos, the theandric body of Christ on earth. Yes, that's not the same thing as the Pope as a galactic emperor who builds giant palaces of hookers, as we see in the Borgias, right? And he had an underground tunnel by which he could walk over and hang out with the hookers all day, and then but he's still the Pope, you see, because they worship the office and the authority. That's just another form of idolatry. But great questions and points there, Paisios. Catholic Chief. Here we go. We got a Catholic. What's up, Catholic Chief? He's going to set me straight, I bet. Hey. What's up, Catholic Chief? Just hit unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I wanted to ask more about Sacramentology.
Okay.
So say if the ecumenical patriarch was excommunicated, would that then mean that all the Greek mysteries are invalid?
So after the excommunication, yes. And to be clear here, invalid is not necessarily the same thing as whether we could recognize the form or the ritual. So, for example, if people had been baptized in the correct form, triune immersion in a Greek Orthodox church, and then the EP gets excommunicated, then yes, those people could be received into the church via chrismation or perhaps by profession. That's at least my understanding of what the canons say. So we have to be very careful when we talk about what we mean by invalid. Okay, so we would not accept those as gracious sacraments, but they might be recognized as having a correct form or validity in the sense of the ritual was performed correctly.
Right, okay. But the main question I wanted to ask about is more about what you were talking about earlier with absolute divine simplicity.
Okay.
So how is it that that system makes God unknowable to the human person?
Well, because if there's a fundamental disconnect between the created and the uncreated, if there's nothing that bridges that gap, then, for example, as Aquinas says, in this life, all you ever know is the created effects. You don't have a direct experience with the uncreated itself. This is why in the Middle Ages, there is the debate between Barlaam and Palamas. The whole debate centers on this question as to whether in this life you have the direct experience and relationship with God, or whether that is withheld until the beatific vision. This is why we don't accept the beatific vision doctrine.
So when you're talking about knowing God, is that just in a theological sense? You're also talking about a mystical experience of the energies?
Yeah, correct. I mean, that's the whole point of the sacraments, is mystical union with God, not notional rational. There is a notional rational knowledge, but that doesn't get you anywhere if you don't have the actual mystical union. And this is what the whole debate with the Barlaamites about. Palamas says, did Christ come to give us a rational knowledge of God, or did he say in John 17 that we would partake of the glory that he had with the Father? The glory of God is not a creature. And yet we are told clear as day that we will participate in the glory that Christ had with the Father before the foundation of the world, John 17.
Okay, so how does that fit into the tag argument more broadly if you were talking to a Catholic about why they need to accept the essence-energy distinction?
Well, I don't think it directly relates to tag because if I'm talking to a Roman Catholic, I'm not probably going to immediately use tag on them. I mean, the transcendental argument for God is typically for people who have an atheist view. There might be a relationship between what I'm going to argue with a Roman Catholic if they're arguing something like natural theology. So, for example, in the debate with Trent, tag came up because that debate was about where our epistemology begins as Christians. Is it the Roman Catholic view of autonomous reasoning via natural theology, or is it the Orthodox view of there is no autonomous reasoning and we believe in natural revelation, as St. Maximus says?
Okay, so I suppose that answers my question then. I don't really have anything else to say, but thanks.
Yeah. Well, did you want to flesh out more about what exactly your question was? The relationship between tag and Roman Catholics, or between absolute divine simplicity and uncreated grace?
Well, I suppose the question is more of how do you prove it on a a kind of point by point argument as to whether the knowledge of God is possible under absolute divine simplicity.
Right. Well, if you read, so the best thing to read on this question is the dispute, the dialogue between Orthodox and a Barlaymite. It's only about 90 pages, and the whole debate is this, right? And so they go from patristic quotes to Bible to philosophical argumentation, right, between Barlaam and between Akindinos, trying to figure out, who is actually correct and faithful to divine revelation, the patristic witness. And the whole argument ends up being about, number, what is the divine light in the Transfiguration? Is it a created light, or is it the uncreated light of God himself, showing his divinity? What does it mean to participate in God or in divine life? Is that an uncreated thing or a created thing? Can't be, there is no middle between, there's no such thing as a created, uncreated, right? There's no such thing as, in our view, a supernatural created grace. That doesn't make any sense. Supernatural in this sense is uncreated. Natural, created. So the grace of God must be uncreated. If it is created, then we are no different than the Arians. The Arian position is that Jesus is just a creature, and all that we needed was another creation to save us. And what does the Arian view amount to? Jesus as a moral exemplar, the moral example theory of the atonement. That's the Arian view. And even though Roman Catholicism doesn't have the Arian view of the atonement, the theology is more consistent with Arianism, because if you posit, which it takes them centuries to define this, and it's in my book, it's in the essay on absolute divine simplicity that I wrote, I just go to the Roman Catholic dogma where they specify in multiple places that grace itself is a supernatural creation, an accident in the soul. The grace itself. We don't have to get into all the different technical definitions of sanctifying grace versus whatever. It doesn't matter, because the question is the grace itself. What is it? Is it defined in Roman Catholic theology as a creature? And yes, it is. So if it's a creature, then, as Palamas argues to the Akindinos, we're no different than the Arians.
Jake, can I add something to that?
Sure.
I've shared this argument with you too. I would argue the absolute divine implicity makes it impossible to actually know God.
Yeah, it does. It does. I was just focusing on
And I would just go, if you go to the Summa, Article 2, Objection 3, Aquinas actually raises my exact objection, and unfortunately, he doesn't answer it sufficiently. It's just an assumption that he posits, but I'll just read to you. The objection: if the existence of God were demonstrated, this could only be from his effects, but his effects are not proportionate to him, since he is infinite.
Yep.
And his effects are finite. And between the finite and infinite, there is no proportion. Therefore, since a cause cannot be demonstrated by an effect not proportionate to it, it seems the existence of God cannot be demonstrated. That's an excellent argument. His response is terrible. he says, from effects not proportioned to cause, no perfect knowledge of that cause can be obtained. Yet from every effect to the existence of cause can be clearly demonstrated, and so we demonstrate the existence of God. Well, wait a minute. That's exactly what's in question.
Right.
So this ends up being an ad hoc rescue. Well,
Yeah.
I don't have to justify. I'm just going to posit that no perfect knowledge. Well, wait a minute. It said no knowledge whatsoever. And then you just add this thing in here like it takes care of it. But that's the exact problem. If we don't have the divine energies where God's intimately present in an eminent way in the world, there is no connection to God because of its unproportional. So Aquinas is actually right in that objection. He just doesn't know how to answer it.
Yeah, so
he can't answer it.
Palamas says, and he accurately predicts in the dialogue with Barlaymont, he says, if all you ever know in this life is created effects, then you never actually know the God behind the created effects himself, and thus you never actually know or get to God. And so he says, if you have that view, this will lead to atheism. And that's exactly what happened in the next several centuries in the West. It led directly to ideological atheism, because an absolutely divine, simple essence is not the God of the Bible, and that deity is unknowable.
And also another problem too, remember, all of this natural theology is a posteriori. Well, David Hume and hands down every other philosopher since has recognized that there is no experience of causation. You cannot inductively get to or experience causation. But all of Aquinas and Aristotle's philosophies based on a priori empiricism, these just assumed things about causation, that it takes, many centuries before they realize that, that actually doesn't work.
Father Deacon, could I ask a favor of you?
Yes, sir.
Are you available for a few minutes?
Yes.
I need to go to the little boy's tinkle room. Could you man this for a few minutes?
Oh, yeah, that's right. So anyways, hopefully everybody can understand what I was saying. I've just been thinking about these things because we were going over them in epistemology class. And of course, when I talk to my Thomistic friends, they're like, well, you're a modern. I'm not a modern. In fact, I think that I appreciate the philosophers in antiquity much more than the moderns. But that doesn't mean that the moderns are wrong about everything, that they can't actually point out legitimate critique of something. And so I appreciate that people like David Hume point that out. I mean, how are we going to derive causality from sense experience? Where are we going to get that? We're just making it up. I just believe that there's and this is really kind of what you see in Aquinas's reply to objection 3 and question 2, article 2, is that, and Aquinas isn't the only person to do this. In fact, almost every philosopher does. They just make these unjustified assertions. Now, it sounds nice. It's like, oh yeah, that. But again, even if that's true, it has to be justified. We can't get to true conclusions from wrong premises and wrong starting points. And for some reason, all throughout, I'm not just picking on Aquinas, but all throughout philosophy, if they believe it and they think it's true, they just stop there. Nobody ever goes further on.
Well, yeah, remember...
What's the reason to hold that?
Remember, in the ancient and medieval world, citing an authority was actually, in many cases, a proof. So, to simply cite Aristotle, right, would be a proof.
So, how does this then contrast against the Catholic notion of the beatific vision? Because obviously you're a strong critic of that idea.
Right, because in the Catholic view, to see God directly is defined explicitly in Roman Catholic dogma as an intellectual perception of the divine essence. First of all, we think that's absurd. Nobody ever knows or sees as a creature the divine essence. That's why there's always a kind of inner hidden holy and beyond aspect to God. This is why when Moses goes up on the mountain, Moses says, "Let me see you directly," and God says, "You cannot. Anyone who sees me in that way would die." He says, "But I will show you my backside, my goodnesses," plural. So if God is an absolutely simple essence, then how could he say, "I will show you my plural goodnesses"? So what did Moses see? Well, if you read Dr. Bradshaw's Aristotle East and West, he goes into great detail explaining how not only Moses, but many of the other church fathers, Paul especially, continually speak of the energies of God, the operations of God, right? These are the attributes in the West, the same idea, and they're also the actions of God and also the divine thoughts of God. All of those are encapsulated under the different types of actions or energies that God has and does. So this is why, again, in Scripture, we find it explicated in precisely that way. I will show you my backside. I will show you my goodnesses. Plural.
And I think what I was getting at when I mentioned tag is that your kind of apologetic tactic, as I see it, is that you try and get people to explain, well, what's your account for knowledge? And for a Catholic, their account for knowledge is God's, but then
No. That's not true. That's not true. So number one, most of the time, I don't actually take the argument strictly in an epistemological route. You can do that. Most of the time, I make the argument on the basis of metaphysics. So I usually use a metaphysical version of tag. You can do an epistemological version of tag, and you're correct when I'm talking about justification with atheists. I'm usually asking that question. That came up in the Trent debate because Trent was basically just adhering to a version of strong foundationalism with Descartes. So all I had to do was just ask him the challenges to strong foundationalism, and you saw in that debate he contradicts himself. So that's partially the case, but actually most of the time I actually make tag with a metaphysics approach. But it relates to the Roman Catholics because they're, to make this a very simple answer, they're wedded to a version of foundationalism. That's why. So tag. So you're correct. Tag does play into this because I'm just simply questioning the assumptions of the kind of strong foundationalism that almost all of them have.
Okay. Well, you gave some brilliant answers. I want to give other people a chance to speak. But,
sure.
Thank you very much.
And I would say too with you also, the talk that we did, theistic fallacies, that would also be relevant here as well. So you can look up that YouTube video. I'll put it in the chat. Theistic fallacies, why natural theology is a failed project, where we cover the Dr. Garraby paper. That would be perfect. So it looks like there's a Muslim in the chat there. Why don't you come on the stream and come debate? So the chat is like encapsulated, obsessed with whatever this Muslim debate is. I haven't really paid attention to it, but here's the Twitter space guy. Come on the stream and we can have your Muslim discussion here. Anyway, great questions there from Catholic Chief. I really appreciate that. Look, guys. Look at that, a civil, reasonable Catholic discussion.
That was awesome. Let's give a shout out to him.
Yeah, see, it doesn't have to. Nobody was mean to him. It was just a civil back and forth. That's it. It's very simple.
That's because he's not an iconoclast. Bring out the iconoclast.
Did you invite your iconoclast interlocutors?
Yeah, it's just the arguments are they're so bad. They're just devolving. They're not sending their best.
All right, so we got quite a few people here lined up. Let's go. I want to do a couple super chats because we got several here. First one is from Alessandrino. Telos meaning... No, I think I already covered that. Lori, $10. I love your Funko video. Thank you so much. I dropped a couple new singles. Hopefully everybody likes. Seems like everybody likes the Funko one. I thought my I'm in love with the Hobbit one was just kind of a wild, kind of wacky idea, but we love to get wild and wacky, so check them both out. But thank you for that, Lori. Captain Gummy, $1. I have a question about Orthodox theology. I'd love to chat with you. Well, that's what this is for. So if you want to come on the Twitter, you can, Captain Gummy, or you can ask via Super Chat. Diet Soda, Light, $5. I'm reading the Philip Sherrard essay, and it's a little sus. Well, it depends on which essay. Or I said I'm reading him. I mean, he has good works like Greek, East, Latin, West, and then Church, Papacy, Schism. But if you get into like lineaments of a sacred tradition, that's when he starts getting really perennialist. So we do have to beware of the perennialist leaning text from Sherrard, and I never recommend those. I only recommend Greek, East, Latin, West, and Church, Papacy, Schism. That's it. Smoking Alien, $3. Do you think Jesus speaks in parables? Do you think since Jesus speaks in parables, the Logos speaks in parables? Well, Jesus is identical to the Logos. The Logos is the second person of the Godhead, and the only person present in the incarnate Christ is the second person of the Godhead, the Logos. So those are actually identical reference there. In other words, in all of creation, in the flesh, does it carry with it a parable pointing to God? Yes, I wouldn't call it a parable. I would just say that the created order itself directs us to the logoi, which are the many ideas or many principles or archetypes in the Logos. So, parable, I think, is a linguistic term. I wouldn't use that for in what sense the created order points to the Logos. In other words, like a dog returning to his vomit, the bride is the church, male and female, etc. Again, I don't think parable is the right word to that. Parable is a teaching device. The created order is, a created thing that points to the Logos. It's not a parable. J Mel, $40. Thank you so much, J Mel. Is there a danger in the Orthodox taking the position that God is in a thing, pan-animism? I don't know about the word pan-animism. That sounds pagan to me. I've never heard that. I think that we just believe in the immanence of God via the divine energies. That's it. I just read a critique on the subject by a Protestant. They said pan-animism is unchristian. Well, I wouldn't waste my time reading Protestant attempts to grapple with Orthodox theology. Just don't waste your time with that. Just read the Orthodox fathers. But God is immanently present through his divine energies, yes. Jeremiah Grossman, $10. No, you wanka! Thank you so much. I know he enjoyed that chat from several months ago with the pagan guy. JML again for $10. I misspelled that. I meant pan-entheism. I mean, I would shy away from using that term. I think it's confusing. And yeah, we don't believe that God is all things, and the sense in which he is immanently present in the world is via his energies. Real Cooter Brown, $12. When I was a Protestant, total depravity did not make sense to me. If we are horrible, evil beings to our core, then it seems to follow that we could have no interest in God at all. Therefore, Christianity would never actually be practiced. Do you have any thoughts on this? Yeah, I think it's very obvious that there's multiple ways that the doctrine of total depravity is self-refuting. So, and that would, conceivably be one of the ways, is that basically nobody would actually ever be moral, right? I mean, in the Calvinist view, it's kind of like God is the direct cause of all the good things that you do, but he's also the direct cause of all the bad things that you do too. So, in a system that's basically Islamic occasionalism, I don't know how they can come away with the idea that, there's actually virtue or vice at all. Vampire Frog, $5. Pee pee poo poo, I love you. Well, thank you so much. Pee pee poo poo, I love you too, Vampire Frog. If you guys would hit like and share, and we got quite a few people in the queue, as the Brits say. The queue. Let's see who's up next. Roham? The writers of Roham.
Yo, hey Jay, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I had a couple of questions I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
So I was about to just read Justin Martyr, and I was going to ask you, what are some of his views that are wrong? So I could watch out for that.
That are bunk?
That are wrong, sorry. Like some of his mistakes.
I think he might have been unclear exactly on the relationship between the Father and the Son in terms of begetting. There is that debated phrase that he has where he's a little unclear. I think we should be charitable and grant him that he meant the right thing. But he might have been a little too influenced by Greek philosophy, as many of they're called the logos apologists. A lot of the logos apologists actually ended up heterodox. So, for example, Justin's student Tatian ended up in a heretic. So, some of the overemphasis maybe on Greek philosophy would be a way to critique him. But aside from those two topics, off the top of my head, I can't think of any other problems than Justin Martyr.
Oh, okay, got it. Also, how do you define regeneration?
Well, the Orthodox Church believes in baptismal regeneration.
Right, so what is that?
Well, it's the beginning of divine life. So it's the beginning of your participation in uncreated grace.
Right. So would you say that a person is like dead and they're made alive in baptism?
So dead in what sense, though? Not dead in a Calvinist sense of not having any energy or activity of their will, but dead in a spiritual sense that they have
spiritually dead.
Yeah, they have the natural faculty of the functioning of their will and their natural human energy, but they don't have the ability to love God or do good works without grace. So we do absolutely affirm the absolute necessity of grace for any good work, but we don't think that grace destroys or supplants the natural energy of the human will.
Right. So I was gonna ask, like, how do you explain? Right? Someone who isn't baptized is like, you could say, spiritually dead.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you explain, people repenting, coming to Christ, and bearing, fruits, being virtuous without baptism?
Right, so we don't think that... So baptism is a mystery in the sense that, like the other mysteries of Christ, they're outside of time and space. So the grace of baptism can function even before the actual baptism occurs. But it's still, in time and space, located or identified with baptismal regeneration. And so we say this with the Eucharist too, right? I mean, Christ is not presently being... sacrificed, right? But the Eucharist is a representation of the sacrifice because Christ's sacrifice operates outside of time and space. And the way to know this is to understand the grace that existed in the Old Testament. The only way to be saved is by grace, and the Old Testament saints had grace, but how did they have that grace when Christ hasn't gone through the work of the cross yet? Well, that's because the work of the cross transcends time and space. It's in time and space, but it also transcends time and space, and it's a cosmic redemption. So the grace can function even before the event occurs in time.
Got it. Yeah, that's a really good explanation. Thank you for that. I was going to ask you about Molinism and Calvinism. So I get Molinism. Does Orthodoxy would agree with that, or in concept? Or what?
I don't really think those categories apply to Orthodox theology. Those are later Western disputes and debates that I don't really see anywhere present in the Orthodox fathers, and that's because typically in the Orthodox tradition in the first 1,000 years, there's just an acceptance of a compatibility between God's grace and man's free will. And so there's not typically these inane disputes about trying to figure out like whether God foreknows our choices and then his will is based on that. I don't think we're told that it works in that way, but it also doesn't work in some Calvinistic way of that God's decree determines our actions. And it's left up to a divine mystery in the sense that it's compatible, but how the mechanics of that work, we don't know.
Got it. Do you know any good book that would cover this by a church father or an Orthodox writer?
I mean, the typical Orthodox work is John Damascus's On the Orthodox Faith, and he goes into a good bit of depth discussing divine foreknowledge and the divine providence and divine sovereignty. But the Orthodox solution to this is Christology. When you understand that the human will and energy in Christ, that it synergizes with the divine will and energy in Christ, that's really the paradigm from which we then understand any of the disputes about predestination and divine sovereignty.
Got you. I had another question. So
Sure.
This is about, so is Christ physically present in the Eucharist, or is he spiritually present in the Eucharist?
So the ancient terminology of St. Cyril is body, blood, soul, and divinity. And the irony is that Roman Catholics they always use that phrase to describe the real presence. And that's, if I recall, that's from St. Cyril of Alexandria, right? So is Christ's body spiritual?
No, it's physical.
Oh, okay. So there you go.
So I was going to ask, so this is one of the things that a Presbyterian friend said to me, that, how can Christ be physically present in the Eucharist when that, that would be an attribute of the divine nature?
Because his flesh is deified, as St. Cyril in Ephesus says. When Christ joined himself to his human nature, he deified the human nature. That doesn't mean that it loses its natural properties or its created properties, but it means it's raised to a new life-giving status. So the flesh that we eat in the Eucharist is not the flesh of a dead man. It's the deified flesh of a God-man, a living God-man. So he is sacramentally present and really present in the Eucharist in every sense. And the grace that you're partaking of is the uncreated grace. All you have to do to refute both the Protestant and the Roman Catholic position on this is read the first and second letters of St. Cyril to Sexensis, where Cyril is restating what Ephesus meant. And he explains that the uncreated energies of Christ deified his flesh so that it can be partaken of by people at different times and different places and different spaces, because it's deified. But by being deified doesn't mean that it becomes the divine nature or loses its created properties. It's the model for what we will be in theosis and deification. If I'm deified in the eschaton, it doesn't mean that I lose my created status. I will always be a creature. But God had the plan to take creatures and to raise them and to allow them to forever progress up into divinity. That is the meaning of theosis. Theosis is not an intellectual doctrine. It's a doctrine premised on the incarnation. The whole doctrine is that Christ, the divine person, the second person of Godhead, Jesus, right, deifies the human nature that he assumed. That's how he saves us. Not just the union, but also the death, burial, and resurrection, which destroys the power of death in our flesh. So our flesh becomes immortal, becomes deified flesh. That's why it's called the medicine of immortality in the Church Fathers. That's why St. Cyril calls it the Eucharist is the flesh of the God-man, the deified flesh of the God-man.
Got it. I wanted to ask you one more thing about Augustine. Is this book on the Trinity, is that a good book? Should Orthodox read that?
No, that's probably the worst book from Augustine.
So, I was going to ask, so how can Augustine be a saint when he teaches, let's say, ADS and filioque, which are like...
because what makes a saint is what makes a saint is not perfect theology, but humility. And On the Trinity, Augustine says, I submit this church to the decision. I submit this book to the decision of the Universal Catholic Church. By the way, he doesn't say I submit this to the Pope. He says I submit it to the Universal Church to decide if this is correct, and if there's anything incorrect in it, feel free to reject it. So that's why he's a saint, because he had the humble attitude of submitting the book to the church to judge. And did the church accept his view? No, they did not. The church accepted the Cappadocian view of the Trinity at Constantinople I.
Is there any other work that is accepted by that is accepted from Augustine that is an anti-Manichaean writing, or is that the only one?
Well, I mean, I think he has a lot of things that are orthodox, like his sermons, his homily, his commentaries on the Gospels. I mean, all those things there's nothing wrong with those. It's more so that he has certain errors that might pop up in this or that book.
Right. So I was going to ask you, so in Orthodoxy you have energy essence distinction, right? We don't know God through his essence, but we know him by his energies, correct?
Right.
So when Jesus become incarnate, right, and he's interacting with people around him, do those people are they interacting with him in essence, energy, or what is that? How does that work?
So there's a distinction between nature, person, will, and energy in Orthodox theology. The second person of the Godhead, the divine hypostasis of the Son, assumed human nature, not a human person, but human nature. The actions that he does are theandric actions, and so they are, because he's a divine person with a human nature, he perfectly synergizes every action to be both divine and human at the same time. Some of those actions display or are proper to the divinity, such as walking on water or doing miracles, and other actions are proper to the humanity, such as being hungry, getting tired, eating, etc. But all of those actions are the actions of a divine person. So it's not essences that act, it's persons that act with an essence or with a nature. So nobody knows God through an essence. What you know is the person of the Son acting with the divine nature that he has, which is hypostatic, which just means that nature exists in the mode of the person that has that nature. Person refers to subject or agent.
Got it. I was going to ask you about the Orthodox view of the Trinity. So why doesn't the Son and the Spirit possess causality? And wouldn't that make the Son and the Spirit subordinate to the Father?
No, because there have to be peculiar hypostatic properties that pick out the person. So to be cause is the identity, or is the property that picks out the hypostasis of the person. I mean, of the Father. So they can't have causality because that's what picks out the Father. If they had causality, they would be the Father. I mean, by that logic, the Father must be also Son, or he lacks something that the Son has.
Right, I got you. Another thing, could you answer, like, let's say, and then show me an example from the Bible, or just like anything from the Bible about praying to saints, or like asking for their intercession?
Yeah, so read Revelation 4, 5, and 6, and we see in the Orthodox view that is a liturgical service in our view. So John is in the Spirit on the Lord's Day. That doesn't mean that he's sitting around acting like a charismatic and rolling around on the floor and talking gibberish. That means that he's doing the liturgy. That's he's doing the ordered service that the church does. And because the worship service of the Orthodox Church is heaven on earth, John is seeing the heavenly worship that he's participating in. That's what that worship service is in chapter 4, 5, and 6. And you'll notice when you read through there that he sees the saints and martyrs underneath the altar who died for the name of Jesus, offering up to God the prayers of the saints on earth. That is the principle by which we believe in the communion of saints and the intercession of saints. You could also look at the Psalms, where David speaks directly in the liturgical Psalms to the angels.
Right, I got you. Thank you for these explanations and your answers. I appreciate it.
Sure.
So I was going to ask you about what is the doctrine of the Hades? Why is that important? Like, why is that crucial to the gospel?
Well, I mean, Paul says, how can he ascend if he didn't descend? So, Peter says that he preached the gospel to those in Hades. So, do you believe the Bible, or are Protestants just going to throw that out and reinterpret it to mean, like the Reformers say, oh, that doesn't actually mean Hades. That just means a symbol for death. Well, I mean, it says he preached in Hades. And by the way, when you go and read the Psalms, there are many, many, many Psalms that explicitly David prophesies going to Hades, a realm, and then being resurrected. He's speaking, as Peter says, in the Spirit of Christ. And so just this alone, not having the doctrine of Christ's descent into Hades alone, means that these other groups don't have the gospel. Paul says, how can he ascend if he didn't descend? So the descent is just as important as the ascent. Why? Because Christ has to go into the realm of death, the realm of Hades, Satan's kingdom, and divest him of his power in that kingdom, so that death doesn't have power over us anymore in our human nature. That's why he deified the human nature. By deifying the human nature, we don't just mean that he had joined himself to it in the incarnation. We mean this whole process, not just of the death on the cross, also the descent into Hades, whereby he tricked the devil to invite the Son of God into his kingdom, thereby destroying and divesting him of power over our nature, which he had through Adam's basically covenant with Satan. That's when Adam sinned, he basically allied himself with the devil. And that's why he's kicked out of paradise. And now the devil is his master and has reign over his nature, meaning that all men will now die, and you will enter into the kingdom of Hades. Now, Christ went into Hades in our nature to destroy Satan's power over our nature, which St. Maximus says was through the vices that hold us. So theosis is our union with Christ to participate not just in the destruction of death itself, but in our nature being resurrected and ascending. So the death, burial, descent, resurrection, and ascension are all part of one redemptive action of Christ. They're all linked together. They're all necessary, but they're all what Christ was doing to restore our nature to even better than it was in the garden before we were under the dominion of death, to now participate in, as Paul says, the reign and dominion of the risen Christ at the right hand of the Father. So the liturgy is then the warfare of the God-man in time and space and history that is the outworking of the death, burial, resurrection, and the ascension. And the session. People miss this too. That when he ascended, he was then given dominion, power, and authority over the entire world and universe in our nature. That means we are now co-heirs with him, as Paul says, and sons of God with him by grace. He's a son by nature. We're God by grace. We're sons by grace. And so to become gods or to become deified or to participate in theosis is precisely what the whole point of Christ's action was, to raise our nature to that, to be co-heirs with Christ, as Paul says. That is the gospel. And do Protestants have that gospel? No, they do not. Do Roman Catholics have that gospel? It's kind of buried under a bunch of gibberish, so not really.
Okay, so another question. Do you think that the work of atonement was accomplished after Christ went to Hades?
So all of that is the atonement. Because remember, if you read Hebrews locates the atonement that was symbolized by the Day of Atonement, right, where the high priest goes into the Holy of Holies once a year. The writer of Hebrews says that was completed when Christ in our nature went into the heavens of heavens, the third heavens. The Holy of Holies symbolized God's throne in heaven. So Christ, as our high priest, in the human nature that he assumed, fulfilled everything that the Old Testament high priest was doing when he ascended. The ascension is the fulfillment of the Day of Atonement, according to Hebrews.
Okay, so what does it mean when Christ says, it is finished?
Again, so it's finished in the sense that action was finished. The death was finished. That doesn't mean that everything's finished. Go back and read the Psalms, and almost all those Psalms are messianic prophecies. And in many, especially the first, 60 Psalms, right? You'll see that over and over and over, David prophesies not just the resurrection of Christ, but the descent into Hades. And again, this is in Paul's letters and in Peter. So the descent.
Can I add something to that? Because there's also another meaning that the fathers talk about, what it means it's finished. So
Sure.
if you go back to Genesis, God's creation, he commands, he speaks, and things come into existence. Only man is a project. He says, let us make man in our image. And so, a lot of the fathers and Orthodox theologians have talked about that the perfect man is Christ, and that becomes manifest in the completion of man and the union in the death itself, so that Christ is actually saying it's completed. In fact, the entire cosmic history is that God is for man, right? That God became man so that man may become God, as St. Athanasius says. And what that looks like, and this ties into what Jay was saying about the divinization too, that man's to be united with God. The projects, and this is in the very image of man itself, which God possesses in his logos, is completed in that act. It's what the late Father Thomas Hopko talks about, the word of the cross. Like, that's what God does. His thing, his logos is man, and he becomes man in order to complete that project in the death that was destroying man, and makes man in that act. So I just wanted to add that too because that's really important.
Okay, so another question. So, you wouldn't say that it was possible for Christ to be tempted, right?
Well, the scriptures say that he was tempted, but that doesn't mean that he had an internal movement towards sin. But he was externally presented with temptations by the devil, because the devil didn't know all of what God's plan was. So he doesn't. The devil's not omniscient. So when he's tempting Christ, he's presenting these external temptations. But that doesn't imply that Christ had a fallen human nature by which he was moved in terms of the passions, or what the Roman Catholics call concupiscence.
Right. So that's what the author of Hebrews is talking about when he says that Christ was tempted in every way like we were, right?
Right.
Okay, got it, man. Thank you so much for your answers and your time, man. I appreciate it. I gotta go.
Yeah. Great questions. Thank you so much. Yeah, and remember, Paul says, to each one of us grace was given according to the measure of Christ's gift. Therefore, he says, when he ascended on high, he led captivity captive and gave gifts to men. Again, citing the Psalms, citing the Old Testament. Now, Christ's ascent, what does it mean that he ascended? What does it mean but that he first descended into the lower depths of the earth? That's the doctrine of the descent into Hades. He who descended is also the one who ascended for us, far above all the heavens, and sits at the right hand, that he might the heavens, that he might fill all things. I misquoted that. Who ascended far above all the heavens, that he might fill all things. So Christ's descent is just as important as the ascent, and you can't have one without the other. But remember, the reformers didn't like this idea of the descent into Hades, and they tended to reinterpret it to mean just his death on the cross, not an actual descent into Hades. But when I was a Protestant, I always wondered, well, what does it mean that Peter says Christ descended into Hades, or that he preached the gospel to the spirits in prison, to the dead? Well, I mean, the Orthodox Church has always held that he descended into Hades. And you go read John Damascus in book 3, the end of book 3, summarizes just the history of the Orthodox view. Yeah, it means he descended into Hades. And by leading captivity captive, it means that he freed the patriarchs of the Old Testament, right? When he ascends with a cloud. Who is that cloud that he ascends with? The Old Testament saints in Abraham's bosom. Joseph. What's up, Joseph? Got to hit unmute. Are you there?
I don't even see him on the thing.
I see him. It's taking a while for his thing to connect.
Hello.
What's up, Joseph?
Hold on, let me adjust my presuppositions. Oh, here we go. I see him.
What's up, Joseph?
Hey, I think I'm on now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You mentioned something earlier about the Western Christian, Catholic theory of the nature of God being the root of a lot of the extreme positions theologically that ended up being taken and then resulting in a lot of the atheist hang-ups about God's existence and I guess his governance of the world. And that was something that started bothering me a couple of years ago, because it seemed like Western theologians they sort of made God into I think it was Parmenides. He was the Greek philosopher who was talking about a kind of singular, all-encompassing oneness with absolute properties or something, and absolute perfections. And
Sure.
That's not at all in the Eastern Christian perspective on God.
Well, I mean, we do believe it, right?
impression.
So we believe in divine simplicity, but we don't believe in a divine simplicity sometimes called identity thesis. Identity thesis is the idea in the academic jargon that any property or attribute of God is synonymous and reducible to the divine essence. So that's a really extreme version of divine simplicity that the West, in my view, did eventually adopt and dogmatized. I think that the key to this point in Roman Catholic theology is the Roman Catholic dogmas, not all the different schools that they try to deflect off into. Oh, Scotism versus Thomism versus... It doesn't matter. Let's just go to the dogmas, and the dogmas are pretty clear, especially at the Fourth Lateran Council, where they adopt a Lombardian view of identity thesis, which is one of the strongest. So in that view, yes, the properties are reducible to and isomorphically identified with the divine essence. And that is not the Orthodox view. We believe that God is one. God is simple. He's not made of parts, but he also possesses real distinctions. And he transcends that creaturely dialectic, right? So to have distinctions does not entail composition or division. And that's typically what most Roman Catholics think, is that if you posit that God has real distinctions, this somehow makes him a creature and makes him composite. And the irony is that even the Roman Catholics themselves posit a real distinction between the persons. Right, the Father is really distinct from the Son. Okay, well then, on your own logic, then you should believe in a composite deity. But they're just inconsistent, right? And they don't understand that the Church did not ever accept this absolute divine simplicity view. In fact, it accepted the Cappadocian teaching of the distinction between nature, person, will, and energy, which is essentially in the Cappadocians and Constantinople 1. Even though Constantinople 1 is not about the energies, it is the acceptance of Cappadocian theology, which includes the energies. And by the time of St. Cyril and by the time of St. Maximus, they all teach the clear energy doctrine. The Sixth Council teaches the essence-energy distinction doctrine by accepting the writings and teachings of St. Maximus, which his whole Christology is predicated on the essence-energy distinction in Christ. So it just becomes this absurd exercise in Roman Catholic theology to act like all of that was, different opinions and schools of thought. But you can see that the whole of Roman Catholicism is a big house of cards that really has collapsed ever since Vatican II, basically.
Jake, let's talk a little bit about, you and I have talked about this, but I think Joseph brought it up. There is the adoption by the West of this kind of Greek idea that...
He's still there.
Yep.
Yes, oneness holds primacy and is the principle of all things. So this really does come from Parmenides and Greek thought and stuff like this. And I was just teaching in the catechesis class, especially going through St. Gregory of Nazianzus and Basil.
Actually, in all the Greeks, I mean, really, this is in most of the Greeks, is the idea that there's some fundamental primacy to unity in the monad in terms of there's a Unitarian primacy, and that anything that's multiple or distinct is of a lower ontological status, and that's exactly what Roman Catholics think.
And as Pomazansky points out, and Losky, the Trinity is the principle. So
right.
This kind of
not unity.
Kind of whole
Trinity.
Order of Greek thought. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, normally, and I think Losky talks about this. This is why it's not simply numerical, because the principle of three would be one. You take the unit three times. He says that's not it. It's Trinity is the principle. So there's nothing behind. So it ends up being apophatic. The starting point is always Trinity. It is the principle behind all things. And you don't see that in the West.
No.
Or in Greek thought, too. It's always oneness.
It's always the unity, the monad.
And then they have to figure out, the Western Christians, well, how do we get three in there?
Right. It's not the monad or the essence that we start with. It's the person of the Father. The person of the Father presupposes and includes the eternally begotten Son and the eternally spirated Spirit. That's why the Cappadocians say, I cannot think of the one without soon being turned over to the three, and I cannot think of the three without soon turning back over to the one.
Yes, that's right. St. Gregory says that.
So one of the things that made me very uncomfortable with the, I guess the monadistic conception of God that I came to realize was very much a part of, a lot of Roman Catholics' conception. I don't think in practice a lot of Roman Catholics relate to God that way.
No, it's the theology. It's the dogma.
but like theologically, when I realized that was like how the theology expresses it, one of the things that I realized was that like that completely obliterates the possibility of human freedom on any level.
Yeah, and it does a lot of things. It also obliterates the incarnation, because you need a theology that gives proper place to distinctions such that one of the hypostases can enter into a mode of being that the other two do not. I make this argument all the time, and it's like Roman Catholics think you can do all this theology without even referencing the incarnation. How silly is this? I mean, the incarnation is the presupposition of all the theology, period, for Christians. So how are you going to have an incarnation of an absolutely simple unmoved mover essence? That's not how it works. The second person of the Godhead is the incarnate logos. Thus, we need a theology of mode whereby we can have a person of the Trinity enter into a mode of being that two do not. If you go with the monad Neoplatonic doctrine of Rome, you will destroy the incarnation.
Oh, and by the way, tons of the ancient heresies, guess where they come from?
Greek philosophy.
Yeah. Sabellianism, Arianism.
It's all their debate.
It's all because they assume the primacy
of unity.
The monad over.
Yep.
I noticed that there's an atheist professor that I sometimes talk to, and one of his real, and I noticed this also in Sam Harris, they're trying to, one of the things that they're worried about is the idea that morality or moral imperatives come from like what they refer to as divine command source. So like, and I also have a problem with this, the idea that morality is defined by the arbitrary decision of the like divine monad, basically.
Right, so this is the Euthyphro dilemma. It's not a dilemma.
He's referring to.
You get what I mean? Like, and I'm wondering, is there a way to? And Sam Harris always wants to like refer to the human subjective experience of like pain and suffering as the I don't know, the source of the moral parameter, I guess. Or the source of the moral rule.
Right. So the Orthodox view,
I've listened to your explanation of why that's not possible. Like, I never knew that Hume explained. I never knew what was meant. I didn't read him very deeply because he always seemed, I don't know, like I'm Catholic and I always felt suspicious about him, so I never really read him very deeply. But now I understand what is meant by. From listening to you, what is meant by you can't get an ought from an is,
right?
But is it possible to get an ought from like the telos of something, like the purpose? But then I suppose you would have to agree on the purpose. You'd have to presume that there is that you can recognize the purpose of something.
So again, this is why
is that possible, or is that not an answer to? Because this is one of the things that
can you hear me?
That I always want to say to this atheist professor that I know. He's a professor of philosophy, and he's always hung up on this divine command thing as the origin of morality.
Can you hear me?
And I'm like,
all right. So I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I gotta.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So let's unpack this, as the blue checkmark people say. Let's unpack this. Let's unpack this. All right, so my take, and I'll let Father Deacon reply if he wants to, but my take on the Euthyphro dilemma is that the dilemma is constructed on a kind of Greek presupposition of the chain of being and metaphysics. So the assumption is that there's a chain of being, and the monad or the one or the God or whatever is basically subject to the same dialectical problems of the created order. So God is not the same type of being that you have in the chain of being of the Greek philosophers. So for us, there's fundamentally two types of reality: uncreated reality, which is God himself, and created reality, everything that he created. So there's fundamentally two different types of things. They're not in a dialectical tension. So the good that exists in the created order is a kind of created good. But there's also uncreated good. So the Euthyphro dilemma functions, in my view, on an assumption that there's only one kind of good, and it's a chain of being good. But if you don't have the Greek metaphysic, right, the assumption a lot of the Greeks have of the chain of being, then I'm not going to be subject to that dilemma, because my whole metaphysic is informed by my Christian paradigm, which posits a distinction between God's essence and his energies. So the energies of God, God's goodness, they are a reflection of his holy character. The morals that we have are a reflection of the divine nature itself. They're not the divine nature, but God's morals come to us imaged or reflected in a sense of the nature that he has, his own holy character. And so when he gives us morals, it's a reflection of who he himself is. Thus, they're not arbitrary. They are what he is. The whole Euthyphro dilemma is constructed as if there is a good that God submits to, as that doesn't even make sense in the metaphysics of Christianity.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a dilemma constructed on a metaphysic that we don't have.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right.
And I mean, they typically put it this way. Well, the dilemma is either there's something, a good, and I think Jay's right. I think what you're doing is taking the category of the created order and then saying, which really is kind of an inductive fallacy if I think about it. Everything I experience in the created order is this way, so everything in the universe, including God, must fit into those categories as well, which is obviously the problem of induction.
Right.
But they typically construct it as, well, because everything I know of the created order, as far as determining things, either God has a reason or he doesn't. So do you see the dialectic? So if there's a reason, it's independent of him.
Yeah.
And if it's not, if it's him himself, then it's arbitrary. And so, but we...
Right, so they treat they treat morality as something, they treat them good as something separate from God.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting from Harris and...
right.
Now, again,
and
as Jay
other
said,
atheists,
we don't have
like
that problem because...
Right, because we conceptualize the good as being within the nature of God.
Yeah, it's one of the divine energies, right.
The divine energy.
Okay.
Yeah, so one could go, and if you go the absolute divine simplicity, you really don't solve that problem too. So typically arbitrariness means doing something for no reason or no good reason. So somebody said, well, God does, the reason why these commands or actions are good is because it reflects the standard of good. The reason is himself. Now, if you go the absolute divine simplicity route and be like, well, it's just his essence. The problem with that would mean that God's actions and commands are necessary.
Right.
So that opens a can of worms. But we get out of that. So we solve the Euthyphro dilemma, and then God's commands and actions in his creation are not necessary because he freely wills to move through his logoi, right? The things that are good, and there's multiple goods, to actually command and create the things that then reflect the reason which they're based off. And interesting, isn't the word logos means reason? So we get out of the two problems, that God's necessarily determined by himself, and two, the reason isn't something separate from him, and there is a reason, and therefore it's not arbitrary, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's they get hung up on the arbitrariness of moral imperatives coming from Christianity because they don't understand how we think of the divine nature or the source of moral imperatives.
Yeah, they're just thinking in terms of Greek philosophical categories. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. It sounds like it. Which results actually in. So their conception of God is actually a kind of, what would you say,
well, they're viewing God like, again, he's just another of the many things in the created order. Again, that's the chain of being idea, right?
Yeah.
that there's one kind of good in the universe, and God submits to it, and humans submit to it. But they're not understanding that in our metaphysic, good is one of the energies of God himself. But anyway, good questions there. We're going to move on. Thank you, I think Joseph, was it? Pedra? I can't see what it says. Petra Garde. What's up, dude? Guys, remember to hit like and share if you're enjoying this. What's up, dude?
Hey, man.
Hey.
I've been listening to you for a while.
Okay.
I just want to say I'm a big fan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your talks and everything have really inspired me to look into Orthodoxy. I grew up Protestant, non-denominational. My wife and I attended our first Divine Liturgy. Really liked it.
Good.
It was a little awkward because we showed up and there was a wedding. We didn't know that was just part of the package, so we felt like we were wedding crashers. But
wow,
wow, yeah.
Is that Owen Wilson Wedding Crashers?
Yeah, exactly. But so as I've been looking into Orthodoxy more and whatnot, trying to wrestle with my my Protestant notions and exploring, I'm trying to get some more books.
Okay.
More things to learn. I started out with Rock and Sand. Really liked it. Really answered a lot of questions. Another person recommended Nihilism by Father Seraphim Rose.
Right. Yeah, all good stuff.
Amazing too. So where I'm at right now is just getting, I don't know, I guess just exploring more of what does Orthodoxy believe. Because I know some things, like I don't have a problem with icons. I understand that they're not idols. I understand it's not an idol for me to have a picture of my grandma in my house, and I look at my grandma and I think of my grandma.
Okay.
Like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not idolatry.
Right.
One thing I haven't been able to find a lot of great information about is, because I've been seeing a lot of varying opinions, like the Theotokos thing with Mary. I mean, I understand, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong in any of this, Mary was not immaculately conceived. So Mary was not a divine person who was born sinless. Mary chose not to sin throughout her life.
Right, by grace.
Yeah, by grace.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when she died, she's now called the Queen of Heaven?
Correct.
Because
right.
she's just an honorable person and a saint, right?
No, she's the mother of the God-man, and so Revelation 12 refers to her as the Queen of Heaven.
Oh, okay. All right. See, so that clears up some more of that. Well, I just want to hop on and say thank you.
Yeah, she's the Ark of the new. She's the Ark of the New Covenant.
Okay, that makes sense. She's the Ark. You know that I do find that a lot of the Orthodox teachings that seem kind of strange to me on their face, as I explore them, and as I learn more about them,
right.
It's like, oh, that whole thing, like once you understand it, it just makes so much more sense for what else you read throughout the Bible.
Yeah. Right, and you know, when you start to read other passages like in the Psalms, what is it, Psalm 45, where you see the queen is arrayed in the gold of Ophir, that's Mary.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that starts to make so much more sense. Penal substitution never made sense to me.
It's 45 in the Protestant Bible, 44 in the Orthodox Bible, and you'll notice it says the queen is at the right hand of the king in interwoven with gold. Well, we know that's a messianic psalm about Christ. Well, who do we think that the heavenly queen is at his right hand? Mary, obviously.
That makes complete sense to me. So I guess what would be a good book to read going from there? Like, when I'm just trying to understand more about Orthodoxy, you know.
And you said your background is Protestant?
Church and become catechumen, you know. I'm trying to take it seriously.
Did you say
making sure that I understand and I don't have any...
Did you say your background is Protestant?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say something like Losky's Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church would be next.
Okay, Mystical...
By Vladimir Losky. That's always a classic.
Okay. Well, I'll let you go.
Hey, great questions. Yeah.
I do want to thank you for introducing me to chalk. I was a night shift worker for a long time.
There we go. Look at that.
To all the night shift workers out there whose testosterone starts to get destroyed.
Yep.
Tomcat Ali works. She legit is great.
Told you.
Do a little advertising here for Jay. And just wondering if you'd let me read a poem about me Funko Pops before I go.
Sure. Even though I've said many times that no poetry is allowed, if you do a Funko Pop poem after advertising for chalk, yes, you can do that.
Now I'm embarrassed. I don't actually have a Funko Pop poem.
Oh, well, what the heck, dude? All right, well, thank you so much. I mean, thought he was actually going to have some kind of clever poem, but that's okay, because, guys, remember, you heard it from, I don't know that guy, nice guy that called in, very cool. Tomcat Ali, told you it works. There you got a night shift bro telling you that it works. It does work. That's why I told you guys many times, don't take 2 or 3 of these in a day that you won't go to sleep. I made the mistake of doing that. He said he likes the She Legit. I personally have not been taking the She Legit, not because I don't like it, but Jamie takes it. So that's kind of her thing. She likes the Irish Moss and the She Legit because they're great for mental focus. So maybe that dude needed that on, the night shift when he's over there pulling them levers. Don't want to cut off fingers. You need that mental focus, right? He's pushing buttons. He's making widgets. A lot of fingers get cut off making widgets. When I buy widgets, half the time I open up a box, there's somebody's finger in there. I don't know what to do with it. Mail it back. I don't need your finger, man. Don't let your fingers get cut off in the widget making machine. Get the She Legit to have that mental focus and clarity. Get the Irish Moss, ladies, to balance out them hormones. You don't want to be all going wild over there. Hormone imbalance. We don't want that. You don't need that. Get over to chalk.com. That is the show sponsor. Awesome red pill based company. CHOQ.com. Use the promo code J50, JAY50, JAY50. You have to use the promo code. That will give you 50% off all the products. Also, I want to remind you guys, too, that any of the products that are over there, you can also set up a recurring subscription and you get a better discount. That's J53 Life. That's JAY53 LIFE. Use that promo code to get 53% off on recurring subscriptions that you set up. That makes it easy. You don't have to put all the information in there every time. That's a little thing that Jeffrey Bezos concocted over there at Amazon. I don't know if you heard of that company, Amazon, but they do a lot of that recurring subscription. Well, Chalk has that as well. They also have that. So use that promo code.
Jeffrey Bezos or Jeffrey Damos?
You can use whatever kind of Jeffrey you want. It's open forum Jeffries today. Let's see who's up next. Joseph. What's up, Joseph?
Jay.
Yes,
Father,
sir.
Tonight.
How you doing?
Hey, good. I kind of had a question / comment. As a convert from Roman Catholicism to Russian Orthodoxy, I get this a lot from my friends and family, not so much my family, but my friends who are still Catholic, who point out, I don't want to say the failings of the Patriarch of Moscow, but maybe some of his statements, but it seems very hypocritical because they're very reticent, or they completely ignore what Pope Francis has said, and I don't know what to say.
Well, I mean, I don't. So
nice to hear you, Father Ananias, and you too, Jay.
Hey, blessings, brother.
Hey, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the church, if our church was constructed around patriarchs being popes, then that kind of a criticism might hold water. And we hear the Roman Catholics; they say this all the time. They're like, what about you guys? They got problems too. Well, if the argument was that the Roman Catholic Church has problems and we don't, that might work. But no, I mean, in the Orthodox system, it's very hard for Roman Catholics to understand that it's a decentralized system. So there's a hierarchy, yes, but it's still within a decentralized system. And so you can have, I mean, I don't think this is necessarily the case, but theoretically you could have all the patriarchs fall into heresy. The church would still exist as long as there's still bishops out there, right? In Athanasius' day, as the Sedevacantists always point out, almost the entire almost the entire bishopric was Arian or semi-Arian, right? And does that mean, I guess the church failed because, by the way, they're always talking about the numbers, right? Well, if the numbers is the proof, then the church failed in the time of Athanasius because the numbers had dwindled to only a handful of bishops. So if it's only a handful of bishops at that time that were not tempted or fallen into semi-Arianism, then theoretically the church could lose every patriarchate and still exist, because patriarchates are not divine law. They come to us from the canons, from the councils, and they're movable, right? There's movement amongst those patriarchal things. Well, if that's the case, then they're not essential to the church. Were there patriarchates in the 1st and 2nd century? No. Okay, so then they're obviously not fundamental and essential to the church. Are they good things? Sure. They can be great things, but they're not essential. Just like an ecumenical council is not essential to the church. It's another dumb argument that Roman Catholics say, you haven't had an ecumenical council. Well, so what? There wasn't one for 3 centuries. So did the church not function for 3 centuries until Nicaea? It's just silly. So in the same way, it's unfortunate if patriarchates commit sinful actions or whatever, and, theoretically synods could depose them. But it's a false equivalence to say, well, the Pope does bad things, but so does the Patriarch of Moscow or the EP. Yeah, but our system isn't constructed like the Roman system where everything hinges on one dude. So it's a false equivalence.
Yeah. That as somebody raised Roman Catholic, it's difficult to overcome that mindset where where I tend to have to dissect everything that the Pope says, even when he's on the plane. It's just, it's the way that we're raised. So
right.
It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, in the Orthodox Church, you mentioned the patriarch in the liturgy, but I mean, it's a local church. It's fundamentally local. And the difference of attitude in the Roman Catholic Church is that it's fundamentally not local, right? Everybody's following the weekly soap opera drama of what's happening in Rome. And I mean, I don't keep up with or am particularly that concerned with what's happening in Moscow. I don't live in Moscow. I don't know what's going on in Moscow. So why would I be concerned, right, as to what's happening on a day-to-day basis with what's going down in Moscow? Because yes, I'm in communion with the Patriarch of Moscow, but we don't have this sort of extreme legalist view that leads to the Sacramentology view that if the guy in Moscow does something bad, then it's like a toxic, virus that invalidates everything in every jurisdiction. That's the legalistic, silly Roman Catholic view. That's the Sacramentology view.
Yeah. That's basic. Yeah, like I said, it's tough because one of the reasons I don't mean to prolong. But one of the reasons I had to leave the Catholic world, especially over the last few years, and it intensified under Francis, was that everything about Catholicism was just about the Pope. It was just
the whole religion. All the apologists, 95% of the apologists is just about papal lawyering. There's lawyers for the Pope. And even the ones that don't believe in the Pope are somehow still lawyers for the Pope, the Sedevacantists, right?
Yeah, and in the midst of that, I was losing Christ, and I said no. And that was one of the remarkable things about Orthodoxy is I was like, wow, Christ is at the middle of this religion again, and it's wonderful. Hey, thank you, God bless.
Yeah, I hope. Thank you, Joseph. Those are good questions. Hopefully that's helpful. Let's see who's next. Yeah, it's just and this takes a while too. Like it took me many years to divest from the Latin Roman Catholic mindset of being obsessed with some nonsense going on 1,000 miles away. I mean, do you really think that Christ set the church up so that your time and your energy should be spent following a stupid soap opera drama on the internet about stuff going on thousands of miles? How could nobody in the ancient world could even do that? So how silly is this? Yet, that's the very nature of the Roman Catholic system. Everybody hinging on what Francis says this week. It's just ridiculous. And obviously, it's an innovation and a deformation that occurred over many centuries. Do you really think that in the first 1,000 years, anybody in the world of the Orthodox Catholic Church was sitting around worrying what was going on in Rome? It would take probably years for them to even hear the news of what was going on in Rome. So it's just ridiculous. It's silly. Turbo Diesel, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so I'm a recent, not very recent, but a convert to Orthodox Christianity in Lithuania.
What's up, dude?
And I don't know if you know the situation, but it's basically there's a lot of resentment towards Russia right now. And
I don't know anything about Lithuania, no.
On our Orthodox churches, and 3 of our priests even got defrocked for even suggesting that we should go to Catholic Mass to receive communion. And our Metropolitan Innocent, I believe that's how it's pronounced, said that they want to separate from Russia and make our own jurisdiction over here in Lithuania. Some say they want to go over to Greece, but I don't know how I should feel about the situation.
I mean, it sounds like geopolitical problems, not theological problems, right? I mean, this sounds like the Ukraine all over again, right? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about Lithuania, so I'm just guessing.
Yeah, well, there's resentment, and our Metropolitan wants to separate from Russia and create his own jurisdiction. And I'm just, like, wondering...
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that that's probably not really what's going on. This is probably pressure being exerted by Washington, just like we saw in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess. So, theologically speaking... I shouldn't be worried if I attend a church that's like not under Metropolitan of Moscow.
Not unless there is a specific movement where there is an excommunication.
Mm-hmm. But the situation where we separate and create our own jurisdiction, what's like the process of that?
Well, I mean, that will play into what will happen, just like what happened in Ukraine. So in the Ukraine situation, to side with the schismatics is not the right approach. So I'm saying, and again, I don't know the situation in Lithuania. I don't know anything about Lithuania, but I'm saying if it's a repeat of the Ukraine situation, which is my guess as to what this would be, just guessing, then I would not side with the EP, if that's what you're saying going to the Greeks means.
Yeah, well, some of us want to, as I said, Metropolitan just want to create our own type of jurisdiction, and yeah.
Well, again, if that's being motivated by the U.S. State Department, then it's probably not being done for good reasons, even though there might be people with, legitimate gripes or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the reasons. I probably just think that, well, he stated that he doesn't agree with the Russian patriarch and his politics. That's about it.
But again, my assumption would be that it's probably not what's publicly being said. There's probably pressure being put on people from Washington, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I got it.
Father Deacon, could you speak to that? I mean, this is out of my domain. I don't know what to say.
Well, it is just the exact same thing that happened in Ukraine 4 years ago. There is a legitimate process. If you're
that's a good point. Yeah.
A patriarch, certain canonical procedures, you can't just go, well, I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm going over here. Now, any individual can choose to go whatever jurisdiction
that's a good point.
So you don't have to go, well, my bishop is this, and so he has to. No, the bishop is stuck in the jurisdiction he is, and he has to go through a certain canonical process. So the whole issue that was a problem 4 years ago was that only the one that you're under, the patriarch, can grant you autocephaly. So for you to break away and then another patriarch or jurisdiction to step in and say, well, I grant you by my authority, is a canonical violation. And again, as Jay said, what we saw 4 years ago is that had nothing to do with theology or even a particular patriarch's political beliefs or something. It was State Department, the U.S. and NATO pressuring and creating these things, and there were certain canonical violations. So, as far as you're concerned, you don't have anything to worry about because you're laity. You're free to go. You're not under any canonical obedience. As clergy and as the bishops, they all, like we all are. And so there's a procedure. You can't just go, well, I don't like being under, so I'm leaving. As far as my jurisdiction, now, I don't know how it works exactly with a bishop as far as a bishop transferring to another jurisdiction, but so that's not to take all of the, let's say, out of the Lithuanian church to another's jurisdiction. There is a process where an individual bishop, a priest, or deacon can go, I'd like to, me personally, with not the church, I'd like to transfer. And what that would have to do is canonical paperwork has to go into whoever you're under, and then whatever other jurisdiction patriarch then has to put in canonical paperwork to receive you. So it sounds to me, what you're describing doesn't sound like, it sounds like there could be some canonical violations. A bishop can't just take the Church of Lithuania and just go, I'm with these guys now. With exactly what we saw happened in Ukraine, and it was a problem. It was a canonical violation.
Hey,
so as a random like laity guy, I shouldn't be worried.
You have nothing to worry about. You're always a lady. You're under no canonical obedience. You're free to go to any canonical church that you want.
As long there's no heresy being taught, I suppose.
Well, I mean, you have the discretion, as far as like parish to parish, like, is it a good parish? I mean, you could end up, we've seen some bad parishes before too. They're still canonical and they're protected by that kind of grace, innocent till proven guilty in a canonical court sort of thing. That doesn't mean they're not guilty before God, but that's more of an issue of discernment. Yeah, if you know there's a bad priest that's abusing, people spiritually, or teaching not rightly dividing the word of the truth, don't go there, even if it's canonical. So go to a canonical, find a good parish that works for you, that has good people and a good priest. That's it.
All right, good questions, man. We're gonna move on. We got a lot of people on the line here. Pablo, what's up, Pablo? Unmute. Pablo. All right. Moving on. Sterling. What's up, Sterling? And then we got Gummy.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, so I had a few questions pertaining what you opened up with, the chat about, the dumbing down of people through education. And specifically, the topic I had in mind was beauty. When we call something beautiful, at least as it was in the past, it was something of more of an objective evaluation, that we say this thing is close to being what we think is beautiful. And through time, the movement of beauty from objective to subjective has pretty much destroyed it entirely. It's, well...
Oh, I totally agree.
If beauty is subjective, then you can't say if something is or is not beautiful. You also can't correct someone to say that their evaluation of it is wrong. And I think that's been done through, primarily through schooling systems, through modern art, I think so. You'd agree. Now, like, from a philosophical standpoint, what's your... input on that, and then from that, what would the Orthodox perspective be on what is beautiful?
Yeah, you can't really have beauty without God, because God is the beautiful. A lot of the church fathers speak of him in that way. If you go to an Orthodox church, you'll notice that aesthetics is pretty important. I mean, we think that God is an artist, and the writing that he does in terms of the created order, he wrote the created order like he wrote the Bible, and thus the icons are written, and they encapsulate Christ as the beautiful one. He's called the beautiful one. So Scripture calls him that, Divine Revelation calls him that. So there's no real reference point for beauty if beauty is only smushed into the immanent, and if beauty doesn't have a transcendent. So the loss of the transcendent, God, etc., necessarily will lead to the loss of beauty and further degradation over time. And so I think that you're absolutely spot on that the loss of the notion of beauty also being objective, beauty thus having a reference to the transcendent, is what led to the degeneration of the arts. But it wasn't just a kind of ideological thing, it was also a weaponized thing, which is very well documented in a lot of academic works and texts, such as Francis Stoner Saunders' book, The Cultural Cold War, where the CIA intentionally allied itself with postmodernists, deconstructionists, admittedly, and the Congress of Cultural Freedom, etc., to promote abstract degenerate art by design. That was all a social engineering outfit by design, admitted 100%, not even in dispute anymore. So it's a confluence of all these things. And I think that the correct approach is what we find in the ancient and medieval view, particularly the medieval church fathers. Even amongst the Latins, they retain the idea that beauty relates to symmetry, harmony, form, all of those things being in proportionality. All those things contribute to the beautiful. And, not just liturgical iconography, but also the arts in general in the social sphere, which are not identical to, in other words, we can have religious art. Roman Catholics basically see icons and paintings and everything as just, quote, religious art. We don't see it that way. We see there's canonical norms for what's appropriate and not appropriate in the liturgical service laid down particularly by the Seventh Ecumenical Council. So if you really wanted an in-depth view, I would say read the 2-volume work, Theology of the Icon by Lofsky and Ouspensky. That will give you the Orthodox conception of aesthetics. And beyond that, there is the excellent documentary, the 7-part, 3-hour documentary called The Icon. Those are all good introductions to Orthodox aesthetics. But I absolutely believe that it was an engineered attack on society to just further and further degenerate the arts and turn them into toxic culture weapons.
Yeah,
that's what I wrote.
Cool.
2 books on. I wrote 2 books on this.
Other question. I'm looking to join an Orthodox church near where I live, and I've got a lot of options, and I'm looking for guidance on kind of what the right questions are to ask a particular church before I go into it. If you had any advice on what I should be asking or looking for.
There's not like an easy. I wouldn't just have a list of questions. I would feel it out, to visit all the ones around you, and if you hear them preaching Skittles, evolution, stuff like that, those are going to be pretty easy indicators that that's not where you want to go. So, but you'll pray about it, and you'll be able to find the right church for you. Captain Gummy, he's been waiting for a while. I want to go to him. What's up, Captain Gummy?
Hey, Jay.
Yo.
So, I guess what I want to start with my background. I grew up, my father is a Presbyterian preacher, and I was baptized when I was a baby. I'm 26, but along, I guess, my younger years, I became agnostic. And I would say that 4 years ago, I guess I had a supernatural experience, and that's what kind of led me to the Bible. I've never, even growing up as a Christian, I never really understood the Bible, never really understood theology.
Did you find a cryptid? Did you meet Bigfoot, Chupacabra?
No.
I'm just joking.
I don't want to get too.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just making jokes.
Yeah. No, I don't want to get too deep into it, but I just had a supernatural experience.
Okay.
And that's what kind of led me to believe in Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in your theology, since I go to a Presbyterian church, I'm not saved. So I guess, what does that mean then?
Well, I think that there is grace that God gives to people and leads them, points them to the Orthodox Church. So it's not my place to say you're not saved per se, but we don't make those judgments on an individual basis, but we just tell people that, you know, you got to join the ark. You got to get in the ark. So I'm not judging you on a personal level. I just can't tell people outside the church, oh, you're saved. We don't have that knowledge. I also don't have the knowledge that, oh, you're not, you don't have any grace, right? I can't say that. So, I think that God does grant grace to people. If he didn't grant grace to people outside the church, they wouldn't come to the church. You can't get to the church without grace. But the faith and the fullness of grace is in the Orthodox Church. It's the only church. So the other ones are, they have truths, right? There are graces in those churches in the sense that God hears those people's prayers. God has a relationship with those people because he has a relationship with everybody. But the process of being joined to the body of Christ is only the Orthodox Church. So I don't judge you on an individual level, but I can say on a public profession basis that Presbyterian churches are heterodox churches, groups.
Yeah, so when I had that experience, I kind of just read the Bible for myself, and I found myself aligning more with the apostolic faith. And I remember talking to a Roman Catholic, and he told me that in the catechism that if I'm kind of ignorant of the theology, that I could still be saved. Is that what the Orthodox position holds too?
Again, we're not going to say, you will be saved even if you're ignorant, or, oh, you will be lost because you're ignorant. Or, I mean, we're not going to make that statement. Paul says it's not our duty to judge people outside. It's our duty. It's our duty to tell them to join. That's our duty. So I'm not going to tell you either way, because I know that as soon as I start judging people, that same judgment will be used on me. That's what God says, right? So Paul says very clearly that we tell them to come in, and I'm not going to judge people without.
Yeah. So, yeah, I've been reading the Bible, and I see myself aligning more with the apostolic faith. So how does one get saved through, Orthodoxy?
So Orthodoxy, so for us, salvation has a beginning point, it's a process, and it has an end point. So it's a threefold thing. It's not like a once saved, always saved, one time, pray the sinner's prayer, Romans road. That's not, we have a different conception of salvation. So salvation begins with your experience now. So you're on the process path of salvation right now, it sounds like, or you wouldn't even be interested in the Orthodox or the apostolic faith. So that is the beginning of your salvation, and that begins even outside of joining the church. Then the next step is inquiring in the Orthodox Church. Then the next step is becoming a catechumen. That's usually 6 months to 3 years, depending on your priest or your spiritual father. And then the beginning, official beginning, is baptism, depending upon what is determined for how you should be received. So then you begin that begins the battle. Then that's just the beginning. Once you're baptized or received into the church, that's the beginning of the whole spiritual warfare in the Christian life. And then hopefully, by God's grace, we fight a good fight and die a good death in God's grace. So that's what salvation is.
So if one, I guess this question is more towards Father Adonias, because I want to become a priest, and I'm going to a seminary school in New York, but this is like a Protestant type, theology based. So I'm guessing you don't have to go to a seminary school to become a priest, right?
Yeah, absolutely you do.
Oh, is there one here in the East Coast that you could recommend that I could look at?
I would start with the first steps. So,
yeah.
Not to cut off Father Deacon, but I would say join the church first, learn the church, live it, then worry about priesthood down the road. But Father Deacon, what do you think?
Yeah, baby steps too, and keep in mind too that this is why you need to spend time. First of all, there's canons. You have to be in the Orthodox Church for 3 years before you can even go to seminary. And that's just a minimum. You also have to be recommended by your priest. So unlike Protestantism, we typically have the idea in Orthodoxy that all of us are in spiritual delusion, prelest,
And so there's nothing wrong with having the desire to go into the priesthood, but ultimately we put that in the hands of our spiritual fathers and priests, who are able to see our talents and know us better, and they'll actually recommend. And I say just, do that. Don't try to, that's a heavy responsibility, becoming priest, and it's a long road. You'll have to get into seminary, you have to do 4 years, you have to have a bachelor's, and then again, this is the fastest you could go. 4 years undergraduate, 3 years minimum in the church, and then the 3-year seminary, and none of that guarantees that you'll become a priest. Even if you graduate with an MDiv, again, the priests and bishops of the seminary itself are looking and seeing, is this a good candidate for the priesthood? So I know that's really different than kind of Protestantism, but again, it's fine to have the desire and kind of work towards that. Don't work too fast. Just work on the fundamentals. And your priest and spiritual father will be able to, I think you're a good kid. They'll usually approach you.
Okay. I'll definitely look into that. And for Jay, what's your view? I know Roman Catholic has a different view on purgatory. What's kind of the Orthodox view of purgatory?
Yeah, if you read the sermons of St. Mark of Ephesus, he has great sermons against purgatory. So the Orthodox Church does not hold that God has any created fire. Paul talks about our God as a consuming fire. God's not a creature. So how could there be a created fire? There's not a created fire. God, the fire that's mentioned is the uncreated fire or energies of God that test our works. And St. Mark of Ephesus' sermons are the famous statement of the Orthodox Church on that after the Council of Florence. But great questions there. Thank you for that. We'll take a couple more, and then I'm going to have to do the super chats. And guys, tonight, I think I do have enough energy. I'm going to try to do the part 2 tonight over on Rockfin, and it will also be available for subscribers to the website as we lecture through the Johann Rațiu. Apparently, I was corrected by the Romanian bros out there. I don't know Romanian. I can't speak Romanian. There is no Z in this, but I'm supposed to know that there's a Z there. So we're going to cover the next 70, 80 pages of Rațiu, which will take us up to chapter 3 in the history of Fabianism and Lord Milner and their role in the conversion of the British Empire into what it is now through Fabian socialism. So this is a extensive history, super well copiously documented history of the Fabian Society in the British Empire, and what their designs were and how they relate and matter to us in today's world. So we had a pretty good reception of the first lecture about 6 days ago, which is still on the front page of the YouTube channel. And part 2 will be for subscribers. I'll just do that to make it easy on Rockfin, and then record that and give the same recording to the website subscribers so that nobody's getting cheated. It's all the same information. And we'll go through the next 70 pages, which will take us up to about a third of the way through the book. So this will probably be a 6 total fronts, 3 lectures, half and half, 6 total to cover the entire book, because it is a fairly long book and it's very well documented. So that'll be tonight, maybe in a couple hours, but I'm getting kind of hungry, so I'm gonna have to go eat. We'll take the next couple questions, and we got some super chats. We got to do those too. So there's quite a few super chats there. David, what's up, Dave? You gotta unmute, man. Do you want to talk, bro? Gotta unmute, brah.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question, and I just I'm just gonna tell you a little bit about my background, where I come from. I basically lived through all of my life in the Middle East, and I used to believe in the so-called religion of peace. Excuse me. And then I came to the conclusion that there's basically no evidence that a supernatural power exists. So how do you know that this whole universe, everything that we're being surrounded with, is or was created by some supernatural power, God, whatever you want to call it?
Right. So the way I believe it, or would say that I know it, is on the basis of divine revelation. So no, I don't have a direct, like, empirical experience that the world was created by God, but I believe in a divine revelation which explains that God did that. And I know that the divine revelation is true because of what I would call the transcendental argument. So the transcendental argument is a philosophical argument for why God has to exist for there to be knowledge, metaphysics, or ethics at all. So it's a philosophical argument.
I see your point. So you're basically saying that there is no, let me ask you this question. So you say that you believe that there is some entity or God did something. So
right.
How are you certain about this proposition?
Because my certitude is in the divine revelation that tells me that. So I believe divine revelation makes my entire worldview coherent.
And there's not some epistemic standard that can be justified by which you can say, I'm right to believe this or not, or this counts as evidence and this does not, apart from the revelation itself. So we all just presuppose that we can make these judgments and justify them as far as what constitutes as evidence, what constitutes as proof. And then when you analyze that, you realize that none of these people have any proofs for proofs. It's just their assertions. They have no criteria for their justification criteria. So it's more than just knowing. It is the grounds for the possibility of knowing anything. So without the being that we're talking about in his revelation, there is no critiques. There are no arguments. There is no evidence and there is no proofs. That's a much stronger argument than any deductive and certainly inductive argument.
That's me. All right. Thank you, guys. That's my question.
Yeah, good question. Let's see who's next. Jamie Joseph. What's up, Jamie Joseph? Unmute if you want to ask something.
Oh, hello. Hi. So I'm inquiring into Orthodoxy, and I had a question about the intercession of saints. So I understand the scriptural background for it, reasoning for it, but I was wondering if there is certain criteria for what saint you could ask to intercede for you, because aren't we all called saints in heaven too? So like, what would stop me from like asking a deceased grandfather or something to intercede for me in prayer?
Right. Well, there's a difference between the general term that, you know, Paul uses, calling all of us or all the church saints, and somebody who's recognized as somebody who lived an exceptionally virtuous Christian life. So usually that's something that occurs within the liturgical or iconographic tradition of the church. So it would be restricted to those people.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great question. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay.
Thanks.
And I think last was Pablo. He tried to talk earlier. You want to try to talk again, Pablo?
Yo.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
Great. What's up with you?
I'm chilling. So, I mean, I have a few questions.
Okay.
You can stop me when like I exceeded my limit, but about pretty much everything discussed. So I want to start with, I have atheism, Islam, and Orthodoxy and Catholicism. So a few questions from those. So what are your thoughts on what is the difference between like original sin, Catholicism, and Orthodoxy?
So the Orthodox view never really accepted all the ideas of the Augustinian view. So, for example, we don't think that there's inherited guilt. Augustine did teach inherited guilt. The Roman Catholic Church did for several centuries accept that view, and then tempered that view in the early and Middle Ages to early Middle Ages and Middle Ages to soften it with the limbo of infants. So Orthodoxy never accepted any of that. That would be first and foremost. We think that Augustine misunderstood the statement in Romans 5 that all men sinned in Adam, whereas it should be translated all men sinned because of Adam, not in Adam. So Augustine seemed to view Adam as that all people kind of existed in Adam as in an archetype, and so that's how there's inherited guilt. He's very clear about inherited guilt in many passages, and that's why you can see all the way up into the writings of St. Photius explicit rejections of the idea of inherited guilt, or that infants themselves carry guilt in them having not ever committed an actual sin. And that's where the Roman Catholic Church eventually tempered their view. So that's the main distinction between us and Roman Catholics. There's other issues too that relate to Mary and the Immaculate Conception and why we don't accept all that stuff, but those are kind of outworkings of the Augustinian presuppositions.
Okay. What about Marian apparitions? Do you think any of them are valid, or it was just made up to like get people to believe in that stuff? What do you think?
I think that the Orthodox Church does believe that there have been certain miraculous types of appearances, but we don't. That doesn't mean that we accept the Roman Catholic apparition claims. And even E. Michael Jones, who is a traditional Catholic and believes in certain apparitions, admits in many other cases, like Medjugorje, that that's a completely invented Cold War psyop. So I would just say to E. Michael Jones, well, if Medjugorje is a Cold War psyop, why can't Fatima be a World War I psyop, which is what I think it was.
Also, and if St. Mary's Orthodox, why is she leading them to the Roman Catholic Church and not the Orthodox Church?
Yeah. That's a very good point. It's a very good point.
And by the way, I mean, Coptics claim that Mary appears. I mean, you just can't. I mean, the CIA admittedly has faked Marian apparitions. It's in at least 2 places where they talk about doing this. So you can't judge the faith on the basis of apparitions. I think there will be miracles and things like this in the true faith, but if every faith claims this stuff, that's not going to be the thing that determines which one's true and which one's false.
Of course, absolutely. So I know the idea is that we'll be resurrected at the end of times in the eschaton, right? So will we stay on Earth? Because, I mean, it's a silly question, but the sun will blow up, right? And basically Earth won't exist anymore. So do we stay on Earth? No,
that's not a silly question. And no, I don't think we have some heliocentric explosion view. We don't know how God will dispense with the existing order, but the idea is not to destroy the universe. The idea is to renovate it and restore it to the Edenic ideal. So the whole universe will basically become Eden. New heavens and a new earth in the Orthodox eschaton is not an antibody, ethereal, mental existence. That's more of a Gnostic Roman Catholic view. Whereas we think that there will be a new heavens and a new earth. And basically, as the Eastern Fathers say, I mean, the whole universe was created for man. So it'll be a restoration of the universe.
Awesome. So you won't stay on Earth, but we'll go to heaven, right?
Well, I think that all of the universe will be heavenized, so to speak.
Okay, that's interesting. Let me see here. So, do you think Eastern Orthodox can pray the Rosary or just stick with the Jesus prayer?
No, I mean, typically the history of there might be some people who allow this at some instances for people who are like inquiring, but it's not a good idea because the Rosary is kind of bound up with the idea of imaginative prayer, which is a Roman Catholic thing that Orthodox reject. So we do not believe that you should cultivate imaginary images, and that is explicitly something that the Roman Catholic Church does foster. They do believe in that. So that alone really is kind of like a reason to not do the Rosary, even though technically speaking, there's nothing in the Rosary that's like inherently unorthodox, because it's just kind of repeating phrases from the Gospel of Luke. But no, it's just it ends up causing more problems than it does help, in my view. So no, I would not advocate the Rosary.
Right. So I think a big negative thing for Christianity in the West is that the Catholic missionaries came and they did all these things, you know what I mean? But so why did the Orthodox never? I may be wrong, probably am, but like, why did the Orthodox never like set up any missions in other continents? Or am I wrong in that?
I mean,
like,
have you heard of Alaska? they did.
Okay. All right.
Right. So if you watch it, so if you go to Ubi Petrus, he did a whole documentary on this question of whether Orthodox do missions, and this is just kind of it's more of a like a Roman Catholic attempt, a weak Roman Catholic attempt to debunk. There've been plenty of plenty of Orthodox missions. So go to Ubi Petrus channel and watch the whole documentary on that.
All right. Okay. So when Jesus ascended into heaven, did he just ascend into space, or like did he ascend a little bit, then a portal opened up? Like, how does that work?
No, he ascended literally into the third heavens, which is the throne room of God itself, which was symbolized in the high priest going into not just the temple, but into the Holy of Holies. Hebrews 7. If you read Hebrews, especially chapter 7, it explains that Christ is fulfilling the symbolic actions of the Jewish high priest by his ascent into the third heavens, which is the Holy of Holies, God's throne itself.
Okay. Now, okay, so is the Trinity dependent on each other? I've heard that Muslim claim that, they're dependent on each other, so it's not really one. What do you respond to that?
Well, the Son and the Spirit depend on their existence from the Father, but their existence is an eternal generation and spiration. So, I don't understand what the argument was. That means that they're not one. Is that what you said?
Yeah. That was the. I don't buy the argument, but I just wanted to see what you would respond to it.
Well, again, we think that God is unique in that just because there's distinctions in Him does not mean that there's diminishment in ontological status in terms of the distinctions. So just because, and there's not just one type of distinction, there's different distinctions that we make about God. So for example, God is distinct and multiple in many ways and still one. So for example, the energies are distinct, the persons are distinct. There's a distinction between person and nature, and all of these distinctions, in our view, they don't compromise God's unity or God's simplicity. And I just simply flip that question back on the Muslim to say, you guys actually believe in 99 names. You have the exact same problem that we do, and yet you act like you don't have that problem because you will turn around and say,
wow. Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
because I was talking to my Muslim friend, he was getting all heated about it, but, it is what it is. But so, so another...
I would just say, okay, so how does the 99 names avoid the same problem that you say the persons make?
Right, that's true. So another claim that he put up was like, why does God need a son? And the son is more of a title, right? It's not like his biological son, right?
It's neither a title nor a need. It's an eternal reality that has always been the case. We believe that there's always been, if God's eternally the Father, then that suggests that he eternally has a son.
Awesome.
It wasn't a need, it was an eternal relation. It's not a need, it's an eternal begetting and an eternal relation.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. One thing that I've seen going around is like, how can Satan and the other angels have rebelled from heaven without the freedom of the will?
That is how they rebelled.
No, I know, but I thought angels didn't have it.
No, they do.
They do? Okay, so it's more of a Protestant thing then.
Well, I mean, I don't understand that question. I mean, Protestants.
No.
Go ahead.
No, because I've heard that angels, their whole purpose, like they can't deny what God says. That's what I've heard. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Well, so in the Orthodox conception, when this is discussed, they talk about the fact that because angels are not, angels can be in time, but they don't exist in time and space. And so their testing occurred in an instant. That's why there was a one-time testing, and they either by grace stayed with God or they rejected God and became demons. That's our view. But it didn't occur in time and space because angels don't exist in time and space. They exist in the noetic realm. So that's why their testing was different, because they're not primarily temporal beings. But we are temporal beings, and so our testing takes place throughout our whole life.
Right. Okay. What are your thoughts on the Eastern religions, like when the reincarnation thing? Is there anything to like refute that? I don't know.
Yeah, all of the Eastern religions basically devolve into the impossibility of knowledge or the impossibility of ethics or metaphysics. So they're self-refuting religious traditions that give primacy to an absolute amorphous blob unity, which all the particulars must be smushed into, and that ultimately makes knowledge and ethics impossible. So they're self-refuting. That's how you refute them.
Okay. So I have a few atheist friends that are like, they basically tell me that, I just believe this stuff because it's wishful thinking. I don't really know how to respond to that.
Well, that's a fallacy. That would be emotional appeal fallacy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So just tell them that just point out that that's a fallacy. You could turn that right back on them and say, okay, well, you believe atheism because you think that it's a strong position, but you're actually weak.
Interesting.
Yeah. Do you understand why that's a fallacy and emotional appeal?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've heard in history that the Tsar was seen as divine. Was that a lie, or?
I've heard several people say authority comes from God and has a divine origin, but that doesn't make the authority itself divine.
Okay. I have this observation. Like, you know how in the beginning of the 2000s, like, the new atheists came up, and then you got videos on YouTube, like, you know, in Big Think, like Bill Nye, and like they're trashing Christianity and stuff. Do you think that's a psyop? Like, it's clear. Like,
I do.
It's pretty clear that they're like attacking belief for no reason. Like, there's no good reason to do it.
Well, I think they have their own personal motivations for money and career. But no, I've done multiple podcasts where I also go into the possibility that atheism is part of a psychological warfare operation. Yes.
Yeah. What do you think is the main reason for the downfall of Christianity or belief in the West and like the rise of atheism?
I think it has a long ideological trek from absolute divine simplicity, which led to the Enlightenment and empiricism. So it's a long thing from ADS to filioque to Thomism to atheism and empiricism.
Right.
All right, so we'll take one more question, then I'm going to have to move on to the super chats. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's more of a conspiracy question. Is the Moloch worshipped in the Bohemian Grove the same as the one in the Bible?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I don't know that we exactly know all the details of. I mean, I think Moloch was a child sacrifice deity. You know, he appeared to have had like a bull horns with, you know, but the deity at Bohemian Grove is an owl, not a bull. So I'm not sure why we would think that's Molech.
Okay.
The owl is like Minerva, so that would be more like an illuminist idea from Freemasonry or from Hegelianism or something like that. So I don't know necessarily that it's supposed to be Moloch.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John.
All right. Yeah. Good questions, man.
All right.
Let's do the super chats. We got several that came in, and if I don't do the super chats, we'll never finish this. I'm gonna give it maybe 2 or 3 hours, and then I'll do the part 2 over on Rockfin tonight for you guys. And remind you also, if you want to support me, you can also do it through going to the website, getting the books. There is my 660-page book, which is all my philosophy and theology essays from the last 10 years. The red book, as it's called. There's also the shorter Introduction to Philosophy, which is the essays, meta-narratives. It's about 15 of the essays that I thought were good for introducing a lot of the philosophical topics that we cover here. So I think I'm at 49 or 50 5-star reviews on Amazon for the meta-narratives. So shout out and thanks to all the people who did give me the good reviews for that book on Amazon. Really appreciate that. And guys, hopefully you saw on my Rockfin or over at Lord Voldemort's website, I hosted Friday, and I think we did a really good show on Friday. And by the way, I think I want to play this clip from Matt Fradd and Trent Horn. I'd like to see what they say in that clip. But if you didn't catch my Rockfin, it was on soft power. So if you don't know what soft power is, you're really going to be out to lunch when it comes to geopolitics. Soft power is a crucial idea for how to exert influence that's not overt military action, not kinetic warfare, but cultural, ideological, economic influence is soft power. So you need to understand that. And I went into a lecture on the 4th hour there for, again, large audience over there at Lord Voldemort's. And that is right there on Rockfin. And it's also, by the way, subscribe to me on Rockfin, guys, if you want a lot of the spicier content that you can't really talk about over here on the tubes. So let's see. Super chats. We got, what is perennialism in the traditional school? Do they make good points? Well, perennialism, let's go look it up. It's defined as a school of philosophy dedicated to perennial wisdom. It includes the idea that there's a metaphysical skeletal truth behind the world religions, and that the world religions operate all on an exoteric and esoteric basis. It has a lot of similarities to Neoplatonism. You go back to the Renaissance Hermeticists of Marsilio Ficino, Pico della Mirandola, or even medieval Kabbalists. They're kind of the basis for the perennial school tradition. This would be people like René Guénon, Fritjof Schuon, and unfortunately also eventually Philip Sherrard seemed to go into that direction. Do they have good points? At times they have interesting critiques. You know, there's Upton's book, Antichrist, which I think we would agree with a lot of that, of the spirit and principles of Antichrist, the idea of, he's got another term, what's he call it? Counter-initiation, which deals with like the promotion of a lot of the degeneracy. But there's also a lot of things that we wouldn't accept. You know, it's a connection and affiliation with Sufism, the basically relativistic morass that it falls into. I'm well aware that perennialists don't believe that they are relativists, and they try all the time to distinguish themselves from relativism, but I don't see how it doesn't end in relativism. For example, I did a debate with a perennialist about 5 years ago, and that debate is still up. It's called Orthodoxy versus Perennialism, and you can find that debate right here. And I just hammer on how I think it's just still relativism. So that's the whole of that debate. You can watch it right there if you want to, but that's my take on perennialism. So Dioscorus, $2. What is your thought on St. Cyril's explanation of the union between the divine human natures and Christ as inward and real without any division, change, or confusion? 100% accept that. I think that St. Cyril of Alexandria is one of the most important of the Orthodox Church Fathers. Anonymous, $1. What sense do you become gods in the afterlife? John says that in the resurrection we will be like him, for we shall see him as he is. And Paul says that in the resurrection Christ will conform our lowly body to the image of his glorious body. So the closest analog that we have in Scripture would be the resurrected Christ. So go and look at the resurrected Christ in the Gospels. That's the pattern for what our eschatological resurrected state will be like. John Doe, $3. Why is modesty good? Why should we not recognize the achievements and virtues, but rather undermine them and behave in a weak way? Well, I think that kind of wrapped up in the notion of divine law is that God gave us his laws as a way for us to live like him, to be like him, and to flourish. So if we think that it's good to do well and to flourish, then we would want to obey the moral law, divine law, adhere to the virtues, and shun the vices, because ultimately they would be self-destructive to ourselves. And if you want to say, well, why should we not self-destruct? I would say that, well, the Christian paradigm, right, gives us the answer to that, which is eternal life. You know, we do want to live forever. We do want to exist as we were intended to exist, right? So God is the ultimate telos for us. God gives us our telos to be like him and to participate in divine life. And so to undermine the virtues and to be evil and to be wicked is just destructive to ourselves. So I don't know, beyond that I wouldn't know how to say why should we choose the good over the evil. Anonymous, $1. Is monasticism and priesthood celibacy better than a family? I think that there is grace in every state in life, so people are called to different things. So there's not a one-size-fits-all better for everybody, but there is the potentiality, according to St. Paul, to do things if you're a celibate that you can't do married. So it's not so much a better versus worst as it is that you can offer more in terms of serving the kingdom in that way, as opposed to whether it's good or bad, right? So I think it's phrased wrong. John Doe, $3. Is there monastic ideas in the Bible? Yes, John the Baptist lived an ascetic life, so he's kind of the model of asceticism. John the Baptist is kind of following in the tradition of Elijah, Elisha, and the schools of the prophets, who existed also in a very ascetic way. That's why it says in Scripture that John the Baptist came in the spirit and power of Elijah, because he's in that kind of a tradition. You also have the idea of the Nazirite vows, and that was a form of early Jewish monasticism, you could say. It's not identical to monasticism, but it kind of prepares the way for what the Orthodox Church would see as monasticism, again, modeled on the figure of John the Baptist. So that is what I would say is kind of the model for that. Jesus himself remained single, and so in that way he's kind of the image of that, as well as the Virgin Mary. So there are goods that are there, but we shouldn't fall into thinking that because those are good, therefore marriage is bad, right? And this is a problem that Augustine struggled with. It's, again, one of the things that we don't accept in Augustine, because as we pointed out when I lectured through City of God, if you guys remember, we found the sections where Augustine says he's struggling with why and how sex is not still evil. I mean, he says that. He says, I can't understand how this doesn't involve some necessary sin. Okay, well, that's a problem with you, Augustine, not a problem with us or with the Orthodox tradition. So again, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm saying that we have to even say when particular saints are wrong, that they're wrong. It would be wrong to adhere to something false, even if it's in a saint. And that's just not true. So there's nothing inherently superior. It's rather that it frees you up to do more, right? It's not the thing itself, right? This is why I desire mercy, not sacrifice. Sacrifice can be good in that it can prepare you for doing more than you could if you're married or doing this or that. But we're always, as human beings, tempted to think in these false either-or dialectics, right? Like, oh, if monasticism and celibacy is good, that must mean marriage is bad and sinful, and that's just simply not true, right? There's different goods, and there's some goods that are better than other goods. A better good doesn't make a lesser good bad, and this is something that, again, people just can't wrap their heads around this. They always want to think in these dialectical ways. There can be multiple goods. Again, the Orthodox view of the eschaton is that there are multiple goods. There's not just one good. But really good question. You go on to say, monasticism rejects the natural world and human nature. No, it doesn't. I mean, again, the principles of monasticism are actually found even in the Old Testament. For example, we find Samuel is dedicated as a child to serve at the temple. So that's a kind of monasticism. We find that the Old Testament people were told not to approach God if they'd been with their wives within the last 3 days. That's, again, another early form of monasticism. There's fasting in the Old Testament. Okay, so none of these things mean that the natural world is bad, because monasticism or ascetic practices are not ends in themselves. They're means to an end, right? And a means to an end can also become a stumbling block. This is why many of the saints and elders say that if your asceticism leads you to spiritual pride, it's actually worse than if you had not been an ascetic. And so I would argue that no, the purpose of asceticism is not to reject the natural world. You might have ascetics who falsely come to that conclusion to get puffed up, but no, actually monasticism is an affirmation of the good of the natural world. In the Old Testament, the emphasis is on community and family. Monks and hermits reject this. No, they don't. So again, not everybody is called to that. They are not rejecting it. In fact, in many places, the families have a close relationship to monasteries. And I mean, that still exists in America. There's a lot of, you go to Orthodox monasteries, you'll find a lot of families that are really close to the monastic community. So I would just say that these are assumptions about how this stuff works and not really the way that it is. And, you know, the monks that I've met, by the way, we've actually helped people become monks. I didn't realize this until I went to DC and met some of the people who are novices and who are wanting to become monks. I didn't even realize that we had that effect. And, you know, none of the people that I met were like against families or thought families were bad. again, it's not everybody is called to that. And so Jesus says it's a gift, right? And not everybody is granted all of those gifts. So, but I don't think that it means that the world is bad. It could lead to that. Palantir, $3. Apologies for a dark topic. Can you discuss SUICIDE? Well, I mean, I'm not a spiritual counselor or advisor, but I would just simply say that every time in the Bible SUICID comes up, did you notice that it's demonic? So we find this with Saul, and we just read, Jamie and I just read, finished 1 Kings, and you'll notice the progression of Saul to where he's doing really well, and then he starts to not obey and question and do his own thing, and this eventually leads to where he is plagued and troubled by an evil spirit, right? This is what prompts him to try to kill David multiple times, right? Then he progresses to the occult. He invokes the witch, or he goes to the witch of Endor, right? So it goes from bad to worse, and then we end up with Saul falling on his own sword. So Saul's case is one of the key biblical instances of SUICIDE, and that's demonic. We find the guy who throws himself into the fire and against the rocks in the Gospels, trying to commit SUICIDE. What's his problem? Demonic. And so we have Jesus in that case as well, healing that guy. And what's the other case? I'm sure you guys all know it. Judas. Judas, it says in the Gospels, became possessed by Satan, particularly when they're at the Last Supper. And it says Satan entered him. And so what does Satan drive Judas to? SUICIDE. So every time that it comes up in Scripture, we find that it's explicitly listed as something demonic. So that's my input on SUICIDE. I don't know if that's very helpful, but I would say that people that are struggling with that are dealing with more serious spiritual problems than what typically people think it relates to. And if a soldier, you said, takes their life because they will be captured and tortured in captivity, well, these are different cases than people who are, depressed and doing this for another reason. So I didn't know you were going to go in this direction. I just thought you were talking about in general. So I don't think that those actions would be identical to what's going on with Judas and Saul, right? These would be people taking a life for a different reason. I'm not sure that... So I don't think it equates to the demonic in a one-to-one way that the other ones do. It still might be considered murder, but God can forgive murderers. So, I mean, I would tend to say that there are circumstances where people have taken their life that does not equate to a demonic motivation of suicide. But ultimately, God judges that. I'm not judging those people, right? So, for example... Let's say the case of a spy who was instructed to take a cyanide pill because they would leak state secrets that could lead to the destruction of their people or something like that. I think that there would be mitigating circumstances. What I'm trying to say. That doesn't mean I'm advocating suicide. I'm just saying that you can come up with these really anomaly examples of where there might be a case that a person has to do something like that in extenuating circumstances, and I would not judge that as, oh, you're going to hell, you're suicide. There may be a case like that. But really good question. It's a difficult question. I don't have all the answers to that. What about somebody mentally or terminally ill? I think that people that have mental terminal illness that they're not willfully the cause of, I think God does not hold those people accountable. So there should be a place in law for insanity. I'm not saying that insanity should totally give people carte blanche, because people can abuse that. But it does seem like, there are cases where people are not accountable for their actions, and that should mitigate the guilt. And I think that if we as human beings in the legal system can understand guilt being mitigated by these circumstances, then God would as well, right? God's a better and more fair judge than any of us will be. So, yeah. King in, I'm not going to say that $1. What do you think of Dugin's philosophy? Again, I've covered this probably 20 times. I think that Dugin is basically a perennialist who is favorable towards orthodoxy. I've done about 3 critiques of the elements in Dugin's philosophy that I disagree with. And then I've also talked about areas where I think he's correct. So I think I've given a very clear, open, honest appraisal of Dugin's philosophy many times over. And so the people who just sort of trumpet and restate that I'm sort of a Duginist is just not true. And it's really just kind of dishonest. And it's just a lazy thing that the Roman Catholics do, when I've said on at least 3 lengthy podcasts where I disagree and think he's influenced by Gnosticism. And so for them to keep saying that kind of stuff is just dishonest. So let's do this one last. So there's another super chat. Let's see. Oh, there's actually a few more. I missed these. Captain Gummy, can I ask some questions? Yeah, I think you did. Come on. Palantir, $3. Is it a sin to listen to certain kinds of music that get your aggression going, like lifting weights and gangster rap? I suspect the answer is yes, if the lyrics are not godly. I mean, I don't think there's a hard and fast answer as to, like, you know, whether you can and can't listen to something. It's more so, you know, are you listening to something that will help you, right? So a lot of times people want to come up with these legalistic things. Oh, you should never watch a movie. You should never do this. You should never listen to a secular radio. And this is just a fake replacement for holiness and sanctity. It's a way to, especially new Christians, new believers, a lot of evangelicals, they love to do this, where you sort of construct these arbitrary list of rules that allow you to feel better about yourself. Oh, I didn't listen to any secular music this week, and I'm better than all the people that are. It's just a false humility, right? And it's a mark of immaturity. So I would say just reorient your thought process to think about it like this, rather than trying to figure out, like, what is the song I can and can't listen to. Do you have an attachment to music that takes up more of your time than other positive things? So that might be good for you to do, but I might not have a problem with listening to a lot of degenerate rap where I need to never listen to secular music. I don't have a problem of listening to a lot of rap. So this is not a temptation for me. Right? Now, if I was really into that scene and, like, rap consumed my life and I felt like it was not good for me, then maybe in that situation it would be good for you to fast from that and to take a break from that. But so many times what we see people online trying to be online elders, trying to be Twitter spiritual gurus and guides, they come up with these goofy, making themselves look silly types of things, that you should not talk to women, you should not watch a movie. This is just stupid legalism. And it's just a mark of immaturity. So I can't give you the answer to that. You need to suss that out on your own in your conscience with your spiritual father, and not set up arbitrary rules. Not you that you're doing this, but online guru elder people trying to do. John Doe, $2. If your body is a temple, then why do hermits and monks neglect it and vilify it? Again, they're not rejecting it as a thing itself. So monastics are the ones who have defended the goodness of creation and the holiness of the body. So they're training it in asceticism for self-control, not because the body's evil. Should they be working out and taking care of it instead of starving it to become frail and weak? Well, again, it depends on, people have different callings, right? So some people are called to be soldiers and to be involved in combat and warfare. Not everybody is called to that. Some people are called to, some people are not fit to be married. And those are typically the people who should go into monastic life. And so in the Orthodox view, there's a place for the people who are not fit for, classic duties of warfare and marriage. So the idea that everybody should be, buff and married and a soldier is also a weird kind of ideal that just isn't historically the case. Online weirdo, $3. Another question. I read the first Dune book and I was wondering what the moral of the story is supposed to be. Is the philosophy of Paul virtuous? Well, so there's good and bad here in science fiction, and I mean, we can read this as so I think Frank Herbert was influenced by Perennialism, so you're going to find some good things in there. For example, Dune is an anti-feminist work. You'll notice that the Bene Gesserit witches are summarily are roundly rebuked and offended by Paul and his masculine power and authority and ability. And so that is, and by the way, other feminists have critiqued Dune for this reason, because it's not a feminist story. It's really good in terms of explaining how geopolitics works in the real world. So you have a lot of espionage, you have a lot of vying for control of resources, imperial intrigues, right? That matches up to what goes on in the real world. The attempt to engineer religion is a big part of the Dune novel. So all those things I think are good things that can be gleaned. And if you read my books, I've done chapters on Dune. What are the positives? The critiques and negatives would be that Frank Herbert, I think, was wrapped up in the eco stuff. So he was really into the idea of the early green movement. And so he might have been sincere and not like a total globalist stooge type of person. But the novel kind of lends credence to this eco stuff, which is kind of silly. Its theology is perennialist, so it's kind of Sufi and perennialist, and so obviously we would reject that. You could read Paul as a kind of Christ type of figure, but if you get too hardcore with it, it's Nestorian, right? Because Paul becomes the Kwisatz Haderach by a kind of Nestorianism or an adoptionism, and so obviously we would reject that. So those are the pros and the cons of Dune. You went on to say that, would you say that the Dune universe is a preferable or good future? I mean, it's science fiction. So, oh, by the way, it also has it's anti-AI, so we could give Frank Herbert credit for warning us of the dangers of AI, because if you recall, in the Dune universe, AI is banned because it enslaved man. And you said it seems reactionist. I don't know what you mean by reactionist. Reactionist to what? Anonymous $1. What is the value of monasticism in monks? Again, I think I answered this in that they are basically devoting more of their time and focus to spiritual duties. That does not mean the body's bad. It doesn't mean that marriage is bad. They don't seem to contribute anything to society. Well, they perform the liturgy and they pray. So unless you think that prayer and liturgy and good works don't do anything for society, then that's just not the case. In the history of the church, I mean, they have been some of the best defenders of Orthodoxy when the clergy failed. So your objections to monasticism are premised on a anti-supernaturalist presupposition. Maximus $1. Protestant argument against Orthodoxy is, how could the Russian church be the case if it was infiltrated by KGB? Well, I mean, I could just flip that over and say that the foundations and think tanks and intelligence agencies that have influenced Protestantism would therefore disprove the Protestant church. So tit for tat. The reality is that every religion in the history of the world has always attempted to be influenced and controlled by various state powers. So this would negate all religion. So it's a dumb argument. What about the claim that the Russian Orthodox Church collaborated with the KGB? So this is based on a very low IQ, low information kind of attitude. So I would say go watch the interviews that I've done with Metropolitan Jonah about the history of the Russian Church, because you'll find out that it's a lot more nuanced than that. And in fact, a lot of the expat Russian Orthodox community were allied with Western intelligence. So again, this destroys the dumb, basic bitch boomer narrative of whoever's asking this question. I mean, do you understand that the people who left the Soviet Union and fled the Bolsheviks were aided by Western intelligence? So does that then mean that ROCOR and all the Western that all the Orthodox churches in the West are therefore CIA? I mean, do you see how dumb this argument? It's just stupid boomer Cold War stuff. Sean, $1. Have you seen Southern? No, I don't follow that person, and no, I don't reply to this kind of stuff. Anyway, so thank you guys so much. There's also the stream that we'll do tonight, the part 2 of the history of Fabianism. Oh, and I want to do this Fradd posting. There's Fed posting, Trad posting, and Fradd posting. So let's see what Trent and Fradd talk about in this video. And I have, by the way, guys, good news. I have fixed all of those audio problems. Of course, I didn't prepare tonight. This might work. Let's see if we can make it work. You may have to set the audio up prior to the stream, but maybe not. So this might actually work. Actually, we'll just do this as a test tonight to see if I've got all the kinks ironed out. I think I have for the audio, and everybody knows about this because the audio has been a problem for the last several months. And it turns out what it was the driver patch thing that you have to use to make videos and Zoom work on OBS on a Mac. Sometimes when you update iOS, they turn off. So we will switch to this driver, and then if I check in my audio MIDI setup, if I make sure that all the boxes are checked, cross your fingers, we should have total sound solution. And I tested this the other night and it worked. So let's cross our fingers and hopefully this will work. We're going to watch the Matt. We're going to comment. And by the way, pay attention because Matt he might try to strike this. This is fair use. And so hopefully he won't turn to bad ethics to try to strike this. Let's see what Matt Fradd and Trent Horn say are the reasons why. It's not that long. It's a 10-minute video. What are their reasons why we should not be Orthodox? And hopefully we can see if the audio problems are ironed out. Guys on Twitter Spaces, I think you'll be able to hear this too. I've got it turned up pretty good.
Okay, here's another question.
By the way, guys in the YouTube chat, can you let me know if I've got the sound ironed out on the video? If it should be up. Let me make sure it's up loud enough.
Because you reference baptism, Eucharist, confirmation.
Sure.
Why aren't you Orthodox?
Okay, before we proceed, guys, did that come through good? I think it did. I'm talking about YouTube chat. Can you let me know if the audio came through? And if so, oh, yes, that was it. So months of this, and it turns out, yeah. So look, audio MIDI setup, you have to go into that, and every drift correction, you have to click the boxes of the drift correction. Dude, I don't know what the heck drift correction is. I mean, this sounds like some kind of freaking surfer term. Father Deacon can tell us what drift correction is. Okay, I have no idea what drift correction is, but as we know, Apple has the tendency, when you update the iOS, certain things default reset. And so these stupid boxes were not ticked, and months of freaking audio problems. But by the way, we also won't have the problem on audio anymore for guests, because guess what? I don't have to freaking use stupid Zoom anymore, because Streamlabs now has their own in-house collab link. So you can just give them a link and they can just come on Streamlabs. So thank God for that. That has been a nightmare. And man, I'm so happy. Boomer Tech dissolved. Boomer Tech solved, right? All we had to do was check that stupid freaking little box, which I didn't even know where that was. But here we go. Let's see. Why, according to Matt Fradd and Trent Horn, are we not supposed to be Orthodox?
Why not Eastern Orthodox? Yeah, and there are people. Rod Dreher is an example of this. So Rod Dreher is a conservative commenter, and he left the church over the scandal, which I think is a poor thing to do because, frankly, you look at studies. I read one study that said this is as bad, if not worse, in Protestant churches, and it's probably even worse in public schools. So I'm sure when you see these scandals in Jewish Orthodox temples of sexual abuse, I'm sure there's skeletons hiding in the Eastern Orthodox closet.
Right.
However.
So first argument is that Rod Dreher as an example of that you shouldn't become Orthodox because of the scandals. So I'm going to agree and disagree with Trent on this. Why would I agree here? Well, to simply say, oh, I'm going to become Orthodox because there are moral and ethical scandals is not a good reason. And Trent is correct to say that, guess what? There's moral scandals and moral problems, ethical problems in all the churches. So this is actually a good point. And if that was somebody's sole reason, that's a bad reason. Also, by the way, Ubi made this point, I think, a while back, that if your reason for becoming Orthodox was because you want to be a based trad, that's not a good reason to become Orthodox. Now, I think that these kinds of questions are good things that maybe get us questioning and looking at orthodoxy, but those are not good enough reasons. So I actually agree with Trent there. However, one last point I would say is that the scale and scope of this problem in Rome is far greater, I think, than in these other domains. Maybe Trent has a point when it comes to public education. That could be argued that there's equal scale and scope. But I don't think that the scale and scope of this problem in Orthodoxy comes anywhere close to the scale and scope of this problem in Rome. So that's where I'm going to disagree.
Decked out it is, and like old light candles and stuff.
Yeah.
You'll find this stuff everywhere. It's not going to go away. But Dreher tried to defend it by saying, well, I looked at the evidence for papal infallibility and the papacy, and it's not all there. It's inflated. And I just disagree with that. I think the biggest difference, of course, between being Eastern Orthodox, and you and I belong to Eastern churches. Mm-hmm. The Byzantine Church is Eastern, and after the skit...
By the way, again, it should be pointed out, remember, their position is that the Roman Catholic Church is the true church. It has the goods. And that applies to anything in communion with Rome, according to them. So why is it that the whole crop of the Roman Catholic YouTube world of apologists all attend Eastern Rite churches? How come they don't just go to the Novus Ordo? Why do these people all flock to what is the imitation of what we have, when their whole position is that we've got the goods? And their position necessitates that we've got the goods means also the Novus Ordo. And yet they don't go to the Novus Ordo. Isn't that telling? Isn't that interesting?
Of 1054, which it wasn't a moment. The churches were growing apart for centuries. Yep. But after that, because there were people even in the year 1200 who thought that they were still a part of the Catholic Church, who were in the East, and like, what happened?
Why didn't nobody tell me?
Right, yeah. Well, they didn't have the bad news to log on to on the internet every day. So, but then after the schism, there were a large segment of churches in the East who came back to union. Right. The Orthodox came back to union with the Pope. And for me, the papacy is a gift that God has given the church that makes sense. It's one of the important things in being Catholic.
If the papacy makes sense, then why is the papacy such an issue of contention right now in the Roman Catholic world, and especially since the time of Vatican II? I mean, again, you'll find that they always just appeal to this sort of the simple pragmatic argument. Look, it just makes sense. Look, it's just going to help with unity. Look, it's going to solve the problems. And does it actually do that? No, it doesn't. Remember, 90% of their apologetic of these guys is you need this office because it's going to solve all the problems that you have. Yet, when we do the problem analysis, we don't find that it actually provides the thing that it's supposed to do. It doesn't provide unity. It doesn't provide clarity. In fact, if you remember when we did the 2 4-hour streams, the 8 hours of response to Trent, remember that? Right? Got a lot of views on that. We saw that Trent himself was struggling consistently with how to make sense of, and here's your various ways to interpret Francis on the death penalty. Why do we have to give varying interpretations of something that's supposed to be a clarifying statement on basic morals? Why do we even have to have the Pope clarifying the basic morals, which are now ambiguous, which related to, quote, natural justice in the traditional Roman Catholic view. But remember, what's he doing here? Just falling back on these kinds of pragmatic, low-tier, oh, it'll just make it easy. Oh, it'll make it simple. It'll solve the problems. Again, the last 70 years of Roman Catholicism illustrate nothing but the opposite of that. Chaos, collapse, lack of clarity, greater and greater confusion, greater and greater moral revulsion, especially when it comes to Rome itself, on, quote, clarifying moral issues. So the irony is that the selling points that these guys always fall back on are the very things that they're also always having to deal with. That it's not practical. It's not clarifying anything. It's not making anything better. It's not producing unity. And this is 90%, 95% of their apologetic is what? Papal lawyering.
Because you might say, well, I could have all that with Eastern Orthodoxy. But here's a problem with that. If the church is the kingdom of God, Jesus says that the kingdom of God is now among us, the kingdom of heaven, that this is the kingdom of God on earth. And shouldn't this kingdom be organized similar to the kingdom God also ran, which was the kingdom of Israel? When we look at Israel, God was you had the king of Israel. Mm-hmm. Obviously, God is sovereign over all of it. You had the king like David. But then you also had the prime minister, or the vizier. So in the 22nd chapter of the book of Isaiah, it talks about the wicked Shebna, who would be replaced by the righteous Eliakim as the prime minister. He is under the king, but his authority over the kingdom is massive. What he opens, none shall shut. What he shuts, none shall open. I shall give him the keys to the kingdom. I believe Isaiah 22:22 actually even uses the phrase "the house of." In chapter 22, uses the phrase "the house."
Yeah, it's amazing to see the texts that are, the most obvious, messianic prophecies about the person of Christ, and which could be applied in an extended way to various apostles in the apostolic college. But the idea that we actually need to revert to an office that was characteristic of the Old Testament is pretty hilarious, right? I mean, this is like, did you not understand that this is an office now fulfilled? Why would we go back and revert to, and if you guys remember, Ubi did a whole debate on this, right? He debated Suan Sona precisely on this issue. I think that Suan completely, totally lost, because what did Suan have to go to back up this goofy exegesis? Talmudic tradition. He literally relied on like a gigantic portion of his argument in that debate was the Jewish Talmudic tradition saw, various stewards in this role. When the prophecy is a prophecy of Christ and the role of Christ, right? And have the Roman Catholics just not understood that, like, Jesus fulfills these roles? And the reason that we don't need a visible earthly vizier in the sense of the papacy is because of the Holy Spirit. Did you hear about this? There's a thing called Pentecost. And at Pentecost, when this is poured out on the whole apostolic college, Jesus said that Spirit would lead and guide you all into truth. Did he say, I will breathe on Peter and then Peter will breathe on you? Did he say the tongues of fire will fall on Peter and then Peter will hand them on to you? That's the Roman Catholic model after the Middle Ages. Do you understand this? Literally, that's their view. You don't get the Holy Spirit apart from the Pope, and the Pope like saying that it's okay for you to be a bishop and to have jurisdiction. So essentially, and again, a lot of people have pointed this out, like the filioque ends up kind of being like the Holy Spirit comes through the Pope, basically. The whole religion is the Pope. And that's why it's a deformation and an innovation. And you need to look no further than the delusion, the chaos, the prelest, and the outright just wild heresies throughout the Roman communion that actually don't characterize the majority of the Orthodox communion. Are there a lot of sinners in the Orthodox communion? Absolutely. Are there a lot of people who believe wrong things? Yes. Do we have a lot of problems? Yes. Do we have the problems that they have? Not necessarily. We have some of them, but we don't have the mass delusion and chaos and weirdness and lack of fundamentals in terms of doctrine. I mean, in other words, it's fundamental to believe in the monarchia of the Father, to believe in the essence-center distinction, to believe in uncreated grace and theosis. Is that fundamental in their church? Absolutely not. You have to flee to the fringes of the uniates to find the traces of the stuff that is normative in our churches. So the very existence of these people in the uniate circles and on the fringe of Rome proves us. It's staring them in the face by the fact that they go to the uniate churches.
Of David, which is something actually rare to find in the Old Testament, except in certain prophecies. It's very important to talk about here. So, of course, if you recognize that language.
And again, this is all. Just watch Ubi's debate with Suwan. The whole debate is over this silly argument and the midrash exegesis of the texts, right? That ignore the whole purpose of this being about Christ. It's just kind of goofy. Remember when I had the debate with Nick, and Nick said what? That I am he who holds the keys of death and Hades, right? In the apocalypse. How did they interpret it? How did he said that's Peter. Is Jesus talking clear as day? It's not Peter. So Roman Catholic exegesis, or in this case we say eisegesis, will take things that are messianic prophecies, predictions of Christ and his role, and just say it's about Peter and his earthly. So the religion is literally about Peter, not in the sense of actually Peter, Saint Peter, but this mythical idea of the papacy. The whole religion is that. What do all these people constantly debate? The papacy, the papacy. That's all they talk about. This is partly why they're so bad at apologetics, because the whole religion is the papacy.
Well, Jay, what do you and I always said when we debate these guys? They're always like, I'm following Peter. And by Peter, they mean the papacy, right? Because we believe the See of Peter's in every bishop. And bring up for the audience your argument from indefectibility. It's a great one.
Yeah, so essentially what we've gotten to in modern day Roman Catholic apologists that are in this sphere is the idea that rather than, I'm going to move away from the question of infallibility, not that you can't debate infallibility, I think it's funny and you can go down that route, but they'll just always have this out where they'll just say, well, but he's only infallible in XYZ cases, and I will tell you when that is, right? So every individual Catholic will have their own list of when he's being fallible and when he's not being infallible. And so the better way to construct this argument is to talk about indefectibility. And this is better because we know Vatican I is teaching very clearly that the Roman See will never defect from the faith until the end of the world. It will contain valid successors until the return of Christ, Vatican I says. So that means that we're...
1 second. I just follow something. You know how there's the no true Scotsman fallacy?
Right.
Do you think there's the no true infallibility fallacy?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's another, it's a great way to apply that fallacy to the way they reason about the problems for the papacy. It becomes a situation where, let's put it like this. The Pope is indefectible. The See of Rome is indefectible until he defects, which is to say nothing. So basically a meaningless statement which allows every individual Roman Catholic to simply say that I will accept and reject the papacy insofar as it applies to my own version of papalism. And that's why every single Roman Catholic will have a different list of what the infallible teachings actually are. And again, this whole system should at least give us the list. What do the Roman Catholics always come over to us and say? Where's your list of dogmas? Where's your list of dogmas? Where's your list of dogmas? Oh, they don't have it. Exactly. What do they have? They have a couple criteria of categories to rank the authority of the various teachings and dogmas, which is then up to every individual Catholic to apply and to try to make sense of with mental gymnastics how this system isn't chaos and nonsense. Thus, it's arbitrary because they will say the Roman See cannot defect from the faith. That is the promise of the charism to Peter. And the Roman See, according to Vatican I, will always exist as a constituent fundamental element of the Roman Church. It's the essence of the Roman Church. Okay, so now how do we explain the last 70 years of chaos, madness, destruction, blah, 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 from the See of Rome itself? You see, let's now apply all of the arbitrary criteria by which I can say I don't have to accept all the bad stuff. Which is to say that he's indefectible until or unless he defects. Which is to say absolutely nothing. That's an unfalsifiable, ridiculous, nonsense position. And this is what they're all doing. This applies to the Cetas, to the Novus Ordos, to the SSPX. It doesn't matter. This argument right here applies to all of them and destroys this entire goofy system. Because the whole thing is built on this guy in Rome and his successors and his predecessors and what they do and say on a weekly basis. The soap opera drama of Rome. So when you watch a debate between a sedevacanist and a non-sedevacanist, you will realize that, hey, wait, they're both right and they're both wrong. Because they're both actually pointing out the fact that this system doesn't work. And it doesn't work because on the one hand, it's an evolution of things that didn't exist in the first 1,000 years, such as universal jurisdiction, such as ex cathedra pronouncements, that evolves out of canonical privileges and traditions. That's it. So, again, what's the ultimate easy refutation? All of these people are arguing that the Roman See is indefectible. It provides unity, clarity, authority, etc. It's a solution. This is their number one apologetic pragmatic argument. And then when all the problems arise that are theological and dogmatic with the papacy, I don't have to follow those because XYZ. I only have to follow him when XYZ. Is your criteria of when you follow and don't follow infallible? Because on your system it has to be. Right? This is the criteria problem applied to Roman Catholic dogmatics. Is the criteria itself infallible? It has to be if you're going to be consistent. No, the criteria is from my interpretation of the criteria, you see. When I read what is extraordinary magisterium, universal ordinary magisterium, right? When I suss that out in these three generic categories, I must now apply my individual Catholic mental interpretive schema. And is that infallible? No. No Roman Catholic will say that's infallible. Okay. So actually what's going on here is that you have a theoretical infallibility that is never applicable in actual particular instances. And so it's not really infallibility. This is not a difficult argument. It's a very simple point. Anytime a problem is presented, what do? Throw that in the non-infallible bin. Anytime that Francis or Rome says something that they agree with, that's in the infallible bin. And it never is the same amongst these varying Catholics. Now, why do I keep making that point? Is that because I'm saying that, in Orthodoxy, everybody knows clearly the doctrines? No, I'm saying that what this system pretends to offer, its sales pitch, it doesn't actually deliver. So the system doesn't work. So we needed a different system. The argument is not that Orthodoxy has no problems, right? The argument is not Orthodoxy has the list of dogmas. The point is that there isn't that. That doesn't exist. There's not the infallible list of dogmas that's going to solve the problems for you. Let's hear the rest of this.
I give you the keys. What you open, none shall shut. Then
I'm
you
skipping past
the
Isaiah 22 stuff because so
to their destiny. Abram becomes Abraham, the father of many nations. People's names change, and the same is true for Peter. Why bother changing it if it has nothing to do with being the rock in the first place? So,
yeah, but name changes throughout Scripture. It doesn't follow from a name change that Vatican I is the case, right? I mean, every Orthodox person will agree that there is a special role of Peter, as St. John Chrysostom calls him, the Coryphaeus, the mouthpiece of the apostles. But all of these titles and all of these things in Scripture are transformed. There's a bait and switch whereby, oh, you see, that means Vatican I. Oh, you see his name's changed? That means Vatican I. And it's a non sequitur. If that was the case, that would have been the patristic understanding. That would have been the modus operandi of the church in the first 1,000 years. And every one of these people admits that's not how the church operated. When they admit that the papacy is a doctrine that developed, and then they contradict themselves and turn around and say, oh, but it was always there. Is it a seed that developed, or was it always there? It can't be both, because that's a mutually exclusive claim.
So I would see it would make sense then that if Christ established his church.
You know, I'm starting to realize that so much of this is bait and switch. Because what do they do in natural theology? Bait and switch. What do we see at the beginning of today's live stream? Quantifier shift fallacy. Oh, we all come from one mother, right? I come from a mother. You come from a mother. So we all come from one mother. Therefore, we all believe in the same God. Muslims believe in one God. Jews believe in one God. Christians believe in one God. Therefore, we all believe. That's the quantifier shift fallacy. It's a fallacy. This is not rocket science. Go look up it's an obvious fallacy. And they don't do anything different with their papacy arguments. Look, Peter is first. So Vatican I. It's a non sequitur, dude. Rome is first in the canons. Okay, that doesn't prove Vatican I. Again, guys, every time these people admit, on the one hand, what does Ibarra say? The papacy was always there from the earliest days. He had this power, but he didn't always use it. It was just kind of there, just kind of, in the background, floating in the recesses of the Vatican. But he didn't have to always use it. He just brought it out when he wanted to. But wait a minute. So it was always there in the background. He could have thrown out that, boom, plopped down that papal trump card. Oh, but he didn't always use it. Well, the papacy is a doctrine that developed. It developed. Yeah, developed. So is it always there, or does it develop? Is this, do we have contact? Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Dum. It's not a difficult argument. Roman Catholics, do you see that that's a contradiction? I know you're mad at me. I know you're furious. So you hate me. I don't care. Pause your hatred and anger for a moment and understand and think about whether this makes any sense. Some guy says, I still don't get your point, bro. How could it be the case that something is a unclear seed doctrine that develops, but at the same time, it's always there and clear and present, as Satis Cognitum of Leo XIII says, from the early stages of the church? These are mutually exclusive claims, dummies. Not rocket science. It's not that hard. Who can't see that that's... Both of those things can't be true at the same time. Maybe in the Roman Catholic world they can because of the doublethink, right? Maybe in their mind, there's contradictions that are true. It makes sense to me.
Who is the pastor of that church? Who's the pastor?
Notice these are all non sequiturs. Who's the head of the church? If you don't have a pope, you don't have a head. Again, just assuming that, because here's another fallacy. For example, so Lofton does this where he says the papacy is divinely established, and anything divinely established can't go away. Oh, really? Pretty sure that a lot of things have been divinely established that went away. For example, the period of the judges. The judges were divinely established. Does divinely established therefore lead to eternal perpetuity?
That is a great argument. That is an excellent argument. I'm glad you brought that up.
Paul says in the New Testament that all authority comes from God, including state authority. Oh, does that mean that every state ruler rules in eternal perpetuity because it's divinely established? That is a non sequitur. So just because something is divinely established, it does not follow that it's an eternal perpetuity. But this is the stupid fallacy that Lofton says all the time.
Even when human beings make organizations, there's one guy on top. There's there's a general, a president, a prime.
So again, this is just a non sequitur that because in other institutions, human beings have a single visible head, the church must have a single visible head. These people just can't fathom that Christ is the head. And they think, well, he's not on earth. Well, how is he going to rule? That's what Pentecost is about. What does Jesus say in the upper room when he's talking about Pentecost? I will not leave you alone. Don't worry. I will be with you. I will be in your midst. Does he say through a galactic emperor in France? No, he says through the Spirit. So these people have actually, again, they lost the Spirit due to the Filioque heresy. And it's not an accident that at the time of Filioque heresy, this is when we begin to see creeping papalism to next levels, right? Next level, and it just grows in the Middle Ages, right? From next level to next level. We get unum sanctum, right? We get dictatus papae in the Middle Ages, right? Just crazy level, crazy dimension, crazy Pope dimension stuff. Do you think it's accidental that occurs after the Filioque era? Of course not. Why? Because the loss of the doctrine of the Spirit, which leads to the subordination of the Spirit, requires a human replacement for what the Holy Spirit would and does do. They have just stuck the Pope in the place of what the Holy Spirit is supposed to do. That's why in the patristic period, the early fathers, the post-apostolic fathers, they conceive of the church as having its fullness, its Catholicity in the local bishop, not in Rome. Doesn't mean that Rome didn't have a place of honor, that wasn't a shining sea. Everybody admits that. But notice, all of these people, all they do is just take those things, therefore Vatican I, therefore Vatican I, and that's a non sequitur.
Minister. It's like that episode of The Office where Jim and Michael are co-managers. It's like, you're co-managers? And Oscar's like, of course, who wouldn't make co-managers? What would Catholicism be without the popes?
Right.
Interesting, because actually his position has the co-manager's position. Because if you read Unum Sanctum, it basically makes the Pope a kind of co-figure with Jesus. So who's really running the show here? Is it Jesus? Or is it actually the Pope who's now been put in place of the role of the Holy Spirit? They just can't fathom that the Holy Spirit is the one that actually occupies this role and guides the church. They can't fathom that. You don't know the Holy Spirit without the Pope. Yeah, exactly. See? Because they don't have the idea of direct perception of God through the nous, through the energies. All they believe in is created grace, created effects. So clearly you're going to have a created adjudicator, the Pope.
But that makes sense, because that's what you have with Eastern Orthodoxy. Because all of the bishops have this kind of equal authority, the church becomes fragmented. And so what happens is there's a lot of stasis. And so
So would that mean that the Roman communion is not fragmented? I mean, has anyone checked out the Roman communion in the last 60 years? I mean, this is becoming more and more of a really laughable exercise. And, you know, when I look over here at the audience of Pints with Aquinas or Trent, I mean, this is really all geared towards just a very normie, low information audience, right? These are all people who don't really know much about these topics at all. They're new to this stuff. And so they find this very appealing and very kind of inviting because it sounds good and it sounds really easy. Oh, I'm so tired of my Protestant disputes at my local church, and it's the way out of all this, right? They think it's sort of people that are on the honeymoon phase where they just start looking at, you know, patristic quote minds, right, over on Catholic Answers. And so they hear this stuff and they find it very convincing because it sounds good. But the reality is something far different. And guess what? If you've watched Matt's channel over the last couple years, you've noticed the struggle that Matt himself has with all these problems, to the point now where they're having Sedevacantists on to debate. Who, by the way, have a reputation for being way more mean than me. But I'm not allowed to go and debate. They would never have me on there, as he says. Jado will never be on my channel. He's too mean. Right? But we all know that the real reason that they wouldn't allow that is because they can't handle this level of discussion and debate, which is why none of them will touch Ubi. Ubi's better than me on papacy stuff. And none of these people would. This is, I mean, again, guys, this is stuff that I was hearing from Roman Catholics in 2003. Okay, when I first started getting interested in Roman Catholicism in 2003 is all the stuff Trent is repeating. This is meant for and spoken to very low tier normie audiences. And all of these people are quickly learning that this pragmatic stuff doesn't do much when you get into Rome and you're hearing all this stuff about what's on paper, and then you join in, Father Bruce is doing a hip-hop mass. Let's do a hip-hop mass. I'm going to rap, you guys. That's the reality on the ground. That's the Novus Ordo, which is what? 80, 90% of their church? Not the fringe uniate elements, which, by the way, those are bad too.
Can't possibly change or grow in the sense of authentic growth. So to give you an example, since the schism, the Orthodox have not had an ecumenical council. They can't call one. They can't pop.
Yeah, but that's actually not true, right? So since the schism, there have been multiple synods that are universally received in the Orthodox Church, such as the Palatinate synods, which are a response to Lyons and then also by extension to Florence. So first of all, that's not true that we haven't had authoritative synods. Secondly, it's not actually the normative thing in the church to be governed by ecumenical councils. Ecumenical councils existed with the Christianization of the oikumene. And if Trent's thesis here is correct, then we would have seen Rome calling ecumenical councils in the first 300 years, right? So Trent's arguing that that really the structure of the church should be centered around Rome calling the shots, calling the councils, saying yes, saying no. Did any of that exist for 300 years? Oh, so on his own argument, his own church lacked the fundamental things of the church for the first 300 years. So he just owned himself by this dumb argument.
Possibly do it. Now, when I've talked to Orthodox friends, they'll say, well, that's because the Pope would never agree to be a part of something like that. And I said, okay, well, why not?
I don't know what Orthodox friends he's talking about, because that's like, you have to have a really dumb Orthodox person to make that argument that we can't have a ecumenical council without Francis being involved. Francis is not part of the church, right? And neither are these people. And we have to say this not to be mean to these people, but that's our view. That's the honest Orthodox view. We don't do these people any favors by pretending that we're all part of the same church. It's not true.
An Orthodox council of just the Orthodox bishops. Well, one guy can always just kind of, they can't. Mm. And so you're not able to address, you don't have that unity that a person who is given a special authority from Christ to be, the first among bishops. And the Orthodox say the Pope has that title, but it doesn't really mean much.
Well, that's interesting, because if this is the case, then why does Ratzinger and by extension the post-Vatican II Vatican, why do they admit that the Orthodox Church has preserved its faith and its doctrines, its unity, for the last 1,000 years? So that's an admission that we preserved this without the papacy for 1,000 years. So the papacy actually isn't necessary. So your own popes admit that we don't need the Pope. I mean, this is in Ratzinger's books. Now, you might disagree with that, but my point is that, well, how come your authorities recognize that? Well, that's not an infallible statement. I don't have to accept that. Okay, so what? Right? This is all they do is spurg out and go to this arbitrary of when it's infallible, when it's not infallible, which, again, they're going to have an infallible criteria when they say what isn't infallible, or else that whole system falls apart and is a contradiction. But as we've seen, they're not very good at logic and epistemology.
But when you go back to the New Testament, it seems clear to me, and even to many non-Catholic commenters, that Peter was given special authority in the early.
So here we go again. The only things that matter to them are Matthew 16, right? So it's like they don't care about the Bible at all until they want to do eisegesis with Isaiah 22 and Matthew 16. They don't care about anything else. Do they go to Acts 15, where Peter is not the voice of God and the final authority, where it's James? No, they don't do that. Or they do the stupid thing where they try to argue that it's a different Peter in Galatians 1 or in Acts 15. I mean, just silly mental gymnastics. The whole system is nothing but, I'll use the Bible for when it backs up the papacy. The rest of the time, I don't care what the Bible says. And they don't, especially the trads. I mean, they even say that they're happy that they don't read the Bible, many of the trads. They've said it on Twitter all the time. Right, reading the Bible is a Protestant thing, they think. This is how delusional and idiotic these people are. But, I mean, these are just terrible arguments. This is car salesmanship. It's not argumentation. It's, let me sell you something, and you'll deal with the problems of what it really is down the road. It's a car salesman. It's a online entrepreneur, bro. Right? It's get involved in my crypto yield farming scam. There might be some problems down the road, but you're going to make big bucks in the meantime, right now. It's like a religious Ponzi scheme. And can't you guys see that it's a salesmanship thing? Like it's an ad. It's a sales pitch.
Church. J.N.D. Kelly, who's an Anglican scholar, says that Peter was undoubtedly the leader of the early church.
Again, nobody disputes this. What's disputed is that leader of the early church, Coryphaeus, having your name changed, that equates to Vatican I. Again, it's a bait and switch. And he knows, I don't even think he's probably read Vatican I, right? Because in the debates and when I listened to him and when we did the deconstruction of his whole theme, it wasn't evident to me that he actually has read what the text of Vatican I actually says. Print it out. It's 15 pages. Go to papalencyclicals.net, print out the whole 15 pages of Vatican I, and also print out Satis Cognitum, because it's just as important, because it's a papal explanation of Vatican I's ideas by Leo XIII. I know he's not the Pope of Vatican I, but I'm saying that Satis Cognitum lays out the theology of the papacy about itself. Okay. I don't think he knows what Vatican I actually says. I don't think Trent has read Denzinger from cover to cover. And when you do read Denzinger from cover to cover, these people will not debate you. That's why they won't debate me.
And this is mentioned more than anyone else put together.
Again, none of this proves Vatican I. So this is all spacious argumentation. It's all fallacious argumentation. But remember, these people are not very swift when it comes to epistemology and argumentation. They constantly make these non sequitur. It doesn't follow from that Vatican I is the case, right? So they're trying to seed to you. And I know this because this is how I was duped into all these papal views, right? My thought process was, here's all the quote mines about Peter and Rome. So this has got to be true. It's got to be where it's at. But I didn't realize, oh, wait a minute. What if it's more nuanced than that? What if the Orthodox reading is another alternative reading of all this stuff? Because maybe it doesn't follow that because of the statements about Peter that Vatican I is the case. Because Vatican I is many, many centuries after this stuff, right? So he's trying to get you to think, well, because there's these statements about Peter, we've got the goods. And doesn't it obviously follow that all the other stuff is true? But no, it doesn't. And remember, he's a foundationalist. This is all an evidentialist-based system anyway. So how am I supposed to know from these piecemeal pieces of data that he's throwing out there that Vatican I, centuries later, is the case? That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow on his system.
He speaks for the group. In Matthew chapter 10, when the apostles are listed, this is kind of funny. well, you look at the apostolic lists and almost all of them.
Okay, this is all just, I mean, none of this proves Vatican I. And he's not being honest with the audience, or he just doesn't know what Vatican I says, because he's acting as if, like, this leads to the Roman Catholic view. I'm going to skip ahead because this is all just, just typical, Peter, therefore Vatican I. And does he ever list or talk about the things that don't comport with the Vatican I reading of this stuff? For example, Paul rebuking Peter and telling him that he's completely wrong about the gospel. How does that comport with this baloney line that Trent is spilling here? How does Acts 15, not putting Peter as the final mouthpiece of God, comport with what he's saying? How does the fact that Jesus says to the entire college of the apostles in Matthew 18, the very same thing he says in Matthew 16, comport with this? They never talk about that. All they care about is Matthew 16 and propping up this big dumb system. That's all they care. They don't even care about the objections. They blow past every objection. They don't even treat the objections.
He didn't want to offend the Jews with him. And Paul's like, come on, man. You say one thing, and then you're not going to dine with the Gentiles. You're setting a bad example.
Well, now he
Paul
is dealing
used
with
the phrase, He was not orthopodousin. He was not walking upright in the faith. Or like you go to an orthopedic surgeon, means get your back straight. That's what Paul was saying. You're not walking with a straight back. You're not walking upright like this. But here's what's interesting. People say, it shows he's not infallible. No, it just shows Peter, as he's wont to do, gaffes. The Pope can make mistakes.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. So Peter's failure to preach the gospel and to concede to the Judaizing heresy, which Paul calls a heresy, Trent has reformatted and spun this as, it's a gaffe, dude. The popes make mistakes. But Trent, what does Vatican I, which is what you're trying to ultimately sell? You're not talking about Vatican I. You're doing a Mormon type of thing where you introduce people to the easy, pragmatic stuff, and then later on down the road, 5% of the Roman Catholics actually go and read what Vatican I actually says, which is what you're actually selling to people. Okay? Like the whole, Scientology, what's the things that cling to you? That's the real doctrine of the Scientologists, right? The real Mormon doctrine is the space cult. Well, they don't tell you that when they come to the door, okay? And he's not telling you that, no, actually you're having to buy into Vatican I, which actually says that Rome can't defect. The occupant of the see then can't defect. But what is going on in Galatians, Paul calls a defection from the gospel, which Trent spun as it's just a gaffe, dude. It's a little... He tripped over, if he fell over, he didn't really mean to do. It's a lie, dude. You're spinning. Have you actually read what Galatians says about this mistake? The whole context of Paul talking about Peter's mistake, he calls a departure from the gospel. That would mean Rome departed from the gospel, which would mean Vatican I is wrong. Stop lying.
Gee, haven't we been talking about that one for a while? But it doesn't take away from his authority. In fact, what's interesting here, the fact that Paul...
It does take away from his authority, because if he departs from the gospel, Paul says he's accursed. So do you think that the head of your church can be accursed outside of the church, but also the authoritative head? Notice what he did, the bait and switch. The whole system is just the worship of authority. That's it. Roman Catholicism is worship of authority, bare authority. Hence, you can confect the Eucharist as a Roman Catholic priest if the day you get ordained, you become a Satanist, literally, for the rest of your life. You can still confect the Eucharist validly, efficaciously. You're a sinner. You're going to hell. But you can still confect. This is so stupid. This whole system is so ridiculous and so dumb That it literally takes at this point, I think, crazy people to still believe this. Now, I don't think Trent is crazy, but I think Trent has bills to pay. So there is not much incentive for Trent to... It's going to be a rough road for him to admit that this is all a bunch of gibberish and he's wrong. But what do you really care about? What's true, or getting a paycheck, or having, how many subscribers does he have? 270K? Is that what made us? Is that what made us? I'll get a special indulgence if I hit 300,000 subscribers.
Galatians, what he's trying to show people is he is not beholden to human authority. Over and over again, he says, I didn't get the gospel as some mere human tradition. I got it from God. I got the gospel. Now, I confirmed it. I went to Peter in Galatians 1:19. It says that Paul went to Peter in Jerusalem to do a historesi, which we get what word from?
History, yeah.
That's right. Historesi in Greek is a fact-finding mission. He went to confirm it, but he's not beholden to human authorities as the ultimate source of his revelation. So they don't bully him around. Paul will stand for the truth, and he'll even stand up to Peter.
Oh, really? Does that sound like Vatican I, Trent?
Now, why does he make note of Peter? Because Peter has the most authority.
Right.
I will even oppose Peter.
So mouthpiece, authority, none of that equates to Vatican I. Again, all non sequiturs, the whole thing is bait and switch. Just telling you that because there is this place, because Rome has this preeminence, that therefore Roman Catholic doctrines are all true. It doesn't follow. In other words, there's an Orthodox and maybe the Orthodox reading is wrong, right? But my point is that there's an Orthodox reading of all of this stuff, and it's ignored because the idea is just that, look at all these quote mines, look at my reading of Galatians and all this stuff, and therefore Vatican I. That's essentially what he's saying, even though he's not saying that or making any reference to Vatican I. But he knows that Vatican I is the council about the papacy.
When he's wrong. Because he's not right about everything, even though he has the most authority here in the church.
What's Paul actually saying Peter's wrong about, though? Right? So notice he brushes past this devastating text to the papacy, to Vatican I. He brushes past all that. So, well, he's not always right. I don't know. The gospel. This is about the gospel. The whole context is Peter saying that Paul's saying that if you went with Peter's error, you're accursed. That's a defection from the faith. Vatican I says Rome can't defect. So his own proof text from this passage disprove Vatican I because it's about defecting from the gospel. Have you read Galatians 1? He says, if you depart from the gospel that I preached, you're accursed. And his example was Peter. Now, Peter repented because Paul rebuked him. So the whole point of this text of Paul is that even Peter can be rebuked if he errs. This is all spun to be the opposite in their exegesis, to be that Paul went to Peter to see if he was correct. And Paul found out, Peter made a gaffe. He just kind of messed up. Is that what he says? No. He says that he departed from the gospel. That equates to defecting from the faith. That is the very thing that Vatican I says Rome can never do. Peter is Rome. Their exegesis proves he departed from the faith in Galatians. It's like, did they even read the text, or did he just read quote mines from other Roman Catholic apologists? Or did he actually just even read Galatians? Is he just repeating Dahlgren and Hess's book?
And for me, historically, when you look at the writings of Ignatius of Antioch, the letter of Clement, the writings of St. Irenaeus, going forward, even among Eastern fathers like Maximus the Confessor, I see a very clear historical trajectory that the apostolic orders are to continue to be apostolic succession, but that one of the apostles had authority, special authority.
So they all have authority. Matthew 18 has the exact same promises to the college of apostles that Peter has. In the Roman Catholic system, what are the things that bishops have? They have the office of the keys, the preaching of the gospel, the administration of sacraments, jurisdiction. Okay, this is what a bishop has. In the Roman Catholic system, that's only had in communion with Rome. All right. So what is it exactly that Peter has that the others don't have in the Gospels? Nothing. There's nothing. Because the very things that they list as the office, the exercise of the keys, is the very thing that's given to and said to all of them. So the only thing that Peter is given here is primacy and being first among equals. That is the Orthodox reading of all of this. First among equals. No problem with that. But also no problem in rebuking the first among equals in Galatians 1 when he departs from the gospel, which he can clearly do because Peter did that, which disproves Vatican I. Right there. Because Vatican I says Rome can never depart from the faith. Period. Then they introduce, but he can depart as an individual, but not as the official teacher of the church. No, actually, that's not the case. Because Vatican I does not make the distinction between the individual occupant of the see and the official papacy speaking from the voice of God, mouth of Peter, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know there's ex cathedra, okay, but that is infallibility. I'm talking about indefectibility, where we are told that the Roman see and its occupant, okay, the Roman see is not a Nestorian ideal papal thing. It's a thing that has living successors in it, according to Vatican I, until the end of the world. Those living successors cannot defect from the faith. So citing Robert Bellarmine and all this stuff prior to Vatican I doesn't matter anymore. You can't go retrograde, and bring up old things in the Roman Catholic system that are already settled. Vatican I settled these issues. In Vatican I, it's clear as day, the Roman see cannot defect. So you can cite La Salette, you can cite all this nonsense, which is prior to Vatican I, which doesn't apply anymore. According to Vatican I, elected successors of the See of Rome cannot depart from the faith. Because the charism is given to the living successors in that seat. They might be individual sinners, but they can't depart from the faith. They can't become apostates and heretics. So it's irrelevant what Robert Bellarmine speculated on and thought about centuries before Vatican I. It doesn't matter anymore.
There's not as a tyrant, not as someone who can boss everyone else around as like a dictator, but as someone to provide leadership to the...
Oh, wait, he's not somebody who can boss everybody around as a dictator? What about the medieval popes who would excommunicate anybody who wouldn't be conscripted to fight in their wars? What about the Avignon popes who erected giant palaces in France, the See of Peter in France, which they believe. They believe the See of Peter was translated to France.
Others to provide a cohesive whole. And there's an element of this in the Gospel of Luke. If you remember, the apostles are debating amongst each other. And they go to Jesus and say, who's the greatest? And now some Protestants will say, well, Jesus should have said Peter, he's the Pope. Or the apostles should have known Peter is the Pope. Who's the greatest among us? But notice what Jesus does not say. He doesn't say there is no greatest. You're equals. He says, the greatest among you shall be a servant to the others.
Okay, yeah. Argument from silence, which is not a good argument, right? Well, he doesn't say that there's not a greatest. Oh, okay, so I guess we can still throw papacy in there, right? He says the least among you is the greatest. Does the history of the papacy, is it characterized by a history of humility and being the least? Or is it characterized by a worldly institution that has sought worldly geopolitical power at every possible instance and in every conceivable way, with a gigantic banking empire and endless intrigue and espionage and machinations over the centuries. Does that sound like the least among you? So that's what Jesus was talking about, right? Borgia popes, right? Incest, orgies. Is that what Jesus is talking about? Is that the least among us? Now, again, he's going to say, well, you're falling into the idea that sinners, that you lose an office from sin. No. I'm not talking about losing an office from sin. I'm talking about the total opposite of what you just characterized, supposedly, the office of Peter as. Popes saying that I am above every emperor in the world. I depose all the emperors in the world. I will conscript entire armies to fight in battles for me, and if you don't, who in their right mind thinks that that's what Jesus had in mind? Now, in their view, they have to say that. That's what they think Jesus, that's what Jesus had in mind. That's why these triads are so crazy. Yeah. So in other words, Jesus was actually saying that whoever builds the prettiest whorehouse next to the Vatican, that's the greatest among you, right? Whoever employs the least of the whores throughout Italy is the greatest among you.
And then immediately after that, which we lose because I want to say it's Luke 22 or Luke 23.
Yeah.
But after that section in Luke, it's not a chapter break, it's a heading break. Because it's in the same chapter, but we usually add a heading in there to show it's a different thing that's being talked about. It goes to where Jesus says to Simon, Simon, Satan has wants to sift you like wheat. You all is the plural in the Greek. He wants to sift all of you, y'all. Mm-hmm. But I have prayed for you, singular, for your faith. And then he tells him to go and strengthen his brethren. So what's interesting here is that section takes place immediately after who is the greatest among us.
I was hoping I could find the Borgia section where he's sneaking over to the whorehouse. I think it's this. Is this the least among you? I think this is it, right? If you've not watched the Borgias, by the way, I highly recommend it because, let's get into the reality of the medieval papacy. Okay. My argument is not that the Orthodox have no, corrupt bishops. That's not my argument. This is not what I'm looking for. I think that is the mistress that he has. There's this funny scene where Jeremy Irons is like sneaking through the tunnels over to the whorehouse. That's what I was trying to find, but I can't find it. Anyway, is that what characterizes the humility of this office? Now, he's going to say, well, you just keep appealing to the moral failings, and there were Orthodox bishops who were moral failures. But you just made the argument that the office will be first because of its recognizable humility. And who can honestly, with a straight face, say this about the history of the papacy, especially the Borgia era? I mean, really? Is it really characterized by a humility that would make them first among equals? Or first among non-equals?
Well, the greatest shall be a servant. And in fact, since the early church, one of the titles of the papacy is the servant of the servants of God. A great encyclical I'd recommend for, especially if you have Eastern Orthodox listeners or others who might struggle with the papacy, I would recommend Pope St. John Paul II wrote an encyclical on this called Ut Unum Sint.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's UTUNUM-SINT, Ut Unum Sint, that talks about how the papacy can provide unity in the church, but without stamping out legitimate diversity in liturgy and other things like that. And that's a painful lesson we had to learn in church history.
Yeah.
I mean, you have people saying, like, you can't.
What about castrating the young boys to be the Pope's official singers? Is that a humble act? Well, I guess it's humility to get rid of balls and testicles, right? So I guess that is a great action of humility. So watch the Borgias if you've never seen this. It's loosely kind of based on, reality. So if you've not watched the Borgias, it's really good. It gets into a lot of the intrigues, and it really dispels a lot of this propaganda about the Vatican as this, institution of benevolence and humility. I mean, this is the reality of what was going on for centuries. So, but I can't find the scene where he's sneaking across in the tunnels to his hose over there.
You know, use leavened bread, or you can't do this in your liturgy. No, God has allowed a diversity of ways to be able to worship him that each communicate different truths, all while being united around very core truths that have been revealed to us.
Anyway, so that was really weak. I mean, that was just kind of a normie kind of thing for the average viewer. Let's do a couple super chats here from Sean. Oh, we got more than that. Let's go down here. I'm getting kind of tired. I might have to postpone the the Milner Fabian history stream until tomorrow, because I'm getting kind of tired. We've been going for what, 4 hours? How many hours did we go today? Quite a few. 5 hours. Wow, that went by fast. Maximus, a Protestant argument against Orthodoxy. Oh, we already did that. KGB stuff, nonsense. Boomer Cold War stuff. Mr. Smith, Mr. Smirks, $5. Can you debunk GMO skeptic videos? He needs to be taught some lessons. Genetically modified skeptic. I think I've heard this name, but it sounds horrible. I mean, this just screams Reddit tier, right? Genetically modified skeptic. What's he talk about? Is he the guy that just debunks flat earth stuff? Well, I love Jesus, but I won't follow him. Let's see what he says.
My recent trip to Jerusalem really got me thinking about the biblical stories I learned as a kid, many of which I still cherish deeply. While Israel is technically foreign to me relative to...
He sounds like Corbett. Like, this guy sounds like little Corbett. This is James Corbett.
My home here in Texas, it felt familiar, like I have some kind of roots there myself. Given my upbringing, I think this is understandable. Being taught biblical stories early in my childhood is one of the ways I learned about morality. Later, as an adolescent, biblical wisdom literature helped me learn more complex values. I've learned to think more complexly and independently from it as I've grown up, but this literature is still important to me. When I stopped believing in God several years ago, I wanted to distance myself from Christianity and find myself apart from its influence. I'm glad that I did that, as it was the right thing for me to do at the time. I'm at a point now, though, where I have control over my own life, and the socially enforced Christianity I knew in my youth is really no longer a threat to my autonomy. I can now engage with Christian ideas without having them forced on me or associating them.
Well, I don't know what his background is, but I mean, who actually believes that it's forced on you? I mean, I mean, maybe he grew up in some kind of weird cult or something, but it's not typically the case that in America Christianity and religion is forced on you. This is like overly dramatic nonsense.
Primarily with Christians who have used scripture to abusively control me. Now that I'm
so was he in a cult or something? I don't know what his background is, but I mean, this is the sad part about cults, is that, you know, people think, oh, that is what Christianity is, right? Some kind of weird legalistic mind control thing.
In this state, I've found studying the Bible critically to be one of my favorite pastimes. Through this study, I've realized that, surprisingly, I still find myself rather enamored by many of the biblical ideas I learned as a child. Allow me to discuss a moral issue I've dealt with to show you what I mean. This YouTube channel that you're watching right now is my full-time job and has been for about 4 years now. Something I noticed as I came to better understand earning money on YouTube was that videos that include mockery, stoke internet flame wars, or create overly inflated moral outrage against a specific person or group are definitely the most profitable for tons of creators on the platform across genres. They're easy to make, they drive tons of engagement, and somehow give the viewer the impression that the creator making the video is some kind of moral beacon, a white knight who crusades against evil, and that tends to drive donations. This strategy, provoking outrage for profit, is how many popular social commentators and even politicians really make their living. And it's incredible.
All right, what's his argument?
Of course, I don't actually believe in the existence of God's creator is an ongoing process. Crazy, like buy a house in Austin, Texas. Natural elements of Christianity. If you're interested in hearing about that, I do have other videos addressing that.
All right, here we go. I want to hear that. I don't care about this. Let's see this. I'm not going to play this whole video. I just want to get to the meat of like what his take is. Is it just Reddit tier stuff?
Videos, interviews, and podcasts as I've done where I've talked about how I became an atheist. I don't feel like I've ever produced a single piece of media that I could just...
God, I don't like. Everybody always wants me to work through and go through these people's videos, but like these people never have any unique takes. It's always the same stuff. It's always the same regurgitated baloney that they themselves found on YouTube or Reddit, right? I mean, they're not reading Voltaire and Hume, right? They're just regurgitating what some other dumb creator like TJ Kirk or whatever said 5 years ago on YouTube. So like, guys, what is the point of constantly going through and refuting the same things? I mean, how many times have there's probably 50 videos on my channel rebutting these same types of arguments, but maybe he's one of the anomalies that he's got one unique take that I haven't heard. Let's see.
Show anyone to tell them the whole story. Although it would be impossible for me to spell out or even remember every detail of the story, I like to...
Just what is the argument? I don't need your story, dude.
...by multiple means and realize that the universe was closer to 13.8 billion years old than to 6,000.
So just regurgitating Big Bang nonsense. Okay, so that's not an argument. So the universe is actually 30 billion. The Bible's wrong.
6-day creation, although I still believed in the inerrancy of the Bible and that God created all life in its current form. I was still a fundamentalist in every way except for my belief in the ancient universe, even though this properties. Later, in the fall of 2014, I began taking my first semester of a 2-semester class in statistics and scientific research methods. That class taught me how to avoid cognitive biases, avoid fallacious...
I highly doubt that class taught you to avoid fallacious reasoning. I mean, having taken those kinds of classes in undergrad and grad school, I'm very familiar with the approach, and everybody seems to have this view that because I took a university class, I now don't have biases. This is just so naive and silly, right? As if you can actually achieve something unachievable. You can never not have a paradigm. You can never not have a theory-laden approach to reality.
Isolate variables, establish causal links, and perform many other essential functions in conducting scientific research. Basically, it taught me the basis of the scientific method, how to apply it.
Okay, but scientific method has nothing to do with any of the other stuff that you were saying about the origins of the universe. Because none of that falls under empirical sense data.
Taken up for me again when I took a master's level course in human sexuality in mid-2015.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure that that's not at all biased, right? A master's level course in human sexuality. And he thinks he's avoiding cognitive biases. I mean, you know, the funny thing about all of these science low-tier soy atheist Reddit people is that they're still in an enlightenment. They're in a 1500s, 1600s, 1700s era thought process, and they have no clue that a lot of this has just totally been demolished and destroyed, and it destroyed itself, right? Enlightenment atheism, materialism, deism, mechanistic views, you know, all that stuff's long gone, dude. But these people are stuck in that, thinking that that is the height of sophistication. It's kind of sad, it's bizarre, it's weird, all at once.
There, I learned that there was a strong genetic component to homosexuality, that it tends to run in families, that it's increasingly likely to be expressed by men with older brothers.
All right, let's skip this.
To do at that point, I quickly learned.
Okay, so I think we can already tell what his issues were. So it seems, well, we'll discuss this maybe on Rockfin. Here's my Rockfin if you guys want to. And by the way, remember on Lord Voldemort's channel, I covered soft power And no, soft power does not have to do with Skittles, men, although you might be thinking that. Anyway, we get into that over there on on my Rockfin. Rockfin is great because we're free. It's free speech over there. So again, if you want to support me in that way, go over to Rockfin. And I'm gonna do tomorrow night. I know it's Sunday, but I did want to get to the Milner Fabian history tonight, but we're not gonna be able to do that tonight because we just went for 5.5 hours. So, Mr. Smirks, $1. What do you think of the TV series The Chosen? I haven't watched that. I've been watching The Colony, which somebody recommended, which is pretty wild. I mean, the amount of predictive elements in The Colony, as well as The Strain. Yes, I watched most of The Strain. So I think we'll do a live stream on that. But the next live stream that Jamie and I are going to do is Spooktober. As you guys know, it's Spooktober. So we've got some hefty, spooky things to dissect this Spooktober. Joshua Isunza, $5. Why do you think Greg Bonson couldn't understand presup issues with Protestantism and Calvinism? Who knows? I mean, maybe Bonson was prideful. Maybe he didn't make the connection between that. Maybe he never thought about it. Maybe he didn't want to think about it. I could only speculate. I have no idea. Braden, $1. I recommend the Medici Magnificent show on Netflix, which shows how the medieval Italian banking families bought off the papacy. Yeah, well, it's the Borgias shows that too, exactly. So, yeah, that's another one to check out. I was enjoying the Borgias. I got through, I think, season 1, and then isn't there a season 2? I don't know if I finished. I don't think I finished it, but all right, thank you guys. We did a 5-hour marathon. I hopefully enjoyed it. A lot of good questions today. A lot of civil people, no freaks, no